what a delivery from Matthew Waite. There's an appeal from the slip cord, and Rob Keogh just kind of leans on his back and looks back at the pitch and thinks, I'm not quite sure what's gone on there, but that's gone. That looks like that's gone a long way.
Yeah, that's cut him in half, hasn't it? It bounced and seamed back in a very, very long way. The good news is that it did bounce, so it cleared the bails quite comfortably. But it's not a ball that you want to face as your second ball at the crease, that's for sure. Very well bowled.
Straying on line, tucked into the leg side down to deep backward square for a single off the last ball of the over. 22 for 2 off 6.
Yeah, Matthew Waite turned away in disgust at his 6th ball of the over. It was a hip ball, knocked off the hip down to long leg for a comfortable single. But the previous ball had cut Keogh in half. It was a great delivery, pitched and nipped back through the gate. And then he's bowled him a hip ball, and it's an easy escape. And he sets very high standards, Matthew Waite. He's a Yorkshireman and doesn't like going for runs, doesn't like making life easy for the batter. Rarely does he do either of those things. Very high quality performer.
Yeah, well, Pennington, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7 this morning. And left on length that time from Rob Keogh. Plenty of carry this morning as Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, it's a great start. They won the toss, decided to bowl first, which would have raised a few eyebrows around the place. The sun's out, so it looks a nice pitch. Why not make first use of it? Well, they have made first use of it with the ball. 23 for 2. That looks a very good decision.
A little bit squared up that time, but successfully defended. I wonder whether the decision at the toss would have been the same if Prithvi had been fit and available for this game.
Good question, isn't it? A very good question. You'd be a brave man at the moment to say, yeah, okay, we'll fancy bowlers in. Be ready for that. Don't spill your tea. He gets home safely.
Spoilers.
Spoiler alert, yeah. Nostradamus.
Inside that time from Vasconcelos, but it'll be a comfortable 2 for the Steelbacks opener.
That I would use, Mel, as well. It is that over. Rob Keogh said, this is going to be a contest. You're not just going to bowl at me. You're not going to hit. You can hit a great length. You know, he's in great rhythm, great touch. The ball's going both ways off the seam. And Rob Keogh saying, no, I'm not just going to sit at home and absorb that. Actually, I'm going to put some pressure back onto you. And in that over, things may change. In that over, Rob Keogh definitely dominated that over, and it's a contest now rather than it's being a bit one-sided. That's nice batting.
So the Steelbacks 38 for 2, and Keogh has moved to 11 from 12. Vasconcelos, a run ball 25. So Pennington continues. Defender back to the bowler, first ball. For those of you who are just joining the stream and might have been hoping to see a bit of Prithvi Shaw action, just news, unfortunate news coming in that he's suffering from a knee issue. That scans revealed to be a bit troublesome. He's going to have or see a specialist on Friday, so everyone's fingers will be crossed that it's not too serious. He's been in outstanding form, but now it's Vasconcelos with a job to do. Oh, and he's had a flash at that, and it's gone. Caught a first slip, and Pennington picks up his second wicket, that of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who departs for 25, and it's the third wicket to fall for the Steelbacks. They're in a bit of trouble here at 38 for 3.
Just looked a really good delivery there. Looked like it pitched and left him. Caught a good chunk of the outside edge, and another good low catch to his right by Baker, just tumbling to his right. Just it perhaps wouldn't have carried to first slip. It was second slip's catch, but he made a decision to go. He went well, and it's an identical dismissal, really, to that of Emilio Gay, albeit from the other end. Nice bowling, hard length, dipped away, and as Vasconcelos was indicating to Rob Keogh, kind of nodding, kind of, I've got a good one there, and that can happen. So the ball doesn't stay new for very long, as we've said, but 3 wickets with the new ball is a great start, and it's just reward. They're bowled really nicely.
Well, they've certainly kept up the pressure. Vasconcelos 25 from 27, so it was a good start. But what they desperately need here is just a partnership to steady things. Only in the 9th over, 8.2 overs gone. So to have lost 3 wickets already is not exactly the start they were hoping for.
Oh, they've been got out though, haven't they, Mel? You know, there's not a lot of error there. And the 3 dismissals have all been down to good bowling. So you've got to kind of, sometimes that can happen. And you've got to nod at that. It's not as though they've thrown their wickets away, played poor shots, taken poor options. So not a great deal they can do about that. Pellington's a very fine bowler. It pitched, it left him. On a good day, you miss them. On a bad day, you nick them. And so it was. But another start in the competition for Vasconcelos. So he'll be disappointed he's got himself in, and then they've got him out. But it brings the captain to the crease.
I think it's Luke Proctor who has come in.
You're quite right. It brings the Red Bull captain to the crease.
He's still a captain, and that's the main thing. I was thinking, hang on. I'm checking the number, double checking the number. You're keeping me honest, though. The Red Bull captain.
Well done, Mo. You caught that very well. It's a hard chance, but you caught it well.
Well, you definitely don't want to offer me a chance. I won't take many.
David Ripley's in the house as well. He'll be on commentary a little bit later on. Just one of the best things I think he's ever done, and bought me a coffee, which is quite a remarkable achievement. Thanks, Fritz.
Proctor has a little flash at that one too. You can hear rather the Rapids players oohing and ahhing over everything now. They've got the scent.
Well, there's a bit in this pitch, isn't there? There's no doubt about that. There's a bit in it, and they have exploited it well. They've caught well as well. 2 good low slip catches. They haven't really wasted too many balls. A couple of short balls from weight, but otherwise it's been drive balls, which I don't mind. If there's movement available, get it up there. See if you can get the edge early on. Sometimes you get it wrong, get driven.
Proctor leaves that one well and truly alone. And of course, it was the Worcestershire Rapids who won the toss and elected to field first, and it looks like it was a good toss to win so far, but there is a long way to go in this match.
Well, it focuses the attention of your seam bowlers. You know, you win the toss and bowl first, and what you're saying is that we feel there might be some movement out there. Now we've got to go and exploit it, and they've done that very well, backed up by some good catching in the slips. So it's proved to be a good decision because the bowlers have bowled well.
So final ball of the over. And Proctor leaves that one alone. Looked like it could have been a little bit close, but safely through to the keeper. And brings to the end the 9th over, 38 for 3. So Proctor yet to get off the mark. Keogh will have the next over, and he's looked very positive so far. It's been good stuff from the all-rounder.
Yeah, it's kind of a battle within a battle, isn't it? This matchup between Rob Keogh facing Matthew Waite. So far, Keogh's winning that battle. He's just adopted a tactic of just shuffling down the wicket a little bit, and he's drawn a couple of errors really from Waite. One ball he tucked into the leg side of the front foot, and then pulled the next one for 4. So he's maintaining the deep square leg out. Fine leg has come into the circle. So in his mind, he's placing it. I might bounce you into the batter's mind. Now a fielder is coming across from the offside into mid wicket. So it looks like he's going to try and bowl pretty straight at Rob Keogh.
He has been proactive coming down the pitch, so we'll see how he handles this over. Again, comes forward. Out straight back down the pitch. Well, Dave Ripley may have bought you a coffee, and that was very nice, but he's just shown me the score in, of course, Australia and England playing today in the Women's World Cup.
Yes.
It's 1-0.
I guess that's 1-0 to England.
Yes.
Needs a bit more.
I was gonna see if you got where I was going with that. Yeah. So.
It's coming home, Mel.
Oh,
it's coming
no.
home.
Oh, it goes down. Almost thought there was a little sound there, but no, it's a wide. So Rob Keogh is certainly being aggressive. He wants to feel bat on ball. He wants to keep things moving along and not get bogged down.
Yeah, and it's got to Matthew Waite a little bit. He's just said, "Good morning. How's things, Rob? How your wedding plans coming along?" Or words to that effect to Rob Keogh, as he had a big swish at that one, and he's had a little chat with the umpire, inquiring, "Was that really wide?" Or words to that effect.
You're a good lip reader. Again, no run. Yeah, good lip reading from you.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that was one of your skills.
Actually, I do that, yeah. Very occasionally. I'm somewhere near the truth as well. Very, very occasionally. But it changes. You used the word contest, and it is now a contest between these two, which is good to see. A bit of fight. That's a beautiful cricket shot. Wow.
Lovely from Keogh. That is a gorgeous drive. That brings up another 4. So he moves on to 15 of 15 balls and looks the man really to do this job, this rebuild job. Steelbacks.
Because you've still got to score, Mel. That's the
right.
thing. You've still got to score. It's not like Championship cricket where you can just absorb and get yourself in and take it at a very low risk. You still have to score in this cricket, and that's exactly how Rob Keogh is playing it. I'm really impressed with the way it started. It's early days, but so far started well.
Oh, that's another nice shot, but he's only going to get a single for that. But that's okay. Keeping things ticking along is Rob Keogh.
Yeah, something of a compliment really in that delivery from Matthew Waite was, okay, I'm going to bowl it here. You're probably going to pull it square of the wicket. You're probably going to get 1 run for it. And it's really sort of almost an admission of, I want to bowl at Proctor. Let's bowl at the other guy. So in terms of that short element of that contest, you'd say Rob Keogh has won that contest, and well played, Rob Keogh. Very easy to go into your shell, you know, you're new to the crease, you're 3 down. It can be easy to just go very negative, but he's taken the opposite route and has been successful.
Oh, it's a little nick, but safe. He's actually been quite a valuable player for the Steelbacks. Best bowling figures against Somerset with his 4 for 49. That's his best List A figures.
Yeah. And he's got a 9 for it in red ball cricket, I think.
Yeah.
Against Glamorgan here.
So that was this season. He scored 42 against Durham. Proctor has such a pronounced crabby crouch, doesn't he, just before he bats. As we finish the 10th over, 44 for 3.
It wasn't just the words you used to describe that, it was the way you said them.
But it is,
no, it's
isn't it?
perfect.
Well, crabby crouch, it's also the alliteration, which I like.
Yeah.
But it is.
No, it is. No, it is a crabby crouch, as you described it. Yeah, there's something very kind of workmanlike about it. It's like, I'm here, I'm going to get stuck in. You know, you're going to have to get me out. I'm here for the duration. It's crabby, sticky, and yeah, not particularly beautiful on the eye, Luke Proctor, but he's a man you definitely want in your changing room because he's a sort of a man for all seasons. You know, he likes the game when it's tough, when it's at its toughest, and it's pretty tough right now.
Certainly is. And that one really climbs on Keogh, does well to get on top of it. 6th over now for Pennington. 2 for 14 has been the pick of the bowlers, I think you would have to say, in this opening period.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully,
well.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's bowled beautifully. And it's kind of, you know, I've said this a few times, but Worcestershire, like Northamptonshire, not a big county. You'd say they're one of the smaller counties, and they're very proud of their record, and they should rightly be. But every ball that Pennington bowls kind of think, oh, he's not going to be here next year. Which will be a real shame. There's a heck of a lot of work goes into developing a young cricketer, a young bowler in particular, I'd say. And yeah, he's been with the club from about 13, 14 years of age. So to see him wandering off up to Notts, a difficult one for everyone.
That's just tucked around the corner nicely. It's not going to run all the way for 4. That's just below us, but has been stopped on the boundary, just out of our view. I was leaning over. I thought I was going to fall over the desk then trying to see that.
Oh, God, I wish you had not. I'm glad you didn't.
Wow.
No, I'm glad you didn't.
Wow. I'm not quite...
It did bounce as well, but yeah, that's where Rob Keogh will sometimes, early in his innings, will sometimes nibble at a good length on about 4th stump. Likes to feel bat on ball.
Clipped away through the leg side, so they'll get another single there. And Logan van Beek, he was outstanding. The match in the World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe, and it was really a shootout between Scotland and the Netherlands, and Scotland were well on track to winning that game. He was outstanding with the bat, got Netherlands home and into the World Cup.
He plays some domestic cricket in New Zealand, does he not? Has he got some New Zealand in him?
He's originally from Christchurch.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's a vastly experienced player, has 121 list A games under his belt.
Nicely played.
Just guided down to deep third. And yeah, T20 games, 124. So he's played 25 ODIs and 23 T20 internationals. So one of the more experienced players going around at the age of 32.
Got a couple of English counties as well, I think, over his time.
He's played for Derbyshire.
Is where I've got him, yeah.
Yep. Clipped away again. Easy single.
Really well fielded that, actually. He had a lot of ground to cover there, the guy who's out at sort of deep square leg. The ball went level with the bowler's stumps just outside the 30-metre circle, and Rob Keogh, you may have heard him on the mic, was very clearly calling 2, but had to make that a 1 because the fielder was so quick across the ground.
Yeah, that was Pat Brown doing that nice bit of fielding there. And that's well played as well. Just get the single for it, but split that gap that's open there down to deep third. So that's a second run for Proctor, and the end of Logan van Beek's first over. 55 for 3, so just a little bit of a struggle. They'd like to see Proctor just start to get a little more confidence. He is that crabby, crouchy player, as we were saying, so he's looks very determined to stay there and maybe be a foil for Rob Keogh, who has certainly been the one who looks like scoring more easily.
Yeah, he's got to be the glue now, hasn't he? We said when Sam Whiteman came in, that would be his job, really, to try and battle as long as he can through the innings, let others play around him. That job now is absolutely on the shoulders of Luke Proctor. He's very well organised and equipped to play that role. He's just got to make sure he doesn't absorb too many dot balls, really. He's got to rotate the strike, which he's done pretty well so far. I think there's a change at the David Capel end as well, is Pat Brown's into the attack.
It is indeed Pat Brown, who we were just complimenting on his fielding in the last over, now gets a chance with the ball in hand. Oh, and that's short and wide and given as such. So a little bit of a loosener to start with.
Interesting bowler, Pat Brown. I feel like he's one of these guys who, when he's on his day, is absolutely brilliant. And when he's not on his day, there's a big gap between game A and game B, I think, in terms of his performances. But when he's on his game A, then he is a very, very talented young bowler. Starting round the wicket to Luke Proctor, which is interesting. You don't see a lot of bowlers start around the wicket to Proc. Generally try and get the ball running across him. Pat Brown's obviously seen something that he likes in terms of the round the wicket option.
Just his second match in this tournament, played in a game against Gloucestershire, took 2 wickets.
Oh, that's well bowled.
He just tried to turn that one on the leg side, and it's just leapt up, and maybe a bit of away movement there from Pat Brown.
1 or 2 times in Van Beek's first over, and again now with Pat Brown, the ball has bounced. Yeah, he's just indicating it's a bit pecky, as I call it. Just bounced, stood up off the wicket. Makes cross bat shots very difficult, actually. Yeah, you see a lot of top edges when that sort of little pecky bounce is in play.
That's turned around the corner safely. Bake running in from the deep, so just a single. Proctor just finding it difficult to really get going so far in this innings. Struggling a little bit to find any flowing rhythm.
So yeah, he's got to get Rob Keogh on strike, hasn't he? Even early in the game here, you know, you have to keep scoring in this cricket. So Rocky can't absorb too many dots.
Let through, yeah. Well, he's 2 off 12, so he's only managed the 2 singles so far. If he can just find a way to pick out a little gap, handle this ball, which does seem to be just sharply nipping off that pitch at times early on in this innings. Rob Keogh has definitely looked more proactive and more comfortable.
That's incredible. At the far end, the cameraman has walked straight across.
Oh, that is nicked, but it almost, I don't think it missed the stumps by very much.
No, it didn't. He nicked it onto his pad and it rebounded just over the off bail, is how I saw it. Maybe it didn't bounce quite as much as he expected.
Oh,
that was regulation. See where Rob Keogh's finished there. He's well outside off stump, which says his weight is going well across there. The ball just held a bit. Rob Keogh going across his crease. He's got his weight transfer a little bit wrong there. Wants to be going back down towards the sight screen rather than towards cover. Got away with one there.
Oh, it tries to pull that one, and it's absolutely caned him. You can see how much pain he's in. It's just hopping and skipping away. That one hurt.
There'll be a collective shout of drama in the Northants changing room when Rob Keogh does that. He won't know that because he's always out in the middle when that happens. But Rob, you're not listening to this. You're probably batting at the moment, aren't you? In fact, I can see you. But friends of his will now tell him that there is a collective shout of drama just gone up in the Northants changing room.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm sure he's not listening. He's out there in the middle at the moment. The score after 13 overs, 57 for 3, with Proctor 2 not out, and Keogh is on 25 off 28. I'm going to have a little bit of a break now and hand you over to Dan.
Thanks very much, Mel. Thank you very much. So Luke Proctor on strike, facing up against Logan Van Beek. He's bowled 1 over that went for the 4 runs, and as you've just heard, Luke Proctor is currently 2 not out off 12 in this bit of a rebuild phase for the Steelbacks.
I like this position. They've put in like a very short catching gully.
Driven, and nicely driven through the vacant area at cover. 4 runs to Luke Proctor, moves himself to 6, and as we just said about, can't let that strike rate drop too far. He picks up his first boundary of the day with a nice cover drive.
It was really nicely played, wasn't it? It was sort of, it wasn't a full half volley, that first glance. Played it on the up. It was a really nice shot. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it really nicely. What they've done well here, though, Worcester, they've got a nice position. Luke Proctor loves to run the ball down through gully, and they've blocked that off with a catcher. Good cricket. There it is.
How much did you pay to have that orchestrated?
Good though. Shall I go now?
Completely on brand.
That's great, wasn't it?
It really was. It was
Stuart Broad, he's gone out at the top there, hasn't he, with that call?
Welcome, Dave Ripley. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Dan, yeah, all good.
Thanks for coming back.
Well, it's been a while, but yeah, I enjoyed the first stint. I don't think anyone else did, but I had a great time.
Looking to open up that offside again is Luke Proctor. Just a quick note to apologise for the issues that we've had with the live stream this morning. We've had some gremlins with regards to almost the free camera, so we've just been using the end-to-ends at the moment, but I think they are now resolved, so thank you for sticking with us throughout that, and we'll add another camera angle to the live stream, and that's nicely played down the ground. It's not going to beat Jake Libby though. He gets round and cuts the ball off, so just a single then added to Luke Proctor, but nicely played down the ground. And the stream, of course, powered by Daffabet at Wantage Road, so thank you very much to our partners for making all of it possible. You can get in contact with us on Twitter at NorthantCCC or email stream@nccc.co.uk. But Dave, how have you seen that first hour?
I think that's 2 great slip catches for sure. I mean, catches, you know, taking your catches when they come along is massive, and the guy at second slip took 2.
Oh, shorter, and that's
him on the head, I think.
Yeah, Keogh on the head, so dead ball called by the umpire, and we'll go through the concussion checks and helmet protocols.
He was through the shot very, very early, wasn't he? And in fact, he hit him on the back of the head because he'd rotated fully through the shot before the ball arrived. So there is bounce here, but as we said earlier, Dan, it is a bit tennis bally. So it's difficult. Those cross-back shots become more difficult to time.
Yeah, it didn't rush Keogh like we saw that short ball that Tom Haynes wore the other week for Sussex, was it? It kind of, it looked like, as you say, it looks like it stopped on him and probably got a little bit bigger on him than what maybe he thought it was going to as well.
It's been a bit of nibble, hasn't they? Obviously, a bit of nibble. They put the ball in the right place to find the edge. I thought Sam Whiteman maybe just kind of missed a foolish ball, but the other 2 deliveries, good balls. We found the edge. But in between that, there's been some fine stroke play where, you know, the ball's come onto the bat well, and Rob and Ricardo both rattling along at 100 strike rate. So it's been a good cricket wicket, and I think, as Phil said earlier, you know, as that ball gets older, hopefully one good partnership out in the next 1 or 2, and a strong finish, and we can still post pretty big.
Yeah, as a coaching pair, would you have looked at that pitch before the start? I appreciate none of us went out to the, well, I certainly didn't. I don't know whether you 2 made your way out to the middle or not, but would you have looked at that and assessed a score, first innings score on it, and then would that have changed having seen the first, say, 10 overs?
We certainly would have looked at the wicket and had a chinwag amongst ourselves and with the captain, and worked out how we're best going to win the game. You have a preferred option generally even before you look at the wicket, often in one-day cricket. So, you know, bearing in mind what you prefer to do normally, then take a look at the wicket and see if that's going to change your mind. And then hope you win the toss, or sometimes hope you lose the toss, because you're not always that sure. And
I think it might have been one of those rips, you know. It might have been that's a good toss to lose this one.
It's a nice sunny batting day. Often the overheads do cause a bit more seam movement here, especially with a red ball. But a nice sunny day, good batting day, score on the board. There's a lot to say for that. But fresh pitch. I think it was a fresh pitch.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
First time out, so...
Nipped, doesn't it? It has nipped.
Yeah, a bit of nibble.
Nipped. And actually, there was a little bit of swing as well. I don't know, the one that, as you say, what Sam Whiteman missed a full ball. I think it swung back at him a little bit. It did him for a bit of airspeed as well, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that might have been one we were having our gremlins and potentially didn't get the replay of it, did we?
No,
I
we
don't,
didn't.
I
No,
don't
that's
think
right.
so.
Right.
I'm sure it probably did. I can't believe it was just a straight up and downer, but it did look like it looked like a good Yorker, didn't it, from Pennington, which maybe did catch him a little bit by surprise, because I suppose it's not a go-to delivery kind of straight away. It looks like all is okay in the middle with Rob Keogh, so he's going to carry on.
Yeah, I mean, we've perhaps been a bit casual about that. I've been a bit casual about that. It hit him. It was wasn't a slower ball bouncer. It came to him very slowly. He was through the shot. It still hits you pretty hard on the back of the head. So he's gone through the check with the physio. He's been given the all clear. He's got a new helmet out there, which is important. Once the helmet is struck, then it is compromised and needs replacing. So parents won't thank me for that, but that is what has to happen. You get a blow on the helmet. That helmet is compromised. The structure is weakened. So new helmet for Rob Keogh.
Yeah, so Van Beek's got one ball left in his second over then. After that bit of a delay. And he goes down, strays down the leg side. Keogh just turns it round the corner, gets a bit of pad on it. I think there was a bit of pad involved as well, but it's raced away down to fine leg for 4. 66 for 3, the Steelbacks.
Yeah, you can see from the reaction of the bowler, Van Beek, he was hands on head, because that was quite a straight delivery, just looking on replay. And the implication being that had he not got a thin edge on that and it had hit the pad, that it might have been given out. It was certainly been an appeal. It looked a little bit leg side-ish to me, but bowlers think everything's going to be out, don't they? So good for Rob Keogh. He's rattling along nicely.
Yeah, he's 29 off 30 now. With his captain, with his Red Bull captain, apologies, at the other end, 7 off 16. Pat Brown will continue from the David Capel end.
That's Luke Proctor. That is Luke Proctor. You will see that shot an enormous amount of times from Luke Proctor. Gets sort of inside the line of the ball, knocks it off his hip, jogs up the other end.
Well, all the while that Rob Keogh's batting quite so nicely, he can take that role, can't he? As long as he gets down the other end, and worst case scenario rotates the strike, I guess, with Rob Keogh. It's interesting technique, isn't it? Not technique for Proctor. I guess stance, setup, I guess would probably be the better way to describe it. Nicely played. It looked like that just stopped in the pitch, didn't it?
It really did.
A little bit of a slip from Keogh, but I think it was only going to be 1 anyway.
He actually played that really well, because the ball stayed on the wicket and it was almost on the way down when it got to him. He adjusted very quickly and manufactured a sort of a run down to third man shot. It was quite a high skill actually from Rob Keogh.
We seem to be almost obsessed with talking about setups when it comes to batters. Obviously Steve Smith stole pretty much all the headlines during the summer, didn't he? And every time he comes to England, all we do is talk about where he is on the crease and where his head is and how he gets into the positions that he does. But did Luke Proctor come to Northamptonshire with that technique? Has he had that for a long time?
Yeah.
Is it something that's developed as a kid?
Fairly unique, but I think one of his greatest strengths is his, how he builds an innings and his cricket awareness. And this is just perfectly set up for him. I hope that's not the kiss of death, but this situation a little bit backs to the wall at the moment, and him being able to get himself in, run it down to third man, get it down to fine leg, get up the other end. I think if spin, I don't quite know full Worcestershire lineup. I saw Damien D'Oliveira wandering round.
So Brett isn't in the
Brett.
Yeah, he's not in the side. Bowlers will be
Baker, does he bowl spin, left arm spin? Apologies, I should know this, but
I'd have to double check.
But that's certainly an area of strength for Luke. If they go to spin, I'm very confident they'll keep the strike ticking over.
Well played.
So it definitely looks like it's got a little bit. I don't know. It's odd, isn't it? I don't want to be unkind and say it's a little bit too paced, but it looks like there are deliveries that are really holding up on the pitch. I don't know whether they're being bowled as cutters. They don't look as though they're being bowled as cutters.
I don't know. I think what's happening is when the trajectory of the ball is sharper, i.e. the ball is shorter of a length, occasionally the ball is sitting into the surface. When it's fuller and a lower trajectory, it's skidding on a little bit more, coming on a bit more.
That is shorter, and Rob Keogh has played that one over mid-wicket for 4. He moves to 34, boundary off the last ball of Pat Brown's over.
I really like the way he's played that, Dan, because as I said earlier, when the ball is pecky and you're uncertain about the height that it's going to get to you and when it's going to get to you, playing a kind of an orthodox square bat shot is quite a hard thing to do, and we've seen that already. What Rob Keogh has done there is kind of got under it a little bit and hit from low to high, and in that way you're kind of bound to get it on somewhere on your arc of your strike. So a bit baseball-y in that sense, but really well played. He looks in great touch, Rob Keogh. And again, follow up on Rich. I hope I haven't given him the kiss of death there, but he looks in fine touch.
Those are shots that, you know, are not necessarily high up on the list of your shots you see him play that often. So for him to be playing pull shots in front of square, and I mean, one off weight went like a shell. You know, he's obviously in good nick.
Yeah, early in his career, it would have been he'd have got under it, wouldn't he? It was an area that he's worked. It's obviously an area that he's worked on. Oftentimes, early in Rob's career, if you did bowl him a bouncer, he'd get under it, and he'd get under it pretty well. But he didn't really have the time or the confidence to take it on. But he's hitting them beautifully today.
Half an appeal from Van Beek, but that one, I don't think there was anything going for that one. Probably pitched outside leg and was probably missing leg stump as well, but it does allow the Steelbacks to rotate the strike and put that man Rob Keogh back on strike. He's had a good year, hasn't he? Well, particularly in the Championship. I think he just sits behind Sam Whiteman. Scored that brilliant 100 down at Kent in the first round of the Championship as well.
It's been good to see his bowling as well continue to grow, and you know, genuine all-round credentials, and it just helps keep the pressure off your batting a little bit as well if you've got a dual role in the side. Senior pro as well now, Rob, so yes, it's good to see him continue to grow as a fine county cricketer.
Got a testimonial year next year as well, rewarded with that by the club.
Did you say you're on the committee for that?
I'm advertising already, aren't I? Tickets are available.
Well played. Van Beek took a little bit of a tumble, well defended by Rob Keogh. What's on the agenda? The calendar?
Yeah,
in the
so
diary?
we had a meeting the other night, and unfortunately I got the wrong end of the stick here, kind of deliberately. But there is likely to be some kind of fixture between Northampton Saints and the Steelbacks.
Short from Van Beek. It's balled away. It's just going to be a couple of bounces out to the man Pat Brown, I think it is, in front of the football stands.
So plans are very early, but there is an intention. It's Courtney Law's testimonial year at Northampton Saints. Okay, so there is an intention that the two parties come together. I was hoping it would be a rugby match, but apparently it might be a T20 game.
At the rugby ground. Could be a few sixes hit.
I've played there. We had one back in the day, an all-stars team came down to play, and we rolled a mat out in the middle of Franklin's Gardens, and we had a game of cricket, and we got by with it. It was all right.
You managed to get one over the ropes, Rips?
No, I still ran it down a third man for a single, but it's the thought that counts.
76 for 3
That's
after
brilliant.
16 overs.
Yeah, so that'll be entertaining. A lot of the Northampton Saints players love their cricket. I'm not sure about Courtney Law's cricket credentials, but he says he's got a number of the England guys who also love their cricket. So it could be look out for that, and obviously all the other events that'll form part of Rob Keogh's well-earned testimonial year.
Pat Brown then to continue from the David Capeland. I might be stereotyping slightly, but there's some fairly large lads that play rugby, and I don't mean large as I mean big boys.
Yeah.
They might not have the technique, but I have fear if they connect with one, they probably have the ability to hit a a few sixes, potentially
Yeah.
big ones.
Absolutely. And actually some of the backs are unbelievably good fielders as well. So fast and agile. Fantastic. Fun for all the family.
Just bring your hard hats. Pat Brown then, 2.2 overs, none for 8 so far. He's off to Derbyshire, isn't he, over the winter?
He is, yeah. He signed a 3-year deal there. One of the trio of young seamers, as we've said a few times, from New Road that are going to various other parts of the Midlands, really, to play their cricket from next year on. Quite sad about that. How do you feel about that, Ribs?
Yeah, I mean, we've experienced that ourselves, players moving on. I mean, I guess with Pat Brown, with all due respect to Derby, that seems like maybe just about opportunity to play maybe more red ball cricket. I'm not involved in negotiations, but if he's got a desire to play more red, so that, I guess that would, you could see that. But the other young bowlers, that they're getting plenty of opportunity. One lad's got in the England team, and yeah, it's quite sad when they. I mean, you don't want to fall out with anybody and wish them well. They might well come back, as has happened with Dave Woolley with us. You can sometimes go full circle, but yeah, like you said earlier, there's put a lot of time and effort and opportunity, and I'm sure they'll hope it will continue to grow. We're not normally too resentful in our game.
Mm-hmm. Have you got over Ollie Stone leaving?
No,
yet,
luckily I still have in the winter, all right.
It's been an interesting career for Pat Brown. He's had those handful of T20 internationals, hasn't he, for England? Well, that was back in 2019 when England toured New Zealand, and I know he's had injuries, hasn't he? I'd be prepared to put 50p on the fact that it might have been a back injury as an English fast bowler.
I think that's right.
But he hasn't played a first-class game of cricket since 2018 for Worcestershire.
He kind of burst onto the scene. I remember him playing against us, and he's slower balls, very good slower balls, and very competitive lad in the face. Even as a young player, he's in your face, really competitive, and I mean he maybe got that recognition perhaps early. I can't think who else would have been around, but yeah, maybe added a little bit to the expectation as well that he was going to have a fabulous white ball career ahead of him, but injuries will do take their toll, and you lose a bit of nip and confidence.
He had a very difficult T20 campaign this year as well. He went just under 10s, one of the most expensive seamers in the competition, actually. Whether that led to Worcestershire thinking, well, maybe he's not playing red ball for us, doesn't get in our red ball team. Actually, he was a gun, has been a gun at times in T20 cricket, but whether that led to them not being too concerned about him wanting to play more cricket elsewhere, who knows. But he's a very talented, as I said earlier on, when he's on his A game, he's very, very good. It's his B game that perhaps needs to catch up with that, and so that leads then to consistency, more confidence, you get picked more readily, and your own confidence grows. But let's hope that happens to him when he moves up to Derby.
Nice shot. Proctor that time just leans back and cuts it away through that pretty congested offside field, hasn't he? You can see the guy at short gully there is kind of pondering how far away that might have been from him, but he's dissected those fielders and picked up 4. Yeah, but I mean, Pat Brown's still only 24 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's played in 2018, 2019, he would have been in New Zealand, so that would have been, what, 19 years old, I guess, back when he made his international debut. And there's that Phil Rowe special, that attempted guide down through deep third by Luke Proctor. They really are cutting it off.
It's an underused position, I think, that, particularly in this format of the game.
So obviously he's got protection down on the boundary in front of the players' suites, changing rooms, locker rooms, whatever you want to call it, pavilion, with the fielder on the boundary. And you've got, is he there as a catcher at that short gully, or is he there for that just to stop the... He must be there as a catcher, but I think that's going to beat the fielder as well, and that's going to be 4 more for Proctor. So he moves to 19, cut away for 4.
That's, you know, there's been two very poor deliveries from Van Beek in this over. Luke Proctor, he's gritty. You know, we've said it probably enough about these are compliments. He's a gritty guy. You want him in your squad. You want him in your changing room. He's captain of the Red Bull team because he leads by example. He's slightly more limited than others in terms of his range of options. You cannot give him short, wide balls. You've got to make him work harder. The guy there, yes, he's there as a catcher, but he's also there to make sure that Luke Proctor can't just run that down off the face. He's got to play a better shot to miss the fielder, and so far he hasn't managed to miss the fielder. That has the intention of making a dot ball and keeping Rob Keogh off strike.
Well, those two deliveries, better line for Van Beek, a lot tighter to Proctor. I think just got a little bit of an inside edge on that one as it's picked up by Ben Cox in the leg side, but that field has changed now, isn't it? So Worcestershire have obviously decided that with that bit of extra pace from Van Beek, those wider ones, they potentially couldn't afford to have kept that short gully in. And what have they got, 3 on the boundary?
Yeah.
Nice shot by Proctor, just worked into the leg side for a dot ball. Yeah, 3 on the boundary, 1 at deep third, 1 at deep square, and the other at fine leg as well.
And now another man's gone out at deep mid-wicket, back end of the over, protect the boundary, and if he does get one through that into the boundary, he gets a single, and they'd rather bowl at Proctor, just slightly rather bowl at Proctor than Keogh right now.
There's that shorter ball, and there is that single out to the man that's just gone out onto the mid-wicket boundary. So Proctor will keep the strike. He's moved to 20, and the Steelbacks are 86 for 3 off 18 overs.
I don't know what you think about this, Rips. In the context of the game, you know, it was a pity nondescript over, but I think that's a poor over, actually. They've let him get away with 2 short wide balls, put no pressure on him at all, let him get off the end of the over as well with a short ball. We knew it was coming. It was a gimme single, really. I just think that's put no pressure at all on Northants, that over.
No, and he's brought a change in the field for 2 bad balls, really. So 2 bad balls has brought a change. It's going to allow Luke to find that single down to third man if we need it when the ball's in a good spot, and we can hopefully start scoring 1 off a good ball. Yes, if he bowls short and wide, we might only get 1, but I think I back Luke could still find the gap there. But I think I expect, you know, getting on for 20 overs that you might have a sweeper as well. It is still a one-day game of cricket, but yeah, I think they'll be disappointed that they just not kept the squeeze on for a bit longer there. They've allowed the squeeze just to come off, and the fields reflect that.
Did you see much of the Sussex game, Rips? Were you around for that?
No, I didn't.
Sussex had an off-spinner on, orthodox off-spinner, Carson, bowled well. They had 1 man out for the entirety of his spell.
Oh, wow.
Squeezed the life out of Northants.
Ah.
Very good cricket, you'd have loved it. Very good cricket.
Yeah, it turned into a low-scoring thriller, didn't it, between the two sides a couple of weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, wasn't it? It was only last Sunday, or the Sunday before.
Yeah.
Time flies. Time flies. But it was a thrilling game, and Tom Taylor, with a bit of magic, got the Steelbacks over the line here against Sussex. How's the conversation, do you think, between Proctor and Keogh at the moment? 18 overs gone, 3 wickets down, 87 runs on the board. Is there kind of a target to kind of say, well, let's bat until we need to rebuild at the moment? Do you try and be a bit more positive? How do you think that's going?
I think just keep it going as deep as we can at the moment.
Gone.
That's not quite there. I think that little bit of extra bounce from a good length, and Rob maybe has been not had as much strike as we might have liked. I maybe just got a bit impatient and tried to drive one that maybe wasn't quite there. So that will certainly mean we've got to rebuild, and the next partnership got to take us a bit deeper.
Yeah, so it'll be worth seeing whether that one has just held up a little bit, but Keogh's really pushed at that one, hasn't he? Thrown his hands at it and only been able to offer.
His weight was back as well.
Yeah,
his weight was back. He knew he wasn't there, and he tried to make up for it, and almost with power. And actually, what the extra speed he put into it made the ball carry to the field. That's an error.
Yeah, offered up soft catch, didn't he, to Jones at point. So Rob Keogh's got to go. He's gone for 35. Steelbacks are 87 for 4. And I think the new man is going to be the captain. So Lewis McManus is going to make his way out to join his Red Bull captain, Luke Proctor. And at the moment, you'd say Worcestershire and the Rapids will be very happy with their day in Northampton so far.
Well, it's interesting. You were just talking to Rips there about what's the plan
Justin
for the
Broad, I apologise.
what's the plan for the foreseeable, for the next 5-10 overs or whatever, and more of the same was Rips' response. But that's not what was delivered. That was a little bit impetuous. He's gone a little bit early in terms of he didn't need to play that shot just then. It was just a good length ball. Yes, there was width, but the length was a danger.
Texas, that standard line. I don't want to go harping on too much, but it's a longer game than you think. It's something you find yourself saying a lot over a 50-over campaign. Just hanging in there with the ball, or 2 wickets that turn it round for you, or just taking that partnership deeper and deeper and deeper, because it is a repetitive slogan that I find comes up a lot in a 50-over cricket match. You're just bat a bit longer.
It's quite nice, not in this instance, but quite nice to hear that those conversations still happen in professional games and what they do on a Saturday afternoon at the Village Park as well.
Saturday afternoon, just whack it. Come on, just whack it. Get to the pub early.
Let's talk about Rips' strike rate. He's just come out of retirement.
Yeah, 2 sixes.
Have you?
Hello.
Yeah, 2.
Get in.
Doubled me career stats.
So Justin Broad then, the new man at the crease for the Steelbacks. He's, carded to come in a little bit lower than what he has. McManus was carded to come in at 6, but Broad absolutely no slouch with the bat at all. He's going to be, naturally a positive cricketer, so potentially will do a bit more of the heavy lifting than Luke Proctor if he obviously gets his innings going. Had a very good T20 campaign for the Steelbacks and, has rewarded with his performances in the second 11 with his first professional contract as well. It's just come back, tailed back in, isn't it? And Brown's just having a little look at off stump, I think.
He is bowling well. I think, we talked a bit about his bowling, but I think he's hitting a good length. He recognises that's the place to be. Just hold your length, hold your nerve, don't get too funky. There's a little bit in there, and I think he looks good pace as well. So it's, I think we just got to try and, it's Justin's job to do what Luke was doing, try and get himself in by rotating the strike. I was lucky enough to cover Graham in a couple of second team games when he was around. T20s, and he's a really nice young fella and very hard working cricketer, and I'm very pleased he's got his reward, and good luck to him.
It's going to be another cricketer that you can spend some time commenting on the setup at the crease as well. He's got his own unique traits as he sets up, similar to, not similar to Luke Proctor, but Luke Proctor's got his own unique traits, and Justin Broad has as well.
He's grown up on kind of flat South African pitches a little bit. He likes to get bat on ball. Doesn't always move his feet quite as much as others. So he needs to make sure that his weight transfers between his feet. Was a little bit had a little bit of a tough time when he batted 3 in the Red Bull team. Got his performance in white ball cricket earned him a call up to the Red Bull team, and he went in at 3 and against some very fine bowling. Was a little bit short there, but he does look a good prospect. I think it's a good signing for Northants, and he's kind of 3-dimensional as well. He's a good fielder, isn't he, Rich?
Good
Can bowl you a few overs, so his mainstream is batting. The good thing, again, as we said earlier on about the 50-over comp and the 50-over format, I should say, is that he's got some time to get in, not ages, but he's got a little bit of time to get in, and then move on and still play a meaningful innings. That's exactly what Northants need him to do.
Josh Baker then. We'll have a first look at spin today at Wantage Road. He's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre ends with his slow left arm. He's replaced Logan Van Beek, and Proctor just turns him into the leg side for a single off his first ball. Just 20 years old, Josh Baker. 13 List A matches with 15 wickets as well. Played England under-19s in his career. High score of 75 in first-class cricket with the bat as well.
Where's he from? Is he a Worcester boy, do you know?
He is from Redditch.
Okay.
As a young fella, he obviously is, as we've seen today, a fine catcher. To be in there at such a young age and elbowing those senior pros into slip, he obviously doesn't miss many. High class catches he took today.
They were both good decisions as well, weren't they? Because they weren't naturally bang on his catch. He had to make a decision whether to go across first slip both times, and did so.
Yeah.
Justin Broad there, just turned that one into the leg side and got himself off the mark with a single out to deep square, 89 for 4. Plenty of singles on offer now if you look around the field at Wantage Road.
So there's a decision to be made here, really, against the young, slow left armour, which I'll come on to. Okay, well played. And the decision is, okay, so we've just got Van Beek out of the attack because he was tucked into by Luke Proctor. The decision here is, are we going to let this guy bowl us, or are we going to get stuck into him, get the young bowler on the back foot? Because if we can disrupt plans and get him out of the attack, then that's 2 bowlers.
That's shorter, pulled away and well fielded. Luke Proctor couldn't get it past the man at short fine leg.
If Northants are 89 for 1 at this stage, no doubt I would expect Northants to try and attack the young spinner, but 89 for 4, it's a far more difficult proposition. Interesting there, the ball before Luke Proctor just shuffled down the wicket, and in the end and the next ball long on has gone out, so the captain is trying to look after his young spinner, which is that's good cricket from Jake Libby.
Fuller, but still on that leg stump line, and Proctor just flicks it into the leg side for a single. So that's going to be the end of Josh Baker's first over. It's gone for 3 runs, and after 20 overs, the Steelbacks are 90 for 4. And I'm going to hand over to Mel Farrell.
I think the answer to that, you knocked it on the head with the wickets, Phil. I think it is a Baz ball. You know, you could look at it as an ultra positive outlook as to, yep, come on, let's get on the front foot. But I think I'd be hypocritical. I've just talked about taking the game a little bit deeper, and I feel we can't just let him bowl. We can't just pat him back. We've got to find ways of manoeuvring the ball into gaps and perhaps playing to our strengths. I mean, Justin Broad has a very good reverse sweep. You know, is that a strong option if there's just one man at backward point? So I think we've just got to be creative in finding ones and hope some 4s come along, but gradually let this partnership build. And we're still nowhere near the halfway stage of the innings. So
try and put some pressure on him at lower risk.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think that would be my vote.
Yeah.
Good morning again, gents.
Hi Mel, welcome back.
I feel like I'm stepping up to a ride at a water theme park as Brown continues. On with Rips and Row. It sounds like it could be a rollicking ride at a water theme park.
Strap yourself in, Mel. You're in dangerous territory. Whilst we talk about second slip diving across first slip, and we get really excited about things like that. What a great decision that was.
Absolutely, why not?
Rips, I need to talk more to Rips about his 6s. I love talking about Rips about 6s. Just come out of retirement, Mel, back into some club cricket with his son.
That went exactly the opposite direction that Luke Proctor was intending it to go.
Yeah. I think Brown's bowling well. He's hitting a good length. I don't quite know how many runs he's gone for, but we haven't conceded many boundaries. He's building a bit of pressure, and that, if he continues to do that, the debate about the left-down spinner starts to grow a little bit, and whether we might need to do something at the other end, but which might include hitting big bomb 6s like Phil is alluding to I've done earlier in the season.
Well, he's 1 for 10 off 4.2 overs, so that's quite
length.
tidy.
He's got his length right. Length is everything on this pitch. On most pitches, it's important. On this pitch, it's huge. Slower ball.
Oh, that's tight. Ooh.
That would have been. He's a good fielder, Pat Brown.
Yeah, that would have been tight if he'd have picked that up.
And he's annoyed at himself as well. He's just slapped. He's given his own hand a smack.
Doesn't take a lot to get Pat Brown annoyed. That's from a one man with the short fuse to another man with the short fuse.
Do you have a short fuse?
That's Rips.
Yes.
I mean, I have seen you seen and heard you go on a few rants up here in the commentary
passion.
box.
You know, it's just passion. That was a very quick yes, Rips.
Yes.
Backed up by another one. No hesitation.
Sometimes less is more, Phil.
Oh no, he shot me with my own gun there.
Broad just flays that one straight to the fielder in the covers, and that's another wicket to go down, the 5th for the Steelbacks. Every time they try to rebuild with a partnership, it seems another one falls.
That's a strange dismissal. I don't know, it's a cutter when he's just there early. I can't quite see the replay, but he's drilled it to extra cover, which is quite unusual to get.
It was just a wristy kind of flay, and he knew as soon as he'd hit it, he'd basically just cracked it straight to the man in the covers. So he departs for 1, 91 for 5. So really struggling to get that rebuild partnership going along at the moment.
It's early in his innings, and he will have seen enough of the pitch to know that the ball is a little bit pecky, a little bit tennis bally. But he was basically, for me, he was just threw the shot too early, lost control of it.
Yeah.
And the mindset there has got to be, I've got to hit this ball down. I've got to hit this ball down and hard, square of the wicket, and let it come to me. Instinctively, you know, he'll have faced that ball many, many times on truer pitches that he'll have just smashed through the covers. But you have to get yourself in on this pitch. He wasn't in, and that led to his downfall. He was through the shot too early.
We saw him play a fantastic hand, didn't we, here in that game against Sussex?
He's certainly one for the future. I'm really excited about what he can do for Northampton, particularly in white ball cricket. He's a young man. He hasn't played at this level a lot at all, really. Still under 10 matches, I would think, something like that. So he certainly is one for the future, but that was a bit of pilot error, I'm afraid, there. That's a soft dismissal.
This is only his 4th List A match, Justin Broad, so he is experienced, but now we have a bit more experience at the crease in Lewis McManus, the skipper. So now we have the 2 skippers, the red ball and the white ball skippers out in the middle, and the Steelbacks certainly need some leadership at the moment, leadership with the bat. Proctor is 24 off 39, has found it very hard to get going at the beginning. But he's now the set batter you would hope at the crease. He's had 39 balls to get used to conditions out there. Oh, first ball just squirts off the outside edge.
Well, it's a good opportunity for Lewis. He's captain the side. He's been given that responsibility. I was actually in here doing a bit of admin on Monday, and he had the bowling machine set up on his own. Him and Emilio Gay both hitting balls in there. And they just come back from Durham. So he's very determined, I think, to lead from the front and have a good campaign. And he started well. So he's, the captain's innings here, chance to bat for nearly 30 overs. Get Northampton 200 plus as a starting point.
And that's going to be called a wide. So he has another one to bowl to finish off his overs, Pat Brown, but 2 for 13 as we see him finishing off his 5th over. That's outstanding from the young man.
And what he's done well is he's held his length really well. That's 50 over cricket is often control length. You control the game, and when the ball is just bouncing a little bit more slowly than it would normally do, there's more margin for the bowler, and he's maximised that length. That's a shocking delivery.
Well done, Phil.
Okay, so he's holding his length just to the line. Maybe needs a little bit of work there, Yves.
Stay in your lane. Just stay in your lane. You don't need to get too funky here.
It looked like a off-cut, a short ball, didn't it?
Yeah,
We've just been commending him on sticking to. I mean, if you can stick round the bail height for as long as you can, you generally can't go too far wrong if there's a little bit of something in the surface, and the scoreboard pressure means there's not a lot of risk that they can take to hit you off that. I mean, there's no sweepers out. They're building pressure. Well, on the offside, there's no sweepers.
Oh, again, another little edge, bottom edge, dribbles away. So that is the end of Brown's 5th over, the end of the 21st over, 95 for 5. McManus, a new man at the crease after we just saw Justin Broad just slapping that ball to cover in the previous over. I guess the thing is too, the pressure is all on the Steelbacks to actually take the initiative. So at this stage, you can just build that pressure and wait for them to make mistakes as well.
Yeah, Worcester have earned the right to kind of, I mean, they could go for the killer if you like, but I think with the older ball and it's unlikely they're going to reintroduce 3 slips, and you know, by squeezing, I think that's the scoreboard pressure, and that can lead to mistakes. Or take that little good bit of bowling, kind of did him in the length there. Luke was back to a full ball, but just got enough on it to.
And no catcher.
Slide it, yeah.
No catcher.
Oh no, he's going to rant.
No, he's not. No, he's fine. No, well, no, I
Phew.
can understand why there is no catcher. But the Rips used the word squeeze. You know, they are very, very much on top here, and could probably afford to get a catcher in. It's a marginal call. It's 50-50, and they've gone the other way. It's easy to say after the chance goes through there, of course. But make Northants do something they don't want to do.
Whipped away, but only for a single. That brings up the 100 for the home side as well. So 100 for 5 in the 22nd over. The worrying bit is the 5.
It is. And it's not an easy wicket, really, as we've seen. A little bit of extra bounce on offer.
And Worcestershire winning the toss and electing to bowl first, and it's proving to be a good decision, but a long way to go. Can't ever really tell. Very watchful there from McManus.
Be interesting to see if there's any spin on offer. Bounce might be a difficult one as well. When you want to sweep the spinner, if it's bouncing a bit, that can be a hard shot to play.
I quite like this field. They've brought his slip in now. Obviously, Lewis new to the wicket. Still 6 men saving a 1. An attacking fielder at slip. You'd like to save that one if you could.
It was poor cricket there.
Good scrambling from Lewis, but yeah, if you're squeezing, you'd like to be a bit tighter. And if Lewis wants to take you on over the top when he's only faced 3 or 4 balls, then I think that would be create a possible opportunity for them.
Not read the script there. Quite flat, and quite decent pace about him. Quite accurate, good lines. I'd like to see him try and just use that bounce a little bit more. Just get over the top of the ball, and just hold it back a little bit slower, a little bit more over the top revs, and see if it does bounce on the batter a wee bit. Just to put some extra doubt there.
Yeah, that's the end of Josh Baker's 2nd over. As we see, is that Van Beek coming back into the attack?
It looks like it,
yeah.
It is.
Yeah, the end of the last over from Pat Brown at the far end is now being replaced. I can imagine Alan Richardson, who was a fine seam bowler in his career, just kind of scratching his head a little bit. Why is he going off script here? We're on top. We don't need to bowl unplayable deliveries. We just need to just keep hitting that length, as Ritz was saying, and finish the over very scruffily. Whether that's led to him being dragged out of the attack, I don't know, but it's a good time for Van Beek to bowl. You've got to manage your resources here on the assumption the game is going to go 50 overs. So although Van Beek didn't start well, with a new batter at the crease, it's a good time to get your bowler in, to get some dots and get some confidence back into his spell. Go again.
Goes for the drive, but that's come off the inside edge to short mid wicket. Alan Richardson is actually a neighbour of mine in Birmingham.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Everybody needs good neighbours.
Oh dear.
I had to put with that for years and years, Mel.
Oh,
Terrible gags like that.
No, yeah, I've already known he is the master of the cheesy pun.
Him and Nathan Buck, a shootout every day.
Yeah, we've certainly had a few of those. Also, Ashley Giles here today. Saw us come down. So the 2 men who've had quite a lot to do with Warwickshire now running the ship at Worcestershire Rapids. it seems perfect that you two commentating on this game with the Rapids, seeing as we've got Rowan Rips on the Rapids.
Oh,
Yeah, we spent a long time together, didn't we? And watching cricket, me ranting to you about various things
yeah, me ignoring you.
most of the time.
Yeah.
Slashes at that one, but it beats a fielder and gone down below me.
I still think I'm with Phil. I still think that's a good position for Luke. But if you bowl and you stay around the bails on a good length, it's just stop him from getting off strike. He's not going to. When that was a little wider, it's a bit more of a semi-cut. He's not really there for that. But I think given they've got 5 wickets on the board, I do like that position. I like the position he is here for Lewis, actually, that little catcher as well.
Me too.
A little bit more control that time from Proctor.
Would you maybe get him a bit squarer? I know the ball went there, so I'm following the ball a wee bit, but it's in my mind that actually it's too easy. I mean, he's a good player to let that ball in and miss that fielder on his right. Get him a bit squarer.
Yeah, could. Or maybe just bowl a stump straighter as well, maybe,
Yeah.
if he's right on middle stump.
Yeah.
If he drifts onto leg, I think you'd be definitely right. But what's his plan A, I guess? It's quite nice to see Jake Libby captaining. Jake Libby was with Northampton on loan for a little period when Phil and I were overseeing things, and he was a really cracking young fella to have around, and he's quite a student of the game, and nice to see him getting the stripes and very much a senior county cricketer.
Yeah, he's a good guy, isn't he? Good
Yeah.
cricketer, good bloke. He might bowl a few off spinners. Not the worst, is he?
No, I wonder who their 6 bowler would be. It could be him. And if Kashali's still bowling a little bit as well, perhaps, I don't know, without Dolly in the team.
It's the end of the 23rd over. 104 for 5 at the moment, with Proctor, the red ball captain, out there on 31, and McManus, the white ball captain today, out there on 4.
Proctor accumulated 31 without really doing too much. He's got a few cut balls which have helped. But he's certainly in now. But he just needs to keep, I think he just needs to keep going at his tempo.
Yeah.
He's got to glue this together.
That's Baker continuing. Being quite watchful of Baker, particularly McManus. He's taken a couple of, well, he's given away 9 runs after bowling a couple of overs. But you can see they're treating him with an awful lot of respect.
Now that's interesting. So that ball McManus intended to come down the wicket. Fielders have stayed up at mid on and mid off. That's quite right. They've got to stay in here. Don't let him get an easy one down the ground along the floor off strike. Make him hit it over the top, and then I'd still leave them in. Make him do it again. If he does it twice, and then he's gone back. I'd rather him stay up there.
So they're just sending.
I'm with you. I'd rather we just hold our nerve. There's still 27 overs to go, so plenty of time to have them back on the boundary. I think hold your nerve. See if you can get Lewis to make a mistake, try and hit the ball over the top, or just gather more dots.
Yeah.
And move on to the next over.
It's a bit formula for me. That's a bit formula to get that man back too early.
It was mid-off that was sent back down to the deep.
There you go.
And there's the single.
You'll be pleased to know, Mel, I'm not going to rant. It's gonna shake my head.
Yeah. It's just I think it's defensive, isn't it? It's a defensive. Which way are you going to go? Are you going to be attacking and hold him in there? And I guess if it was Ben Stokes, we know what he'd be doing. He'd be bringing him 10 yards closer and saying, "Go on, then."
Absolutely.
And I like that because as the batter, you're kind of under the pump to say he's almost a bit of an ego thing. Well, I've got to do this. I've got to try and get it over the top.
From if you're Lewis McManus, the last thing you want to have to do is to hit the ball over a fielder's head to get off strike. It's the last thing at this stage you want to have to do. What you really want is an easy escape, and that's what he's given him. So you just give an advantage away, and actually it's 105 for 5. So you're on top. Keep the pressure on. Lewis McManus gets in by taking easy singles for the next 15 minutes, and then goes on to post an 80 not out with a rally at the end.
Yep.
You could look back on that and say, we just made it too easy to get in. And I contrast it with the Sussex way of going about defending that score. They had 8 men in the circle for all the time, squeezing.
It was a particularly aggressive field that day. You mentioned Ben Stokes. I did just see on Twitter, which made me laugh. He's just tweeted out, LOL, which is brilliant. Of course, this morning, coming out of one-day international retirement, being selected in the England squad for the New Zealand ODIs that are coming up as preparation for the World Cup in India. And just a lovely little echo of the response that Moeen Ali sent him when he sent him a text message saying Ashes ? So what I really want to know is did he get a text message from Joss Butler or Matthew Mott just saying World Cup ?
Yeah, good point.
That's good. Very good.
Oh, again, just trying to turn it on to the leg side, ballooning the other way.
I see David Willey from Northamptonshire making that squad. Well done, Dave.
Yeah, well, they've got a squad for this white ball series is coming up. They've got T20s against New Zealand and then ODIs against Ireland. So maybe a chance to test some depth.
That's where you got to live, just there.
Yeah.
That is the game for Van Beek. Just hit that spot as often as you possibly can. Bowling, at times, it can be very simple. You know, don't overcomplicate it. That's the game right now. Just sit there. And interesting, Luke Proctor has come down to talk to his white ball captain and has probably said, just absorb some of those. Don't. He will bowl you some poor balls. Just sit tight. I would imagine he said something like that.
Again, that one just leaping up a little bit. Of course, Van Beek is another one. He'll be going to India. He'll be there with the Netherlands. Says a little bit about some issues that we have in the international game, that immediately after qualifying for the World Cup in Zimbabwe, their coach put out a tweet basically begging for any countries to give them some games because they had no ODIs scheduled.
Oh, I think there was.
Might have been one there. That's the end of Van Beek's over. So 25 overs gone, the halfway mark. And half the wickets are gone for 105.
Unfortunately for Northants, there's no Ben Sanderson. I was just thinking about Ben Sanderson on this pitch.
Yeah, been a good man with a new ball for sure.
Just the extra little bit of bounce, just gloving people off. But he's not there.
He's been out for a few games now.
He has. Yeah, that's looking Rips. Is he likely to feature in this, do you think?
I just saw him in the nets. Actually, I was walking around and he was, you know, I think he felt he was kind of borderline. So, you know, maybe not far away, but still, he looked a bit apprehensive. So that's. But yeah, I mean, he came into the T20 team, didn't he, with the white ball, with the new ball, and he took wickets and just made himself hard. Just watching Dan Worrell do the same in the 100 a little bit, you know, and that's.
And he's gone. Proctor, having scraped and scrapped around, just plays that one to the man moving across from mid-on. So the 6th wicket departs, and it's the set batter as well in Luke Proctor. Exactly what the Steelbacks did not want at this stage.
I think that's a reward for them holding their nerve as a fielding side. You know, they didn't just revert back. We talked about it in the last over. They said to Luke, go on then. And I think, you know, maybe Luke got 30. I think it's a fair option. They're up. If he gets that a little bit more aerial, he hit it reasonably well. He just hit it too flat, and you change the field, and then you can rotate again. And the pressure just depends on Lewis. But yeah, I think there's nothing too wrong with his thinking there, just his execution. But I think we credit Jake Libby for his holding his nerve and keeping him in. And
It's good cricket, that.
Yeah.
Just keep the men up and make them go over the top. We said exactly that earlier, didn't we? The
We
last
did.
thing that they want to do is that made him do it because he couldn't get a run anywhere else. I just wonder whether, I haven't seen the replay, whether he just fetched that a bit, whether it was a bit wider and he could have perhaps gone a little bit straighter. But he was in his intent. I'm going to see the replay now. I think looked like his intent was to go over long on. He's come over the wicket. No, that's fair enough. As you say, he middled it. I think
Yes,
he's
he
too
did
flat.
Yeah, it was a good catch. It was,
a good catch.
flat
Yeah.
shoulder height. Gareth Roderick, I think.
Oh, he's a good catcher, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Tom Taylor, it is now coming to the crease, and we've certainly seen the best of him in this tournament. 112 against Gloucester.
This will be interesting, as we said. Yeah, we talked about this for your stick or twist. Well, you know, I probably wouldn't see Tom going into a shell and trying to bat the overs out. I think it's horses for courses, and his strength has been hitting the ball, and I think he should continue to play the way he's played, and then we could get a day out, and if he bats for 20 overs, then you know we could be well above par.
Well, he followed that 112 against Gloucester with 42 not out here. We saw he and Justin Broad.
That's remarkable, wasn't it?
Yeah, against Sussex with some absolutely outstanding hitting.
Yeah.
To
That
get
game
the
was
team
gone,
over.
was it? I don't know what you thought, Mal. I thought that game was pretty much gone for Northants.
It was certainly those two who made the difference.
Yeah.
It was terrific batting. They need something from him now. And it starts with the caution that we've seen everyone really show in the face of Josh Baker, who has bowled really well, taken that wicket.
Took a bit of pace off that. It looked like it just gripped a little bit, didn't it?
That was
Did
what
it?
I was kind of
Yeah, just a little-
inquiring of him earlier. Just have a look at that, and it did grip,
It
definitely.
looked like it.
Yeah. He's gone again there. That's more over the top. As he's gone into his spell, actually. So he started flat to get the ball down, get some dots, get into his spell, and now he's just starting to show a little bit more of variety, just bearing his pace nicely.
And then he runs there. That might go all the way. Chases on. The dive, unsuccessful. So that is 4 runs. Just breaking the shackles almost straight away is Taylor. And
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Nice
Really
shot.
nice shot. Just
Yeah.
ran it off the open face of the bat.
Confidence, isn't it, as well? You're on note, but you're still prepared to back yourself to play, taking a semi-attacking option. I wouldn't say it's a full bifter, but it's you're trying to transfer a bit of pressure onto the bowler. Well played, Tom.
And Josh Baker's over finishes. I think that's the 9th wicket he's taken in this tournament so far, the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
So these sixes, Rips, where'd they go?
Back to the Horton 4th 11.
Yes, we are.
Right, okay. One was a leading edge,
6.
so it suggests
So
that the
strong.
boundaries weren't.
Mel, he's so strong, this guy.
That suggests the boundaries weren't quite the MCG. And the other one, yeah, was a nice pickup, actually, the other one. Went rows back, miles back to the gardens.
If you're going to flash hard.
Yeah.
So how do you get a leading edge for 6? What?
I went to pull it and it just leaded edged. I went to pull it down
Where did it go?
over square leg, but I tried to pull it down and it flat battered off the edge, kind of. I was expecting to be out. It was a bat one of the lads has borrowed me, actually. Maybe that was why. It was quite a good bat.
Where did the other ones go then? That was one.
Nice pick-up over square leg.
Drop kick.
Yeah, drop kick.
Oh, lovely.
But I did have to run a lot of runs because I couldn't get the ball off the square. Given those 2 sixes apart, it was tough to pierce the field.
Find that difficult to believe.
So I was running. I was running the little kids I was batting with to running. I did give them a lesson in running. That's all. Not striking, but running. But it's very good. I thoroughly enjoyed it, actually. I've got 3 older boys and they never really took to cricket, so I did. My youngest was playing, so it was a nice. I know Phil's already done it, father and son kind of mother-daughter cricket matches. It was great fun, and Paul Das, the captain, he was very, very good and very enthusiastic.
He is the most enthusiastic man in the world, Paul
Yes.
Das.
Yeah.
You could plug him in and run a small town off his energy. We've got more fixtures lined up, Rips.
No, I
Gone out at the top.
2 not outs.
Oh,
so far,
God,
Phil.
this plane loves a not out.
You know, Reading, the fortune favours the brave.
The man to
I've
your
always
right,
said.
Mel, was not out 25% of the time as he went to the crease in professional cricket.
Oh, hell. It was a flat bat, wasn't it?
Was.
Certainly was. Hurdled at the other end by Taylor. And if that had gone just a smidgen further straight, he might have found himself caught and bowled.
I would have liked him to have got that a bit square in for a 4. I just got a feeling he's just building a bit of pressure on himself, Lewis, in terms of just trying to get away from, get off the strike. Bowling well.
Oh, that's well bowled.
He falls over a bit, doesn't he, Van
does,
Beek?
yeah.
The effort that he puts in, and just very lucky McManus there not to chop on.
Yeah, the umpire's having a good look at where he slipped. Yeah, the previous pull that he nearly got caught mid on, he was just, again, he was perhaps through it a bit early maybe.
Yeah, just want him to get a 4 and just ease some of the pressure on himself.
And that is a maiden over from Van Beek. He's bowled a terrific over there, kept the pressure on.
It was a good over. Yeah, held his nerve, hit this. Just that's what you need to do. Just hold that area, build pressure on us. Dots are coming. And I think in Lewis's case, I just like him to keep absorbing them. In Tom's case, maybe he might take his more attacking routes, but I think it's important this partnership works that way. Lewis bats the overs, Tom plays his natural game.
And as you see Josh Baker continue, I'm going to hand you back over to Dan.
Yeah, there's a lot on Tom Taylor. He's the man in form. Lewis is struggling, as you say, to get it away. Rips. It looks like Tom Taylor is going to be the aggressor. There he goes. Well done, Tom. Thank you very much. Right on cue.
Yeah.
A lovely chassis, left, right, left. Didn't try and overhit it. Just got a nice middle of the bat on it. That's all he's got is middle on his bats. I think Tom Taylor got it over the 30-metre circle and comfortably away for 4, which has led to a field change with Bidoff going back straight away.
It's a nice welcome back to the box, wasn't it, chaps?
Yeah, that's all for you, that,
Lovely
Dan.
for you, that, Dan.
He's been brilliant to watch in the white ball cricket this summer, particularly with the bat, hasn't he?
I just feel like every time I watch Tom Taylor bat, he does things better than I thought he could do. He's just, whether I've under-assessed him in the past, but he's a man on fire with the bat at the moment. Scoring more 360 than I felt as well. I thought he was a down-the-ground merchant, but if you could maybe just stop that swinging of the arms, you might dot him up, but actually scores well behind square on either side of the wicket as well, pace or spin.
Yes.
That's well played.
So I had the opportunity to chat with a couple of the Sussex lads after the Northants game, and I think we were both in agreement that the field setting was right for Tom Taylor. We hadn't seen Tom Taylor play that reverse sweep quite so well, quite so consistently. But they were a little bit shell shocked at the end of that
I
game.
understand that because yeah, that innings was absolutely remarkable. You couldn't bowl at him. He was hitting it wherever he wanted to.
I saw some of the Gloucestershire innings actually on the live stream as well. So he same thing. There was shots there that I worked with him for a couple of years, and I thought, wow, I haven't really the reverse sweep particularly. Absolutely nailing it for 6. I think it was 1 for 6, didn't he, in that game? So.
Yeah.
But I also remember his debut innings for Northamptonshire was that T20 innings at Warwickshire when we were absolutely dead, absolutely dead and buried, and him and Graham White just rattled along at 15 and over, and he did strike the ball superbly.
Shorter from Baker.
You know, that ball was a poor ball from Baker, but you have to miss the fielder there. You've got one man in about 80 metres. You've got to get it either side of him there, and it sort of says where Lewis is. He's probably thought, I'm getting away, squeezes the bat a little bit hard, anxious, and cloths it to extra cover. pressure's building on him a bit.
It is, and it's only. I mean, it is good from them because they're squeezing him. But I think he's just got to keep in that chat with Tom. Just keep going. You keep going. You'll find the boundary. It'll only get easier, and Tom could, just keep taking positive options because that's if that partnership develops in that way, we won't be short.
Yeah, Matthew Waite then back into the attack from the David Capel end. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 30 so far. Bowled really well up top with the new ball earlier on today, and he's got Tom Taylor to bowl to, who's 10 not out of 8 balls. Still 22 overs left in this innings, chap, so there's loads of time. Obviously the Steelbacks are 6 down at this stage, and we just spoke about McManus struggling a little bit, 6 off 26, and important to have those positive conversations between the two of them out there. There is so much time left at 6 off 26. Okay, you don't want it to turn into 30 off 100, do you? But like there's so much time to catch up still in this game.
Absolutely right. Take it deep, don't blink. An interesting move, bringing Waite back at this stage. Previous over from the far end was a maiden, a very good over, and Van Beek got the shepherd's crook, and in comes Waite. I don't know whether that's kind of a nod towards how important they see the wicket of Tom Taylor. Maybe give Waite a couple at Tom Taylor, got to slip in. Perhaps they feel getting him out before he gets in might be the way forward.
Yeah, he did take a little bit of a tumble, didn't he, at the end of the over. I assume he is still out there, is he?
I think he's at. Oh, I don't know. Actually, that's a good shout because I thought he was going to at mid-on. No, he's down here at third man, I think.
Yeah, but I think you're right with the point you just made there. It's, you get through one of these two, and obviously James Sales is a genuine all-rounder as well, isn't he? And then Kerrigan and White to come for the Steelbacks. So one more wicket here, and they're right in amongst the tail for the Steelbacks. Tom Taylor, I mean, he's 172 balls this season off 172 runs off 121 balls faced, averaging 86 at a strike rate of 142 in the One Day Cup, which as he bats 7.
That's hardcore numbers, aren't they?
And John, when we signed Tom, he was very adamant that he had the ability to go and bat number 6 in 50 over cricket, and
shorter.
What a great shot.
That's a great shot.
Pulled over mid-wicket for 4. Just a bit of a short-arm jab, wasn't it, from
That was a high-class shot, that, just on the hip.
It was a high-class shot. What I like about it is he had no intention of trying to keep that ball down. He was only going up, and that, so he's backing him. Number one, he's backing himself because to get the middle of the bat on that, he has to. Anything not out of the middle is caught mid-wicket. Yeah, I'm going to get the middle of the bat on that. But he's read the conditions as well, which is it's probably easier to go up and over than it is to try and get it down. Beautifully played.
Lovely shot again, back to back. Nice shots from Tom Taylor. He's a little bit disappointed at himself there as he's played that one straight to mid-off, but end of the over, 120 for 6 after 29. Tom Taylor 14 off 14 and McManus 6 off 26. Looks like Josh Baker's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. What have you guys made of Josh Baker's performance this morning? 1 for 21 off 5.
I think it's been very tidy. Obviously it's been a good time to bowl with early wickets with the new ball, so we haven't quite been able to perhaps put him under the pressure that if we'd have come on and we were 70 for 1. But he's bowled at the stumps. He's shown he can spin it. He took a bit of pace off.
Down the ground.
Oh, shot Lewis.
Lovely shot by McManus, and that's gone all the way for 6. Just clears the boundary rope, and 6 signalled by the umpire. There's a way to take a bit of pressure off yourself.
Absolutely, I'm pleased for him because he's done the right thing. He's absorbed some pressure, but when he just wanted to find the gaps, he hasn't quite managed to do it, and that's an aggressive option to come over here and executed it perfectly. And now he's got another man back, so hopefully he can rotate a little easier.
And he's done exactly that. Van Beek's gone back onto the boundary following that 6, and McManus has just played that one down the ground and got himself off strike. I don't believe Van Beek's going to come back up to the circle, is he, with Tom Taylor now on strike?
No. The position that Worcester in, they can afford to leak these singles now.
Yeah.
just protect the boundary. It was right. It's a fine balance. Do you keep them up or put them back? And back now seems absolutely right. They're in charge of the game.
So just the 4 outside the 30-yard circle. Sweepers on either side, and then a long off and a long on. No huge hit, is it, straight at Wantage Road? So if Tom Taylor gets enough of it, those 2 fielders on the boundary aren't really going to come into play. They have obviously left that reverse sweep open, though, that we spoke about. Those 2 fielders are there, which we've seen Tom Taylor go over the top of and between earlier this campaign.
You almost, for the slow left arm, you almost can't afford to have a man on the reverse sweep boundary. You know that because he's only there for that one shot. They've got 2 men in the circle there. That's the more orthodox way to go. I think that's about right.
Yeah, it was a magic over, wasn't it, from Taylor? It was Coles, wasn't it, that bowled that over?
That's right. And that there's probably one over too many for Coles. I think he'd done his job. Held that back nicely.
6 overs bowled then for Josh Baker, 1 for 29. 30 done, 128 for 6. And Dave, where do you reckon? What kind of score do you reckon the McManus and Taylor are going to be eyeing up? 20 to go.
I still got to think we can get 250. You know, it's just was that just over a runner ball or around a runner ball? So yeah, I think it's these two, but these two have got to bat for 10 overs, I think, and get a real platform, and then we can just chip away at the end. So I think that from what I've seen of the surface, there's a little bit in it for the seamers. I think that could be very competitive. So early wickets, pressure, squeezing ourselves. You know, it's one of the hardest things in cricket is to get your team over the line in pressure situations. So well,
that's a big shot from Tom Taylor, isn't it? Thick inside edge. And so that's
good running. Oh, good running.
Yeah, he's turned that into a good option. Essentially got away with one there a little bit, but
I don't mind the intent, as we said when he came in. He's seeing it well. That's the way he prefers to play. So let's not make him play another way. And with those 2 men are up, he didn't quite execute it, but same as Procky, I think it was the right option. Try and change the field a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose potentially give Jake Libby something to think about. I suppose if Tom Taylor got hold of Matthew Waite, then potentially Van Beek comes back in. Pennington comes back a little bit earlier than what maybe Libby and the Rapids would like him to.
Yeah, if he nails one over the top, there's another man. You can't just send him back. Someone else has got to come in the circle, so it would give him a bit more of a headache.
Yeah, shorter ball from Waite and well directed. Taylor's just turned into the leg side for a single. Would the counter-attack be on the mind for the Steelbacks, do you think?
I think for Tom, for sure. I think for Lewis, I'd be, he's invested how many balls? 29 balls in getting in, and it hasn't been easy. They bowl well at him. The surface just didn't quite come on for him, and he's had to work hard over those. That's nice, because he was trying that early and he just wasn't quite getting it right, and that's just a nice easy off-strike shot. Keeps him ticking. I just like to see Lewis keep ticking along, trying to get Tom on strike as often as he can, and Tom look to play aggressively but not recklessly. I don't think he needs to take anything on that's a bit out the box. He just stick to what he's been doing. If the ball's in his area, play one of his strong cricket shots, as we've seen him do so far. And he's got 18, and I think that's all he's done, isn't it? He's played one very fine pull shot that was short. He's driven one over the top, which was, he used his feet. It was really good batting.
Yeah, and it's really positive in defence as well. That shot there in particular, it's the full face of the bat. It's kind of middled it, hasn't he, down into the ground.
He always gets himself into, I used to kind of observe him a little bit, and he'd be quite cool.
Oh, it's up. It's
not going to make it, luckily for us.
Thick outside edge from Tom Taylor that's just dropped in front of the man that's sweeping out on the offside boundary. You say, fortunately for us, it didn't carry all the way.
Yeah, you get those guys, when they're next into bat, or they're running out to, or between overs, they're kind of twitchy and they're a bit edgy. Tom is very much the other way. He goes into a very calm, measured state where he almost, like, you wonder if he's, come on, mate, yeah. But that's where he gets to. And that was totally the opposite to me when I was playing. So I used to find it a little bit hard to accept that. Are you sure you're ready? Are you sure you're up for it? And but it's his demeanour and it's his way of getting himself to where he needs to be.
Shorter from Baker, gets away with that one. So there's quite a easy looking single with that big gap out on the cover boundary, but Tom Taylor couldn't pick it. It's a fuller ball inviting that big shot down the ground. Taylor just plays it down and Van Beek does the fielding.
We have hit that extra cover man quite a few times with balls like that. So again, just leads you to believe that maybe it's not quite so cut and dried just to middle it out to the man at deep backward point there. There's just something in the surface that's just holding.
I'm not an expert in pitch curation whatsoever, and clearly Craig Harvey would be the best man to kind of talk to, but it must be incredibly difficult for them as a team. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW. Himself just outside the line, I think, and umpire says no. But with the weather that we've had this summer, that's changed quite so dramatically. It's had a really dry start. The outfield was quick. Then we had that month of rain in July that everything slowed down. I mean, the outfield lightning today compared to what it was a week ago.
It's one of the hardest jobs in cricket, the groundsman. You know, everyone wants pace, bounce, spin, a little bit in it for the bowlers. You know, it's got a bit of time. It's one of the hardest things. You've got 22 experts, players that think they know about wicket preparation, so it's really tricky.
Yeah, big sweep from Taylor, and that's going to be 4 more. Sorry, Dave.
I mean, what I enjoy about Craig and his team is that the ground always looks immaculate. But like, and you know, you put in that, that's your showcase, and they work really hard on making sure that bit is ticked, and then it's just the fine detail of the surface. And I said there's been a little bit in this wicket. It's fresh. We still see some nicely timed shots, so it'll be interesting once 2 teams have batted on it, how we assess. At the moment, you know, on my view of it, if 250 could be a par score. Obviously, we saw Prithvi Shaw. What did we get? 400 and something with Prithvi nailed 200. So I don't know what par you thought par was on that day.
About 450, I think.
Yeah, he left a few out there, I think. Which I think Somerset were quite happy with, but there was definitely a moment in that innings that 250 looked almost guaranteed, didn't it? And I was sat there quietly. I wasn't brave enough to say it, but I think there was about 22 overs to go, and I was thinking there could be a triple hundred.
Very often in 50-over cricket, if you just bat and no one does anything extraordinary, you kind of get somewhere near 250 generally. That's just play, you know, just play normally. But that's not how Prithvi Shaw plays.
Down the ground.
It's beautifully bowled.
Yorker from Matthew Waite and beats Lewis McManus. It's gone through the captain. And leg stumps come out the ground. 7 down now for the Steelbacks. McManus has got to go for 15. Matthew Waite picks up his 2nd wicket. Looks like he's just seen McManus coming down there and fired that Yorker in. Well bowled.
Yeah, he's had that happen a few times, Matthew Waite. He's been holding his length pretty well, so batters have used their feet to him and shuffled down the wicket, and he hasn't previously responded brilliantly to that. He got onto Rob Keogh's pads a couple of times and bowled a poor short ball to Rob Keogh. That time he got it absolutely right. Not only did Lewis come down the wicket, but he just came a bit leg side, trying to open up the offside a little bit. Not too much, I would say, but enough for the bowler to say, okay, I'm going into your pads. Not only did he go into his pads, he went under his bat and knocked leg stump out. So a very good bit of bowling. Lewis not quite at the races today, I think. Not quite on his A game. But that's a fine piece of bowling. Credit to the bowler.
Yeah, good bit of bowling.
James Sales then, the new man for the Steelbacks, will join Tom Taylor at the crease. 2 all-rounders now. One slightly less experienced than the other one, but some incredibly high hopes around Northampton for James Sales.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very talented young cricketer and a real opportunity, I'd say, here for him to influence the match and stay with Tom and hopefully manoeuvre us towards that 250. nice to see him start well when you come in like this. So it just didn't quite happen for Lewis. Just you come in and you just get 1 or 2 away early doors. You're not pinned down there, absorbing dots, and it just didn't quite happen for Lou there. But hopefully James can find the middle of the bat, find the gaps, perhaps collect a boundary early on, and just get himself in and a little bit at ease.
He's quite. Well, I haven't seen heaps of him at this level. When the ball bounces, he gets on top of the ball very well. That shouldn't pose a great problem for him.
Matthew Waite on the money straight away, wasn't he, for Sales' his first delivery. He's played 12. This is his 13th list day game. 134 runs in total, an average of 27. High score of 34 not out. Just 20 years old. Taking the opportunity. I suppose he's in the team for Sanderson, isn't he? He's taken that opportunity. There's a wide ball from Waite, so he'll have to bowl that one again.
I think there's two things going on with James's career right now from the way I see it. David's still obviously at the club, but it feels like obviously James is learning his trade at this level with bat and ball. But also I think the club are finding out about him as a cricketer and what his best role might be, and I think that's still to run a little while yet. Is he a bowler who bats, or is he a batter who bowls? Are they equal skills? What's his best role? I know there's a lot of different opinions about those things. I guess at the end of the day, if he gets opportunities, then it'll naturally evolve. I like his bowling. I like his batting. I think as an all-round pack, he's a brilliant fielder, as we know. I think he's got a future in the game. It's a matter of forging the career that is right for him and right for the team. So this is a great opportunity to showcase his batting. Back to the end of the innings, he'll have a decent number.
Yeah, 17 overs still to go. So as you say, plenty of time out there for James Sales to build a nice innings.
How do you see it, Rips? You've seen a bit more of him?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's just evolving. I mean, he's got some pace, so that's an element of his bowling. Can he be a 15 overs a day with a bit of pace and maybe bowl some shorter spells, but he can also swing it. So
Yeah.
you know, it's obviously a bit more longevity in bowling 80 miles an hour and being a swing bowler. But I certainly, he's got the ability to be a genuine all-rounder in all formats.
Short ball from Waite, and well ducked by James
off the front
Sales.
foot, didn't he?
He did, well watched. 33 overs gone, then 140 for 7. Taylor 24 and Sales on 0.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Rips. I'm not so sure about this short spells, fast gas from James. I'm not sure that's going to get the best out of him. You need a lot of things in order to do that. Natural gas is one. I think he has to dig deep to get that extra few mph. They're there, but he has to dig very deep to get that. Surfaces is another thing. Is he going to be bowling on surfaces where that actually makes an impact? He can swing the ball, he can seam the ball a bit. So I think for me, I'd be on the craft rather than out-and-out gas, personally.
Jake Libby then going to come into the attack. Be the first bowl for the skipper today. It's replacing Josh Baker. So a bit more spin from the Lynn Wilson centre. And there's a question that can open up a bit of a debate. Obviously throw it.
That was slow.
Looks slow to the guy,
That
didn't
was
it?
slow. Get loose, Jake.
48.6 mile an hour from Jake Libby's first one. That is a drag down that Tom Taylor plays down to long off. Now, the question I was going to ask is, obviously you spoke specifically about James Sales there, but how do you see it generally when it comes to bowlers? Obviously you see it from a coach's perspective, and you're thinking, well, let's bowl long spells and bowl those 80 mile an hour, swing the ball both ways on those English green tops that get prepared in county championship cricket. England and the England fans are desperate for that point of difference in a bowling attack that can run in and bowl high 80s, low 90s. Interesting to hear you say, obviously specifically about James, to say about there's a bit more guile and a bit more craft on offer, but You wouldn't encourage someone not to bowl flat out, would you?
Well, absolutely not. No, you need to see what someone's maximum pace is, and absolutely.
There is that reverse
There it
sweep.
is.
There's that Tom Taylor reverse sweep. There is no fielder down there. Dive, wasn't there, from the man at backward point? I don't know how far away he was, but powerfully struck from Tom Taylor.
So a couple of things, Dan, on that, and I'm sure Rips has got some thoughts as well on this, but you want to know how fast someone can bowl, obviously, because pace changes games. At every level of cricket, pace changes games. You know, in the cricket that you play and that Rips now plays in the Hawk, if someone comes on that's a bit nippy, that word goes around very, very quickly. Same happens here. So pace changes games. Mark Wood in the Ashes, case in point. So you would never encourage someone to bowl more slowly than they could when you're finding out about them. The other thing is you've got to get people out. Okay, so if you can bowl at 90 miles an hour but it's straight up and down, is that more dangerous than someone who bowls at 84 miles an hour, swings it both ways and nips it, and could bowl with the older ball as well? So you've got to find out what someone's attributes are, but you have to get wickets. So what's your best way of consistently getting wickets? Obviously, if the dream ticket is you can bowl 90 miles an hour and swing the ball, then you've got Brett Lee, you've got Dale Steyn, you've got one of the world's all-time greats, but there's very few of those around. So at this stage in his career, I wouldn't want to lose the craft at the expense of trying to push a few miles per hour. I'd want to keep my eye on that and encourage that, and have a look at that, but he's also got to get people out.
Off the turn that one into the leg side for another single. What's your thoughts on that, Dave?
Well, I think it's a balance of your attack, isn't it? I think that's what you're alluding to, rather than just it all be very samey. If the surface, you know, your English style green wicket is only there for the first half a day, then you've got another 3.5 days worth of cricket, and that's where some variety comes in. But I just haven't seen enough of Jimmy to really work out which way he might go. But obviously not everybody can get into the mid-80s with their pace. Some are limited. You know, we've got one of our best bowlers of Northamptonshire's history statistically will be Ben Sanderson, who really, I was going to say hit 70, but I won't be unkind. I say, but he's in the late 70s and 80 miles an hour, and he's in his pomp. But what a wonderful bowler with skill, and you know, if the wicket does go flat, he could still get people out, and he can still control the scoring rate. So there's certainly a role for that in any format. But if you've got 4 of those, then you know you might need some point of difference, and I guess that's the exciting thing that James might offer. But I say I haven't seen enough to know quite if he can do that consistently. But he certainly can swing the ball, so exciting. It's an exciting problem to have, because he can do everything. And I said he's a wonderful fielder, and I'm really pleased with his batting, because early doors I had some sessions on a machine, and I wasn't exactly sure how good he'd be against a short ball and getting in behind it, and he's really, really improved it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of skill, isn't he? It's interesting in player development and player ID as well, is that he's a very high skill player. So if as a coach, rather than work on his sort of deficiencies, if you just increase the challenge, keep the challenge really high, if he's a high skill player, his skill will rise to match that. I know that obviously there's going to be a headroom to that. Ben Duckett is a great example of that for me. Is he a classic technician? No, he's not. Is he high skill? Yes, he is. So the more exposed he is to that challenge, he can try to meet that challenge with his skill, is what he's done. The other thing about the fast bowling is everyone gets excited about pace, and of course they do, and rightly so. They are very few and far between, aren't they? Out and out gas men are very few and far between. The roadside of young fast bowlers, you know, there's like a knacker's yard, if you like, of young fast bowlers. And sometimes I look at coaches and think, well, that's your project. You know, your project was to get this guy to bowl 90 miles an hour and become your man, and he wasn't up to it. You know, physically wasn't up to it. So I think you've got to be very careful early in someone's career that you don't chase something that's really not attainable.
Yeah.
Now you look at, just to sort of finish that off, really, I guess, you look at the career of Jimmy Anderson. You know, when he got into the England team, he was gas. He was absolute gas, and he broke. Now he's come back and he's He's the best seamer the world's ever seen. All right, okay, and he's bowling probably 5 miles an hour slower than he was when he first got into this. Well, does he get people out with pace? No, he's got enough pace. But would you want to change Jimmy Anderson to be the bowler that he was before he broke? I'm not so sure that would be a smart move. There's a lovely big gap at, well, in my day we'd call it cow corner. There's a very big gap between long on and deep square leg, and I can't help but think that a little chassis and a pickup over the mid-wicket fielder is a shot. It's an area that James Sales does score in. Closes the face of the bat nicely. Let's see if he gets one through there.
Well, we've had a sneaky change while you were chatting. Dan's gone. Stepped in for the next little bit. As Jake Libby continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Good shot.
Gee whiz, Rips. You'll have seen that shot from his dad a few times, haven't you?
Yes, and the shot you spoke about earlier into cow corner.
Yeah, exactly.
A wonderful player.
Brings up the 150 for the Steelbacks. 50 for 7.
Didn't have a lot of respect for off-spin bowlers in general. He just...
he didn't?
No, he took them down pretty regularly. I was slightly surprised he's come on because, you know, they just got a wicket.
Yeah.
I think James had just walked in. I know Tom was at the wicket, but, you know, his left armer looked a threat, got wicket, not bowled many bad balls. I don't see it as a necessity to find some overs. I thought I'd have just continued him and put James under pressure.
Agreed. Agreed.
Beats the bowler. Pick up a single. Just looking at it now, 152 for 7. Taylor's obviously the man as we see the end of the 36th over. What do you think they should be looking at here now? Or is that almost a moot point with only 3 wickets in hand?
I mean, it's a good question, isn't it? But I'd be looking shorter term than that personally. I'd be looking the next 4 overs. Where do we want to be? Just play a shorter term game. I would imagine the number to answer the question there. Rather than sit on the fence, 250 is a minimum. I would say that's very much achievable. These two will need to bat a bit to get there, but don't get too far ahead of yourself. But I would say 250 for me, Mel, is the minimum we could win with.
Pennington back, and there's a little bit of a strangled shout there as ball comes off the pad. Leg bye signalled by the umpire.
So 14 overs to go, yeah. So around 7 gets us to around 250, I think, in my bad maths.
Your maths is usually pretty good, isn't it?
Well, it's selective.
Well, we know that Taylor can go big, especially with that short boundary down at Sunset Boulevard. I've been learning the local lingo, Dave. So I already know about Sunset Boulevard, which is down around deep mid-wicket for where Taylor is batting at the moment.
I think he's the key. He's the key wicket here for Worcestershire. I mean, you know, James can certainly bat these overs out, as could Simon Kerrigan and Jack White. You know, we can hang around, but if we're going to get a meaningful score, he's going to be the man that's going to get us there, and that's a wonderful pull shot.
And he goes exactly the area I was just talking about there, down a deep mid-wicket, hit firmly. It's a wonderful shot, and that's just what they needed at the moment.
Pennington's banged that one in. It didn't really respond off the surface, but he definitely has banged that one into the middle of the pitch. Don't need to do that. You know, just hold your length. I'm sure that Alan Richardson is saying words to that effect, mumbling away to himself there. Just hold your length. He banged it in, it didn't get up, and it was dispatched. Oh, that's well timed.
That's a beautiful shot. Yeah.
What a shot that is.
Well, he's just timed the pants off that one. Just kissed the ball with the bat, and it ran away beautifully to the boundary, all along the carpet. Another 4 for
blocked
Taylor.
it for 4, didn't
Yeah.
he? Just blocked that for 4. Wowzer. Is that the bat that you've got, Ribs? You got one
I'm
with Tom
afraid
Taylor.
not. No, I'm afraid I can't claim that. Think what could it be if I only had it?
Have you pinched one off someone?
Yes,
Who's you got?
Cobby.
Oh, okay.
But he gave it to me last year and he hasn't asked for it back yet. I probably shot myself in the foot there.
You might be listening. If you're listening, Cobby, let him keep his bat. It's a 6-hitter.
He'll ask for a rental fee.
He might well do.
Backdated as well.
Well, if Tom Taylor's going to bat like that, we're going to get more than 250. Yeah, that's nice length again. Just bail height, difficult to score off on this pitch. Earns himself a dot ball. Just stay there. You know, if someone wants to come down the wicket and hit you off that length, that's still going to be hard to do, but make them do that. Don't give people something to hit, which did happen in the middle of that over, a short ball that was dispatched by Tom Taylor. Then tried to overcorrect and lost his length long, and Tom Taylor played a beautiful on drive. I thought initially just blocked it. It raced away to the boundary. He is timing the ball so well.
Well, 10 off that over from Pennington. Sees the Steelbacks move to 162 for 7, 13 overs remaining. Can they get themselves up around that 250 mark as Jake Libby continues?
Wowzer.
Toss that one up.
That
and
was hit me, wasn't it? That was. I mean, there's I like that from Jake Libby. He's kind of saying, "Can you resist trying to hit this out of the ground?" He did resist it.
That one's flatter. Yeah, that previous ball could have been served up with chips right on a plate.
He wasn't going to get money for it by cutting it, was he? I don't think he made it to. Wouldn't have made it to first slip. It was that slow.
He would have had to put a lot behind it.
He will get fed up of people comparing him to his father.
Yeah.
It's the last time I'm going to do it, but that was David Sales playing that shot rather than James Sales. Body weight across the offside, close the face through the leg side. That's it, I'm done. He wants him to run down the wicket, doesn't he? He's just tempting him. Jake Libby is tempting Tom Taylor to play a rash shot. That's 4.
That's a lovely shot, just paddled around the corner. There's no one out there, so another 4 for Taylor, who's managed to get his way to 46 without feeling like he's really played any risky shots.
Absolutely agree. He's just played high quality shots. He's walked in when we're under the pump.
Yeah.
6 off the over so far. It's just the easy single, so 7 off Jake Libby's over. Takes Taylor to 47 off 44, 169 for 7 is the score. I wonder if Sales Jr. has the same nickname as his dad, wasn't it? His dad was either Jumbles or Car Boot.
Well, Jumble was the one that was mostly used, Jumble. And
I might switch to car boot now. I think that's a lot better.
You do? He's probably got some golf clubs in his car boot, that's for sure.
You don't have car boot sales in Australia, so...
Oh, do you not?
We
Okay.
don't call them that.
Right.
They're
No,
called trash and treasure, is what they're called in Australia.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, not car boot sales. But I like Jumble. Yes, I wonder if he's picked up that nickname. From
Rips
his
may
dad.
know better. I think Junior Jumble is what he goes
I
by.
think Junior is definitely inked in for James.
JJ would work. See, if you take it a step further, so you have Junior Jumble,
Yeah.
and he's JJ.
It's not a very imaginative, is it, Junior Jumble? That's like...
But JJ makes it better.
JJ's much better.
A two-step nickname is always better.
Okay. I like that.
Oh, he's banged that one in, and he's banged it down the
play,
ground.
Tom.
Taylor, 4 runs.
Wow.
That is a brilliant 50. Under the pump, brilliant 50. And that shot just is disdain. It was back of a length on the offside, and he's just flat battered it over mid-off. Comfortably as well. I mean, he was never in the frame to catch that. Fantastic from Tom.
With no effort as well. It's like he's facing a tennis ball.
And just no run there. But that 50 from Taylor came up in his 45th delivery faced. So he's just below run a ball at one point, got himself in. As we said, he's played a really risk-free innings. If he's gone aerial, it's been into vacant parts of the ground. Played with restraint, but also aggression.
He's playing a different game to everyone else today. It's kind of Northampton have lost 7 wickets so far. So there's been a few guys out there that we've been watching kind of struggle a little bit mostly. And Tom Taylor has just played as though he's batting on the flattest wicket in the world. He did some nick.
He certainly had an impressive tournament so far. Almost overshadowed, I think, a little bit when Prithvi Shaw came in and played those, because he wasn't getting the opportunity before when Prithvi Shaw was out early. We saw him play a big hand. Just the deftness of which and the ease of which he plays that shot to get a single as well. That's sort of what I mean by restraint and aggression. He's really picking his deliveries.
Well, I think I used a term about Prithvi Shaw's in his light and shade, and I think that's what we're seeing from Tom Taylor. I didn't know Tom Taylor had so many options to score in so many different areas, and as you say, that was a great example of that. To run it down to third man nicely.
So the job for Sales here really is to just see if he can turn the strike over and find the single as often as possible. He's 5 of 16, so it's a little bit like Luke Proctor early on in the innings, where he was just struggling to get the ball to Rob Keogh.
Which has been the theme. I think when Vasco came out of the blocks pretty quick, I don't think they bowled that well at him. There's some half volleys and he put them away well.
Oh, and a little waft and a miss there from Sales.
But anyone that's hung around the bails on a good length, it's been hard apart from Tom's innings. He's just found a way to go at 100+ strike rate. Been a really fine innings. We just, from Northampton's perspective, we just need him to take another 10 overs into it, and who knows what will end up. It could be Taylor's ashes.
7 off that Brown over, 39 gone.
It's quite controlled, isn't it? He's going to run a ball on a wicket that other people have struggled on. But as Mel said, it's been at low risk. They've been calculated shots, been in strong areas. He's looked unflappable in playing that innings. So there's every reason to believe if he can continue to go along at that rate, playing the same way. I think it's important for the overall total that James Sales sticks with him, so that he can have a big finish and a bit of a crescendo, and hopefully, from a Northants perspective, get that number closer to 270 than 250. But this is fine batting. We've been treated again to some really good high quality batting from a Northamptonshire player this time. Tom Taylor, good on him.
So looks like Baker is back, placing Libby at the commentary end, and first ball is just pulled around the corner nicely by Taylor. 4 more runs. He really is the man for the Steelbacks today. I have a question for you both. Given the season that he's had, when he's had the opportunity to bat, and this is always going to become a question when you have a lower order batter doing this, but should he be batting a little bit higher? Has he made a case to actually come in a little bit earlier for the Steelbacks, particularly now that you have Prithvi Shaw out. My answer after this ball from Libby, from Baker rather. Thought about the second, settled for one.
I'm sure that'll get some debate. You know, I said number in this game. I think Justin Broad was at number 6, and he's a high-quality young player. But you know, is he in the form that Tom's in? Could they swap, and he could offer some depth down the order? I'm sure that's up for debate.
Oh,
Spin.
a bit of spin there, and it just seemed to take Sales by surprise a little bit. Backed away from that one, wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with Rips there. I think it should be debated and probably should be put into action. You know, he's was a bit of a fumble in the outfield. It was off out of our view, but there was a bit of a fumble which allowed the second run. You know, you want your best batters in for longest, don't you, really? That's kind of like, it's pretty simple. Don't overcomplicate it, keep it simple. And Tom Taylor is more than a finisher. So someone listening to this debate may say, well, he's a good finisher. You want a finisher. He's more than a finisher. He's shown that. So, yeah, at least one place higher, I think. And there's an argument for more than that. But, yeah, he needs to be at the crease for as long as we can get him there at the moment. Well played, a quicker ball, well played.
Well played, fell over while playing it, but managed to get up and scramble the single. Well, his scores in this tournament so far, 112, 42 not out, 10 and didn't bat. So it's only a small sample size from this season, but it's also the way he's made, particularly the 112 and that 42. Are in all sorts of trouble against Gloucester when he came to the crease.
Sometimes it's good to think about, if you're not, you know, if you're debating or you're on the fence, you're chewing a pickle on something. A good way into the debate is, what would the opposition least like us to do? Okay, so if I'm an opposition bowler, who do I want to bowl at least? Do I want to bowl at Tom Taylor, or do I want to bowl at Justin Broad? That tells you what you need to do, I think. So it's not the only way to find a way through, but I think it's a helpful perspective to take, is what do the opposition want you to do least.
So umpire signalling power play, last 10 overs. As Brown continues from the David Capel end. Bangs that one in, and that's nicely just missed. Fielder there in the covers, but it's protection, so they'll just get the one.
That's nice from James. He's not found it easy just come and time it from ball one, as many other players haven't. But he's 9 off 22, but the partnership is 46 or something. So it's an absolute gold partnership for us, of which Tom's leading, but James is supporting, and he'll only find the gaps more. Still 10 overs to go as well. You know, if he could easily finish strongly in the last 5 overs.
Well, that was perfect from him, really. Single off the first ball, give Taylor the strike for the rest of the over. And I think it's so important, too, for a batter who's in the kind of form that Taylor is, that he can trust his partner to be able to do that. Doesn't get frustrated, stuck at the non-striker's end. That one's full and spanked. 4 runs. What a glorious shot that was from Taylor. Effortless. Another boundary to his account.
Bat speed into that. It was a slower ball, and picked it very early.
Interesting field, I guess, is to bowl that length, but I guess he took pace off, so he could bit of grip, and it brings those 3 guys out on the leg side. But I'd have thought he'd be going into the wicket a bit more.
I agree. I think he probably just missed his length there, Rich, I would say. And he got the treatment. I don't think Tom Taylor's missed any scoring up. He's created some scoring opportunities from nothing.
He hit the gaps as well. I mean, those sweeps and nudges around. Like he's hit them for 4. He hasn't hit a fielder. It's been really high class.
And it's not an easy pitch to sweep on this, I don't think.
It's also that trust I mentioned earlier with the partner is quite happy now to take the single and give it to Sales with 3 balls remaining.
Oh, get
And
in, get in.
Yeah, that's good.
That's
good.
exactly why, to my point, because Sales is just starting to find those singles a bit more easily now. He moves on to 10 and gives his partner the strike for the last 2 balls. So it's not the kind of innings now where Taylor feels that he has to do the entire job
I think
himself.
that's really important. You know, he can worry about his own batting. He doesn't have to worry about the other end. Is huge, yeah. And the way James is going about it communicates that to him as well. Don't worry, mate. I'm here with you. I'll be here.
It's quite a field is back on the leg side, so there are easy singles to offer there.
I think in the Worcestershire camp, I'd still be quite keen to get a squeeze on James as much as I could, because, you know, there's still 10 overs to go. That if these two bat 10 overs, that 250 is going to be blown out of the water. So I think they need to be a bit braver, maybe bring a few more in, put James under pressure to see if they can eke him out, and all of a sudden they've got an end to work at.
Agreed.
Well, there are 3 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, and so that one has just enabled them to nick another 2 runs. Again, perfect stuff from Sales, because that's the end of the over and means that Taylor will be on strike for the start of the 42nd over.
I agree with that. It's in that over from Pat Brown, there was one ball where James just knocked it into the leg side, and yeah, they had to hurry a wee bit, but the fielder was an orthodox ring man. If he should be breathing down James Sales' neck there and just letting him know, getting in his eye line, make sure he can see you there, be tight, and then that just deters that easy single. Got to read the script a wee bit there.
Well, as we said, they can afford to be a little bit more attacking, you would think. Unable to squeeze a bit more. Baker.
Yeah, I
Reverse
was just going to
swept
call that.
beautifully,
That's 6.
and that's 6 runs for Tom Taylor. The short boundary down
No,
there,
that's-
he loves that reverse sweep.
Surely that's 6, isn't it?
Is he not signalled?
He signalled
He
4.
signalled 4. I wasn't as sure, I'll be honest.
They put another fielder out on the leg side, and that shot was always on. I think he hit it for 6, but it was given as 4.
Here he goes for it again, and there's a shout. Umpire not interested, so he's going to get another 4 runs from it.
He's given buys there. So he's saying it didn't hit anything,
Yeah.
and it clearly hit him on the backside.
Is that a shout for butt before wicket?
BBW.
Yeah.
I tell you, he's not impressed with that. It's Ben Cox.
I haven't seen the replay. He's definitely
Yeah.
got something on.
Yeah. I mean, you can see from the line of the ball, and yeah. Wow.
That's Ollie Cox doing the fielding there, running out, not wanting to give any away, just kicks that ball back to the bowler.
Is that full mustard umpiring?
Yes, I think it is, yeah.
Keepers Union, he's thrown that out the window. Oh, that's good. Any doubt?
Nicely placed between the 2 fielders. We saw Prithvi Shaw do that a number of times when he got that 244.
We did.
There were 2 fielders behind.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? It was uncanny.
It was unbelievable the way he
it
did
was.
it. They could have almost held hands, the 2 fielders who were there, and he did it several times.
It was nothing but right between them, was it? It was neither closer to one or the other. It was always right down the middle. It was like a surgeon.
My apologies. I did say Ollie Cox, not Ben Cox. I've been done in by a few online. I've seen that on 2.
Is he OB? Is he OB Cox though? Is his first name?
Is that
I think it might be. I've got a feeling, but he is known as Ben. But I think it might be OB Cox. So you know, you're forgiven. Don't give yourself such a hard time.
I was really worried. I thought, gee, how have I got that wrong when I've seen that
I think there's another
everywhere?
Cox as well on their staff that He was playing in the academy game last week. He's a good young player, opening batter. He got some runs against Northants Academy. So there's no complication.
Oh, don't do that to me. 42 overs gone. Let me stick with this the score. 209 for 7. I can get that.
Can I just tell you, I am straining at the leash not to come out with a few puns around that surname. I'm
Oh,
going to
dear.
continue to strain at the
Yeah,
leash. So
move
okay.
on, Phil. Move on.
Move on. Is this broadcast? Do people listen to this?
It is, and there may well be children out there listening. So
No, it's not happening.
let's
It's not happening. I never even
keep
thought
it
about it.
G-rated.
Let's go back to car boot sales.
We've got to come up with a better nickname than Junior Jumbo.
JJ, we've decided that.
See, that makes it better. I always think if you've got 2 steps
Yes, I
to
agree.
a nickname,
I
so it's
agree.
not completely obvious.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
Right, Taylor on 71. There was a little bit of confusion. It was a real yes, no, wait, and then a little apology there from Taylor after that little fumble by Brown. Coming in lower down, saving an innings in trouble. Oh, he has a pretty wild swipe at that. Did that stay a little bit low?
It took pace off and then it didn't bounce, so it was well bowled. Although I think he picked it, but then it did then shoot a bit on him. So that's why I missed it. But good option. Any dot ball to Tom Taylor is a great delivery right now from a Worcester perspective.
Bowled again. Van Beek.
But he kind of, as I said earlier, I hope this stays the case. He looks kind of unflappable, so he's absorbed a couple of dots there, but it doesn't look, just looking at his body language, he's kind of like, oh, that's okay, you know, they're going to bowl me some dots, I'll catch up. It's not a problem.
Well, it has been such a smooth acceleration. Oh, he's got an edge that time, but it flies fine for 4. He'll take them however they come. That's probably one of the streakiest shots he's played all innings, but it gets 4 runs.
To be fair to Tom, there are 2 men up behind square on the offside. There's no one on the boundary from cover all the way round to deep backward square leg. So he only had to miss one fielder and he could get it finer than he wanted to. But it was a poor delivery. You know, to that field, you can't bowl any width at all. Kind of got what it deserved, but not as intended.
It will be a single to finish off Van Beek's over. 6 coming from it. And 227 now for 7.
But that's a win as an over from a Worcester perspective. You know, 6 off it. Yeah, they'll be frustrated about the way the boundary came. I would say it's a poor delivery. Should have gone for a 4. But only 6 off the over is very good. And in the context of the last few overs, that is a definite win for Worcester. 6 overs to go, though. These two there at the end, we're going to be closer to 270.
They are, and with 6 overs to go, I'm going to hand back over to Dan. So probably we'll be taking you home.
Looks like Dylan Pennington's coming back into the attack.
Yes, he got the nod.
A bit of extra pace.
Yeah.
Still got his fielder square of the wicket, so you'd imagine he's still going to be going perhaps full pace, some cutters, and just see if he can be hit to where his fielders are, which is on the leg side. That fine leg, the fine leg's back in play, so man up on the offside from third man. So that would suggest he might well take pace off.
Yeah, with this field, he's got to be bowling it kind of just above middle stump, hasn't he? That's where he wants to be bowling it, with the odd, maybe with the odd higher ball as well. Oh, that's a no ball, I would think. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a higher ball.
Yeah,
I don't quite think that was on that was probably wasn't on the blueprint, was it?
No, I kind of thought it might bounce first. Apology from the bowler.
Amazing how this game has kind of changed. The pressure's changed as well, hasn't it? And I think probably that one there from Pennington maybe highlights it. It looked pretty easy going, didn't it, for the Rapids up until this partnership. Tom Taylor's played as well as anybody has ever played in this situation. I mean, that's as big of a 6 as I've seen straight down the ground here at Wantage Road this summer. The one that landed on top of the stand that over ago.
Yeah, well, it's been. You couldn't play better. Nobody could play better than that.
Well bowled by Pennington. That free hit's just gone for a single just out into the offside. Took the pace off it. And
He did. It was well bowled. But what often happens here, when players give themselves room, they give themselves too much room. And then, that was length was probably slot, but he was too far away from the ball to... it was a slower ball as well bowled, well disguised. But oftentimes you see players back away and give themselves almost too much room to then get a good strike on the ball.
slow ball again. It's out into the offside, so those singles coming pretty freely at the moment for the Steelbacks. Taylor just 11 runs away from what's going to be, well, cap off a remarkable innings.
I'm thinking about reverse lift over these two men. They've got two men, one at just behind on the offside and one at short third man in the circle. I'm thinking Tom Taylor maybe thinking about a reverse scoop over them, a sort of a Joe Root special.
If there's a man in the form to play one, I reckon it's probably Tom Taylor. We didn't think he was that strong on the reverse sweep until a couple of days ago.
Right. Well, that's what's encouraging me to throw it into the equation.
Really well run between the two of them. Sales moves to 22. He's 22 off 31. Batted nicely.
So this is not a change in the field, it's a change of personnel in the field. Baker, he looks a good all-round fielder, has gone out to long on. And is that Matthew Waite is coming into the position where you do no running, which is
like walk of shame. They've not helped him disguise that too well. He's had to run 150 yards to change positions, bless him.
Short. Too short. Just one for the over, signalled by the umpire at square leg. James Sales can't quite believe it, but Pennington gets away with it. Good bumper, pace on as well that time. Have either of you two noticed the speed gun for Pennington? Oh, there we go. As if by magic, 75.
Yeah, it'll be slower because it was knocked into the wicket, and it's fuller. It gives you a truer indication of the airspeed.
Short again and muscled that time out to deep mid wicket for a single.
Yeah, so far this has been a pretty good over, but this is now the extra ball, isn't it? The first ball was an above waist high full toss, so this is effectively the 7th ball of the over, but it's been a good over from Pennington so far.
Yeah, as you say, apart from that flat one at the start, he's come back well.
Yeah.
He's got another over to go after this one. There's 5 overs left in the innings.
Am I going to get my reverse hit? I'd love him to play that.
You don't, you get the fetch down to long on instead. But he keeps the strike, which will, well, make Tom Taylor and all the Northants fans in the ground and watching the stream happy. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. And as I say, we've got 5 overs to go. Pennington's got 1 left, Waite's got 2, Van Beek's got 2, Brown's got 2. So that there are options. I mean, they're not going to go back to spin, are they now? I wouldn't imagine. Van Beek's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So they are going to have to find who out. Do you think Waite and Brown would split it, or do you think Waite bowls the 2 and Brown doesn't, or do you think Brown comes back and Waite only bowls the 8?
Somewhat depends on how these guys get treated, but I would think they'd be reluctant to bowl Brown. He just looks like he's a bit confused. He's bowled some poor deliveries and some poor options. Where are you going, Rips? How are you seeing it?
Well, I think the last 2 overs have been pretty decent, so I think I'll just continue to eke that out as far as I can. I say, apart from the thick kind of outside edge stroke, run it down that Tom played, that was a good last over from Van Beek, and I thought that was a good over from Pennington. So, because we're getting on for almost 100 partnerships, so that we have turned the screw a little bit and turned it round.
Down the ground for a single.
So I think they'd be happy with 6 and over at this stage, or 7 and over, and back themselves.
You want to see Jimbo go now, Rips? Do you think James has got a licence?
Yeah, I think he's showing more intent anyway, so I think that's good. And if he gets a 1, he'll still turn the strike over, which still gets Tom on strike. It's a bit of a win-win, but I don't think it's just for him now to get Tom on strike. There's not so many balls left, so.
He had a little look at the ice cream van.
Yeah, he's capable for sure. It's been a good contribution.
Oh, short ball, half an appeal, and a wide has been signalled, much to the disbelief of Logan Van Beek and Ben Cox. I think Van Beek thought that was out, didn't he? The way he started celebrating afterwards.
I think he did think it was out. I think he's wrong, but I do think he does think it was out.
Not quite sure where he almost appealed afterwards, as if he'd been given the nod by the umpire that was out.
Yeah.
And I don't quite know where he got that from.
No. Keeper didn't show a great deal of interest.
No, he didn't.
He's pretty switched on, Ben Cox. He'd have been up there had he thought.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's a wide ball anyway, so he's going to have to bowl another one in this over. Nicely bowled. James Sales drops that one down to long on, and that is the 100 partnership between these two. Tom Taylor's contributed 67 and James Sales has contributed 24.
Nice,
and a nice round of
applause, isn't it? It's a really nice round of applause. The minute it left the bat, so it tells you the crowd is engaged, and well, they might be, because this is outstanding quality from Tom Taylor.
Yeah, it's at a stage now. It's an enthralling part of the game, isn't it? It's into the leg side again. I don't think they're going to get 2, although they've run the first one. But James Sales comes back. He does get 2. What do I know? What do I know? There's 2 there all day, wasn't there?
I was with you. I was a bit nervous. But Tom, I know James Sales is quick, so I was confident at this end. I was worried about the firing, but Tom got a move on there. He
found a second gear, didn't he? On that second run. But it's in that position of this game now that maybe 265, 270 potentially from this, maybe 275 even from here. But it's one of those scores that Northants are back into the game. Obviously, Worcester could go out and make it look like they're batting on a different pitch, but it's got one of those kind of 200, 250 plays 250 kind of vibes about it.
Early start, I think we might need some early wickets just to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on them and not give them a bit of licence to play with the freedom that we're playing with now. So I think early wickets will be key when we get the ball in our hand.
Slow ball again from Van Beek. He's bowled those really well, hasn't he?
He has. That's his international experience there, isn't it? He didn't start his spell well, but wow, he's come back very well. Almost seems happier if people are coming at him. And he knows he's clear on his options then.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a 50-50 split with regards to that international experience for him. It's 25 ODIs and 27 T20s, so it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But I suppose that experience in T20 cricket in this particular moment, maybe you do relish those fights and those battles more so than earlier on in the day.
Yeah, he's got some good options, hasn't he? We've seen his options, probably all of them already, and he's executed them pretty well. Earlier on, he bowled a few short wide balls that got cut away, two easy release balls. When people weren't really coming at him,
No.
Luke Proctor was just trying to get himself in, and he just served a few up. So, yeah, he does seem happy when he's in a head-to-head, and he's doing very well actually for his team.
Yeah, so Pennington's going to bowl his last over from the David Capel end. So far today, he's bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. It's very good for those 2 wickets. He's gone at 4.5 and over as well.
No boundaries for a few overs, is there?
No, they've started to build that pressure back. It's a shorter ball, quicker as well. Tom Taylor's just turned that one into the leg side. It's caught him a bit by surprise, I think. It's almost been slower ball, isn't it, from the Rapids over the last couple of overs.
Yeah. Where are you looking for your boundary option here, Rips?
I've just got a feeling Tom has just changed a little bit of his approach, and maybe that's a bit of scoreboard.
I think so.
Just having a little peak there, 91, 90. So I don't know, he deserves that. He's still 74 balls, 95. So
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't mind him getting to that 3 figures quickly, and then I think we'd see some real fireworks. I think he'll go into cow because there's a bit of cutter.
Yeah.
Might just drag it a little bit, but I'd like him to get the 3 figures. Little edge and a 3. I don't many 3s around at Northampton, is there? But
No, it's not, no.
But I think he's just setting himself up to get bat and ball.
And actually, credit to the bowlers, they've bowled very well, haven't they?
Well, yeah.
Because what he has done, he's not missed out on any scoring opportunities. What they've done well is they've not given him those easy boundary options that he's climbed into.
Takes that more aggressive
There it
approach
is.
that time. He's going to come back for 2. James Sales gets down the non-striker's end safely. I don't think it's I think it is more a case of how well the Rapids have bowled over the last kind of 2-3 overs, as opposed to Tom Taylor's willingness to take them on. He must be seeing the cricket ball like a beach ball, I would have thought, in this competition. He's 3 away at the moment. And short from Pennington. He's played nicely for a single down to fine leg. Is this a moment now that you do look at Sales whilst Taylor's potentially going through that mindset of I would like to get my 100 today? You kind of go, well, James, it's your turn to go.
I think so, and I think he's showing that intent, but I give him credit in the bowlers. They're not giving us easy options. We're having to force it a little bit, target our areas. I'm not quite sure where Jimmy's boundary.
Looking. Extra cover?
Slow ball
That's
again, and that is
out.
LBW. Pennington picks up his 3rd, and James Sales has got to go for a well-made 25. Takes his way off towards the pavilion in that 100 partnership between Tom Taylor and James Sales. Very well batted. James, you've got your team into a defendable position here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, another good ball by Pennington, wasn't it? Did him with, kept his arm speed high, and did him for lack of pace. And he was, we're not seeing a replay yet, but he just looked absolutely stone cold.
Yeah, feared the worst when it hits him. But yeah, it's good effort from James. They'll only add to his confidence and his experience of making contributions at this level. He's put on a 100 partnership there, and say Tom has really driven that with his quality. But he's chipped in. He's got him on strike. He's absorbed a bit of pressure, and I think it was time for him to have a go, and they haven't really given us much to have a go at. I think we have got to credit them, but it also shows that there's still, it's not a straightforward surface either. If you go into the pitch and you've got to mix your pace up a little bit, you can't just hit through the line.
I think it's very difficult. I think there's a, to probably summarise it as that the bowlers on any pitch have a certain margin. The better a pitch, the less margin you've got. And on this pitch, because the extra sort of pecky bounce that's there, you've got a decent margin as a bowler, so you utilise that for as long as you can. I'll say if someone comes walking at you and takes you off that a few times, then you may need to go elsewhere, but stick with that for as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, well, Tom Taylor's certainly made it so far anyway look like a little bit of a different pitch in his eyes anyway. Simon Kerrigan, the new man for the Steelbacks. Pennington's got one left in his work for the day with the ball at least.
Do we take this single or do we just leave Tom up the other end?
Oh,
and
don't take it.
No, I don't think I would
take
take it.
Do you not? Could you give Kerrigan a bit of a free hit here?
No.
No?
Because then we've only got one in the hutch. So
Yeah,
no,
I'd like him just to block it.
just
I think.
leave it. As long as it's not straight. Don't do that. Oh, Tommy.
Oh.
They are going to take that single. So 2 for 8 for 8 after 47. 3 to go. Kerrigan, as well, to the dismay of the commentary box and disagreement as well. I mean, they took the single, didn't they? So
What do we know?
We did. We might win by 1 run.
You never know.
We'll be happy.
yeah,
It did look, though. I mean, I'd like to see a replay of that. It did look that Simon Kerrigan was on the Ripley and Rowe side of the argument there, because he wasn't really keen to run. And he looked up and Tom Taylor was in his face, so he had to get up the other end pretty sharpish.
Got to give him a little squeeze. I know there's only 18 balls left, but if you're Worcester, you've got to be in trying to keep Simon down that end, haven't you?
Yes. And they are doing, aren't they? They've got... No, they're not. No.
there's still the 5 outside the circle, isn't there?
Although the men in are definitely on the 1. There's no
Yes.
doubt about that. You know, they're very tight, which they've got to be. But I think this puts pressure on Simon now that he didn't need, and we don't want to lose a wicket here. So I really don't think that was the right thing to take the single there.
Well, Matthew Waite into the attack.
Well done. That's the ball he wanted.
Yeah, Kerrigan turns that one into the leg side and gets his single.
Runs straight down the middle of the pitch.
That's Spinners Union, isn't it? He knows he's going to have to bowl on that one later, so...
I think so.
Oh, given the 2 balls and 2 singles, I guess we're happy.
No damage
and
done.
I think
Yeah.
that's worked out well. Could have been worse, so I think we'll take that.
Yeah, we obviously get the benefit of a nice bit of air conditioning up in the box to keep the heads clear, but out in the middle, in the heat of battle, I suppose those decision-making short from Waite and pulled away by Tom Taylor, and he moves to 99. And in that brings up the 250 for the Steelbacks. 47.2 overs, 250 for 8 for Northamptonshire. Very good partnership from Taylor and Sales has recovered that innings very nicely.
Good short ball that, wasn't it? Very high, got it very high, but not overhead height. Very well bowled.
Good delivery by Matthew Waite there. Kerrigan just trying to run that down to deep third, wasn't he?
He played the shot beautifully. Just didn't connect with the ball, but it was it was a lovely shot.
Kind of the shadow batting you do in the corridor at home.
Absolutely. Still doing it.
Me or
Yeah.
you?
Well, I am.
I'm
Yeah.
sure Simon Kerrigan is as well.
Absolutely.
I think you have to do it in the safety of your own home, though. I haven't quite got to the stage of kind of imitating it out in public, if that makes sense. You kind of wander around a supermarket with a French stick. I don't quite think you got to be quite brave. Umbrella on a railway station platform. It's
Golf swing's my thing now with a
that's
baguette.
okay.
Yeah.
So I think golf you can get away with. I think probably slightly cooler in kind of the general
You haven't
world.
seen my golf swing.
No, okay, fair point. I've not seen you forward defence either with a French stick, but
Good with a French stick. This is awkward, isn't it? This is awkward. We want to make sure we bat 50 overs here.
What we're doing now, we're in the same predicament. There's 1 ball to go in this over. Are we going to use the same template, or do this time do we say, actually, over to you, Tom?
Well, I'm not changing my mind.
I'm not changing mine, but I wonder if they'll change theirs, because obviously they're all on the edge of the ring, and
Oh,
there is a single on offer if you want to take it.
Let's have a look. Not backing up particularly. Yeah.
doesn't take it. So dot ball to finish. Matthew Waite's 9th over. It's just gone for the 2 runs, so it's a very, very good over by Waite. And for the Rapids, 250 did come up in that over though, but Tom Taylor will be on strike. 12 balls left in the innings, and Tom Taylor's on 99.
Yeah, it's the right option there, no doubt. Gives Taylor the shorter boundary over to the leg side, but yeah, he's on 99. Simon Kerrigan isn't on 99. Who do you want facing the most bowling? It's a pretty easy one.
Does Taylor look for the single here then, because then you end up kind of reversing that predicament that we were in at the end of the last over and potentially giving Kerrigan 5 to face?
Yeah, not ideally, but I think you can't deny that. You know, his beans will be going. He'll want to get a single and get a brilliant 100.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good team man, so it's not. It wouldn't be a selfishness about it, but it might just be a human thing to think I'll get this one. But he does then bring Keggs back on strike.
And there it is. Brilliant by Tom Taylor. 100 for the Steelbacks man. His second in this competition. 100 runs off 78 balls, 14 fours and a 6. And a great round of applause around Wantage Road that Tom Taylor takes in. High five for Simon Kerrigan. What an innings, chaps.
We've seen 3 hundreds. One was a double hundred in the last games here. One was Chetesvar Pujara, who's played a bit of cricket. One was Prithvi Shaw, Indian international, and this is Tom Taylor. And they compare. They stand up against each other. You know, I don't see either of those other two guys playing this innings any better than he has played it. That's a high praise, but it has been a high quality.
I agree. Absolutely top class.
Shorter, and that is up. And that is out. So Simon Kerrigan goes 9 down for the Steelbacks. I think with 100 for Taylor, you have to take the context into it a lot, don't you? I don't see Pujara playing this type of innings. No. Prithvi Shaw definitely could. However, the context of this, when did Tom Taylor come into the crease? What was it, 105 for 6 that Taylor came in, I think? And to go out there and strike at 130 and pick up 100 in a moment where I suppose you could argue and you could say, well, it's a stick or twist type moment.
But it didn't seem like an absolute counter-attack. He just played strong cricket shots and hit the balls into gaps, and he missed fielders, and then he took his ones. It really was very, very high class.
It's one of those innings that, to kind of go for the old classic cliche, you look at the scoreboard and all of a sudden Tom Taylor was on 40.
Yeah.
And you looked around, you went, where's that come from exactly?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. Jack White then, the last man for the Steelbacks, makes his way out and joins Tom Taylor at the crease. These two had a pretty healthy partnership down at Gloucester, and there are 10 balls left in the innings. Jack White will be on strike.
Jack White is a dangerous batter, Jack White. Sometimes he's a danger to his own team, but he is a dangerous batter because he swings the bat incredibly quickly. And he's got a decent eye. He doesn't always get his body in the right position to kind of back up that natural ability. But yeah, if he can get a few away, his job right now is to get Tom Taylor on strike. But if he does get one in his arc, it's going to go a long way. Be interesting to see how he plays this.
Short ball from Van Beek, very well directed. That Jack White,
good option on that.
Got underneath. Seen him play some pretty outrageous shots. That innings against Kent in the Championship was a pretty fruity affair from Jack White. So it's not just the hand speed. There is a little bit of innovation from Jack as well.
He was an all-rounder as a youth cricketer. Oh Christ! He nearly headed that one.
Short again, but they come through. I think they've got him there, haven't they? They got him?
I don't think the ump's in a particularly strong position to see that, but I thought he was in.
Yeah, that wasn't. The way he played the ball wasn't particularly convincing. Oh, cheapers.
There's a whole lot going on there.
There's a good call from Tom, because it was high, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So the keeper's got to get it down low, and he was being comfortably in, I think, Tom, so he had to go far end. So it's good. We got our man on strike.
So Tom Taylor then's got 2 balls left in this over. Surely he's just got to go downtown now, hasn't he? But
you can back away and get it up and over these 2 men behind square on the offside. Or bowled.
Very good delivery from Van Beek, and Tom Taylor turns down the single.
I think that's right.
It's been tough. The credit where credit's due. The Worcestershire bowlers at the death here have been fantastic, haven't they? Pennington, Van Beek, that over from Matthew Waite as well. pace off has been good. It's been really well disguised as well, which I think has been really difficult for the Steelbacks to actually pick.
They've bowled brilliantly.
They have. I'd like to know what the score was after 45 overs when we're thinking, oh, we've got these two lads.
Slower again,
Get
down the
down, get
ground,
down.
and that is picked him out. Tom Taylor, absolutely fantastic, goes for exactly 100, and the Steelbacks are all out at Wantage Road for 252. What a fantastic innings from Tom Taylor. And as I say, 252 all out. Rapids will need 253 to win this game after the break. That's
Fantastic innings, and he's given us a chance. We've got a target on the board, something to defend, and I hope he come out and plays part with the ball as well. And it's the kind of pitch I can see Tom bowling well on, and Jack White particularly. So if we're good up front, I think we can really make this a struggle. But brilliant from Tom. He was obviously in the form of his life in the competition, but that was such a good innings. Really pleasure to watch it.
It was an innings out of context with everything else that was going on around him, wasn't it? People clothing it, mistiming it, finding it difficult, the ball nipping around when it was new. It was a very, very difficult innings to come in and play, but he played it with just as though he was just playing on a Sunday afternoon with his mates. Yeah, that one's a bit full, I'll lift that for 6. That one's a bit straight, we'll work that one through there. I'm going to put my hands through that. Didn't take unnecessary risk, just middled the ball beautifully. His options were outstanding. It was a fantastic innings and has given Northants a sniff. Actually, if anything, Northants will feel they're under where they might have got to, because I was thinking at one stage, can we scramble to 250? I was then thinking 270 is definitely on. We've ended up at 250. But we never really looked like that for the majority of that innings. So it's sort of even Stevens, I think, as Rip said, if we start well with the ball, get some early inroads, then I think Northants can go on and defend this score, but it'll be about taking wickets, taking our chances.
Well, Jack White's been fantastic here this calendar year, hasn't he? He's been brilliant at Wantage Road, so he'll get first use of the new ball. I mean, Tom Taylor's going to be as confident as Tom Taylor's ever been to take the new ball from the David Capel ends. And just to your point, Dave, you mentioned about where were Northants at the end of the 45th. It was 242 for 7 at the end of there. So
we got 10 where we were perhaps hoping we might have got 40.
Yeah.
So that's credit really to them and how they pulled it back with their death bowling. And it wasn't just about Yorkers. Often I've said that in the past. Oh, we don't bowl enough Yorker. This isn't necessarily a Yorker pitch. It's mix your pace, still keep the bails in play. They use their bouncer well, and I think they did finish well. But at 139 for 7, I think we're taking 250 all day long, aren't we? So
Yeah, for sure.
absolutely right. Well, thank you, chaps. We will see you back in about 20-25 minutes, I think, after some lunch. Well, welcome back to Wantage Road, everybody. Northamptonshire versus Worcestershire in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Earlier on in this game, the Steelbacks posted 252 all out off their first innings. Brilliant 100 by Tom Taylor. And therefore, how cricket works is the Worcestershire Rapids will require 253 to win this match. The stream powered by Daffabet at Wantage Road. And Tom Taylor, fresh off 100. I'm sure he's probably had a quick shower and a sandwich. And he's opening the bowling from the David Capel end with Roderick on strike. And he's on the money straight away. We saw how tough it was at the top of the innings for the Steelbacks, losing quick wickets of Emilio Gay and Sam Whiteman. You can get in contact with us if you'd like to on Twitter at NorthantCCC and email stream at nccc.co.uk, which I must admit I haven't checked the emails today, so I've been advertising the opportunity to email in, but haven't checked them. Off the mark. First runs for the Rapids. It's going to be a single as Luke Proctor tidies up on the offside. Jack White, no doubt, will be opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I don't know how many more overs he'd have to bowl from this end before it becomes the Jack White end, mind you, but a couple more, I reckon, maybe 12, a couple more spells. I think he'll be looking to unveil his own plaque, I think, as he's tying his shoelaces up. So yeah, first runs of the innings, and Ed Pollock is on strike. Two slips in place, Vasconcelos at first and Emilio Gay at second. It's well left in the end by Ed Pollock as that one just shapes away from the left-hander through to the gloves of Lewis McManus. It'll be one of those middling score affairs in 50-over cricket, isn't it? It's just 5 and over required on a pitch that's got a bit of life in it for the bowlers. Not easy to start, as we saw from a lot of the Steelbacks. Squared him up, but nicely played in the end. Single down to Justin Broad at deep third. Delighted to say that Phil Rowe's still with me. How was your... What did you have for lunch?
I had a Bakewell tart.
Looked nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good lunch, isn't it?
It looked strong.
It was good, very good. It's simple, isn't it? The Bakewell tart is a simple thing, but done well, beautiful thing.
Completely agree with you. Completely agree. Roderick back on strike then. Defended nicely into the offside. Stating the obvious here, but early wickets are going to be pretty important, aren't they?
That's what we're here for, isn't it? Just, yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I'm right on this, and I stand to be corrected. I'm not sure that Ed Pollock has opened all of the time in this comp. I've seen him coming in a little bit lower down, but he's a very, very aggressive player, and I wonder whether they're trying to sort of pinch a few at the top, get ahead whilst the ball is racing onto the bat a little bit more. It's become more difficult later on, possibly.
Oh, an appeal for LBW.
That's out. That's caught slip.
Gives it.
That's caught slip.
I think we need to have a conversation.
Should be given out. That's caught slip. So he's inside edged it onto his pad, and it went low to Emilio Gay's left, and he caught it on top of his boot. I've got a horrible feeling they're not going to give this out, but it was out. Nick, pad, carries to slip, out.
Yeah, so the conversation then between the two umpires are going to be, has that carried through to Emilio Gay? I think it'd be fairly obvious that the standing umpire will turn around and say, well, he's definitely hit it.
But they're taking too long. So the question is, did it carry? And they're going to give it not out. Oh, they're giving it out. They've got the right decision. I thought they were taking too long over that and would therefore give it not out, but it was the right decision. Gareth Roderick is having a little look over his shoulder and chat with the umps.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with just asking the question as to what that dismissal was. But yeah, clear inside edge, as we'll see on the replay, into the pads. And it's carried, as you said, just in front of Emilio Gay, and a good take from the second slipper. So the breakthrough, the early wickets is what we're here for, and we've got one.
Called it, didn't we? Yeah. He's a dangerous player, Gareth Roderick. It's a very unusual dismissal. You won't get out many times like that in your career. Inside edged onto knee and caught at second slip, but we'll take it however it's going. It's a good delivery. You know, another time that crashes into the stumps, doesn't it? So yeah, a good first over, and already we're seeing what the new ball has done, what it did for Worcestershire. It is nipping around. It's not easy to get started early on.
I'd be curious to see a replay on that, because I wonder whether Gareth Roderick thinks he's even hit it. You know.
Yeah, that's my only.
That's gone a long way off the seam.
Yeah.
It might be two noises with both pads. I don't know. Did you? What were your thoughts on that?
I didn't have a good view of it, but it's interesting that Tom looked like initially he was just going up for an LBW, as did Lewis McManus. There wasn't. Then there was a bit of a double take, so I'm not sure. But the umpires was, but with Phil, when it's taking so long, I thought this can only end in not out. But we'll take it.
Absolutely. Well, one down then. The Rapids. Roderick, the man to go. Tom Taylor, 100 in the first innings. Wicket in his first over in the second, and Jack White will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end as he runs away from us. That shape again. They've gone up big for another appeal, but I think there might definitely have been bat on that one.
I think it's missing the stumps by quite a long way as well. I think that's going well over the top, down the leg side. But there's movement there, isn't there? There's movement, there's bounce.
It's a good length as well. The length we talked about of the first dig is just stay in that length, stay in that area.
Oh, what a delivery that is.
Absolute crackerjack from... That wasn't meant to go quite as well as what I thought that. A crackerjack White. Can I call that?
Oh, go on, carry on.
Can I mean, I stopped myself because I realised it was the wrong thing to say, Phil. Unlike yourself, that just kind of throws the puns out there.
I missed a pun earlier from Mel, apparently.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
Someone messaged me and said, "You can't believe you missed that pun."
I'm disappointed. That was a beauty, wasn't it, from Jack White?
Too good. It was too good. Too good to get the edge.
One down the leg side. Great take from McManus, but wide signalled by the umpire, and rightly so. Yeah, Ed Pollock, you said, was an aggressive batter. He did kind of have that title, didn't he, of the most aggressive in T20 cricket for a period of time.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a great deal of substance to those innings other than the strike rate, but
on his day, he could make a big dent into winning a game if he batted for 10 overs. He didn't bat for 10 overs very long, but he doesn't hang around. Odd. Rips, what have you made of Lewis McManus as a keeper? You've had a chance to see a bit of him now. I know you do a bit of work with him.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, very diligent with his drills and has ownership of the things he wants. So I've really enjoyed him actually just as a person. Yeah, nice lad.
Yeah.
And I think his wicket keeping has been very, very good.
Seems to me to be a cricketer as well. You know, obviously they've given him the captaincy, which reflects he thinks about the game, batting, bowling, whatever. He's not just a keeper. Well bowled.
Now, when we have a session, we do spend quite a bit of time chewing the fat, just about keeping stuff. You know, it's quite nice to have somebody to bounce those things off. So I've enjoyed it, and I think he's enjoyed someone to talk to about it and just go through the drills that he wants. And yeah, I've enjoyed that element because I didn't really see much of him last winter because I was away on that island thing, and then the summer's here, and we didn't really know me, so we've only just really started catching up.
That's a freebie from Jack White, and Ed Pollock just tucks it round the corner. That's going to be the first boundary of the second innings, and it was a gift, wasn't it, from Jack?
It was. It reminded me a bit of the way that Worcester bowled at Rob Keogh. You don't really want to be giving... everyone in the game will know, don't give Pollock width because he'll put his hands through it. But if the length is right, then it's still a dangerous ball. Versus getting too straight and then getting turned off the hip, which you can't defend that. That's the price of going too straight. Tucked it away for 4.
Back on it. Good comeback to finish the over. 5 off it. 7 for 1 the score. Good finish by White there. But he's been so good with the new ball this year in both red and white ball formats.
He just gets better and better and better. You know, and you know, I was at the club when he came to the club, and we knew he was a good bowler. We knew he would be a good addition to the bowling resources and a guy that we could depend on and so on. But actually, he leads the line sometimes, and he's multi-format as well. So he has grown and developed every year as a professional cricketer.
Sometimes nice getting them a little bit later as well. I think they really appreciate the opportunity that they have.
Yeah, I was talking to, I think it was last summer or the summer before, I was talking to Colin Ingram for quite a while, and he was saying about the you say the gratefulness that comes with the later that you get it. I can't remember who was he talking about. It was one of the Glamorgan seamers at the time. It might have been, would it have been Michael Hogan potentially? Did he come into the game fairly late, or am I making that up?
I don't know. He seems to have been around forever.
But he was saying, it's not a particularly good story if I can't remember the name of the bowler, is it?
Let's go with Michael Hogan.
Hogan.
And I'll back you up.
Saying about like the fact that he'd worked proper jobs in inverted commas, and then had come into the game afterwards, and he said like nobody worked harder because of that. Wow, this is my moment.
Yeah. Jack Brooks springs to mind as someone who's enjoyed longevity and enjoyed his journey, getting in a little bit later as well.
Rob Jones is the new man for Worcester. We seem to have overlooked that one, didn't we, with the confusion of that wicket of Gareth Roderick.
So he's fairly newish, isn't he, to Worcester, signing from Lancs?
Yeah, definitely ex-Lancashire is Rob Jones.
He used to bowl a bit of leg spin. I think he has bowled quite a few overs in his time, actually.
Yeah.
But he obviously wasn't featuring today with the ball. Leg spin on that pitch might have been interesting, actually, a bit more bounce. Oh, well bowled.
It's tailing back in, wasn't it?
Oof.
A little bit more movement through the air, maybe, from Taylor than what we've seen so far today.
There was one ball that Matthew Waite bowled. I think it was only one. It might have been two. In fact, there was a wide, wasn't there, as well? There were two balls that swung prodigiously and then nothing else. And I think that was, again, down to their tactics of not trying to give too much width, but he did get two to swing. And for me, if the ball's swinging, use it. Up front, use it. By all means, go straight later. But use what's on offer with the ball. He's coming at it, isn't he? There's no doubt he's committing to that front foot, pushing hard at the ball. The shout will be, he's coming at you, Tom.
It's hard to say definitively that pitch got better throughout that innings. I think Tom Taylor's played an absolute gem of an innings that almost took the pitch out of the equation, really. He looked so comfortable out there. But it still looked difficult for McManus. It still looked difficult for Sales to get going. Nicely played, and Rob Jones is off the mark with a single down to Jack White, deep third. 8 for 1 after 3 overs.
That is a very good start. You know, sorry to go back to boring basics here, but he has not wasted a ball there, Tom Taylor. 12 balls, and I mean, I may be wrong, but I think all 12 were there or thereabouts. It's a stat that I used to ball rips with, was challenging dot balls, particularly in red ball cricket. But how many of our bowlers are bowling challenging dot balls? And we would set ourselves a target of 75% challenging dot balls. In the first 20 balls of your spell is the way we did it, and it gave a little bit of focus. But this is certainly a pitch where if you do consistently get the ball in that right area, then something will happen for you.
Just had on screen the queue for the ice cream van. It looks about the right queue to be in, doesn't it, at the moment? You didn't make your way around that side after the Bakewell tart?
No.
Or pre-Bakewell tart?
Just got chatting. Just got chatting, Dan. Time got away from me. But yeah, I think Rips will be visiting the ice cream van at some point. Although he looks after his waistline very well, I have to say. That's beautifully bowled.
Two absolute unplayable deliveries so far from Jack White, isn't it? That's a real lift about it as well, that one. That's gone through with pace to McManus.
Yeah. And I think Tom Taylor's, I agree with Phil, he's been on the money every ball. He's hitting the pitch hard, with good pace.
I think his pace is nudging up. So I've watched him a few times in T20 where he does bowl one, particularly his bouncer is very, very much quicker than anything else. But I think whether he's feeling fitter or whether his timing is there, he seems to be nudging the mileometer up a little bit. Ooh.
Pill from the cordon, but Jack White was very aware that Rob Jones got a big inside edge on that one.
Got a big shot to play that. Taking it off the top of the bounce when it's nipping around all over the place. It's not the shot of a regular number 3, I guess.
Would you look at 252 as a relatively low total in one-day cricket now, and maybe Worcestershire look at it and go, well, we can have a brilliant power play here. Actually, Northants have got to do an awful lot of thinking and head scratching for the other 40 overs if it was to go that far.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Rob Jones. Just only going to settle on a single though. Sam Whiteman, as per usual, doing the work out on that boundary edge.
My view on it, I'd be interested to get Rips's input as well. My view on this situation in this game is that actually getting out of the power play with few wickets down is a good place to be and 2 guys in, rather than getting out of the power play 3 down with 60 on the board. You know, I think I would compromise the other way around, because I think the new ball did quite a lot, and had it not been for Tom Taylor's innings, Northants get nowhere near 250.
Gonna come back for 2 this time. A little bit more space out on that side of the ground for Ed Pollock. Justin Broad, the other boundary rider for the Steelbacks. It's almost set in stone, doesn't it? Sam Whiteman on one side, Justin Broad on the other.
They have occupied that territory quite a lot, haven't they? So, you know, you've got to see it and call it as you see it, and there's more than one way to skin a cat. But I think going too hard in the power play could be a mistake for the batting team chasing this number. At the moment, Northants bowling has given them no chance of going too hard for it, because we've been there or thereabouts all the time.
Yeah, 4 overs gone now, 11 for 1 for the Rapids. Jack White 8 runs off those 2 overs.
Someone's having a drink and a couple of tablets down there.
Yeah, Taylor, isn't that?
That's okay. Hope he's okay. As a bowler, at this level, you're never really fully fit. You know, there's always something. It looks like he's popped a couple of something, whether it's a headache or whether it's a niggle he's got. Who knows? But he's certainly in fine form. Northants need him ever present.
Yeah, 6 wickets now in this competition for Tom Taylor, including the one today. 6 wickets, an average of, it's come down from 38. And then obviously 264 runs, an average of 88. So yeah, he's having a good time of it at the moment.
This has got nip back, clipping off bail written all over it as he pushes hard and gets his bat in front of his pad.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. I think it's quite a good matchup if you can just hold his line.
Well played.
It's quite a brave move, I think, for Rob Jones in terms of his, Lancashire, they don't tend to move too often. If they're, he just plays a reasonable amount of cricket. He's maybe not a shoe-in for every team in every competition. So I think he's thought, I do want to play more cricket, and I'm going to challenge myself and find somewhere else. And over the years, that hasn't always, Lancashire lads have tended to stay around the group. Their salaries are reasonable. They play club cricket. They're part of, they're often Lancastrians, as he is.
Nicely played. That's Is that going to beat Justin Broughton?
Yes.
I think it is. 4 runs for Rob Jones. Nice shot, nicely timed through the leg side. How would you want to see a player in your team environment then, Dave? It's someone that potentially wasn't your guaranteed pick in your starting 11. Would you, from a coach, would you want to kind of keep hold of them because of the flexibility for the squad, but maybe as an individual, you'd potentially be kind of proud that they took that step to try and forge a bit more of a career?
Yeah,
maybe?
I think you'd have respect for that. I think if you weren't able to give them what they. Obviously, we don't know the lads themselves. What they bring to the dressing room. What they're, are they honest with themselves? Are they actually where they think they are? But if you've taken all that into consideration and they're not quite getting the opportunity, then I think good on them. It's not always just about money, is it? I'm getting paid more to go somewhere else. It's about opportunity as well. And that would strike me as to what's happened. Obviously, Worcester have lost some players, so they need to recruit. I'm sure there's some bowlers on their radar.
Yeah, there's been a lot of nervous counties looking at their list right in the rips, I would have thought, and looking particularly not the test match grounds, looking at their roster and saying who's in the last year. We need to be having some meaningful conversations with those guys, try and hold on to them.
Yep.
Because there's, I've said it a few times, there's 3 big pairs of boots to fill at New Road. I like this round the wicket to Pollock.
Shorter, pulled away. Sam Whiteman's got a bit of work to do. Very quick out there, but not quick enough. 4 for Ed Pollock. He moves to 11. Nicely played, wasn't it? Picked the length up quickly from Tom Taylor. See, with just the 2 men outside the 30-yard circle, a fair bit of vacant real estate to deposit the ball into.
Stirred on length twice in that over, singing his praises up to that point. He bowled a leg stump half volley that got dispatched nicely by Rob Jones, and then just the wrong side of back of a length, and Pollock doesn't miss out on too many of those. It's a very, very productive area for him. Cross bat shot through the leg side, plays it off either foot. He's not frightened of picking that up off the front foot either in a similar area. This lineup will miss D'Oliveira. He's been a good player in this format for quite a while.
Yeah, I think he picked up an injury maybe a couple of rounds ago, I think, which is obviously seen him miss out today. Really handy bowler as well, isn't he? He would have provided another option in this team. I know Jake Libby only bowled the 3 overs to create that bit of flexibility for himself to pick and choose his bowlers as and when he wanted to. But Brett, you'd look at someone you'd expect, well, not expect, but you could bowl 10 overs of Brett D'Oliveira in a one-day game if you wanted to.
Definitely. Bowls very little rubbish. Very accurate.
I think he picked up 3 here, didn't he, at the in the Blast game earlier this year. I think leg spin to win in the T20 Blast at Wantage Road, wasn't it, for a little while.
One of the better fielders on the circuit as well. Backward point, he's picked up some brilliant catches there and run-outs.
Remember him catching Richard Levy first ball of the game there?
Like
Do you remember that?
Bullet, yeah.
That was a sensational catch.
Yeah.
When Richard Levy hits a cricket ball, it tends to stay hit. Not too many others in the game catching that, apart from D'Oliveira.
Played nicely by Rob Jones down to the fielder at deep third. Starting to rotate that strike a little bit more comfortably now, the Rapids, as these two face 17 and 12 balls respectively. McManus sticking with those 2 slips. Certainly not the most lively Steelbacks have been this summer out in the outfield at the moment.
Great shot. Wow.
Pulled down the ground, pulled through mid-on, really, wasn't it? A straight pull for 4.
He's kind of got an arc, really, Ed Pollock, and that was at the early part of the arc. He timed it so well down the ground. As a bowler, you let that ball go, you kind of think you might have got a dot ball. He might run it down to third man. Next thing, it's flashed back past you. That's a high quality shot. That. I wouldn't mind seeing second slip come out, mid on go straighter and get a guy in at mid wicket, because I've got a feeling a splice in that area is likely with a crossbat shot.
Back on the money by Jack White, so a good reply from the seamer. There is no way on a Saturday afternoon that anybody is saying good shot to that previous shot from Ed Pollock. I like the fact that a professional coach has rewarded a shot for 4 as a good shot.
Good shot, wasn't it? It was what we talked about. We said top of the bales, didn't we? There it was, and not a lot wrong with the ball. You're allowed to play unconventional shots, aren't you? Yeah, it's a skill. It's a skill game. It's not a technique game, cricket. It's a skill game, and that was skillful.
Shorter again. Justin Broad's got a bit of work to do. I think he's going to cut this one off, but it's going to be 2 more for Ed Pollock. 2 off the last ball of Jack White's third. 27 for 1 after 6. Jack White 3 overs, none for 15.
That's where I kind of want my other man. I think at mid wicket, because I think it's not easy to keep the ball down when you're accelerating the bat through it. So you would give up second slip. I've got a feeling Rips won't agree with me on that, but I wouldn't mind plugging that hole at mid wicket, and then mid on can come a bit straighter.
Yeah, I think for Jack, I probably would go the same. Yeah, to Pollock. I think with Tom, that little bit of shape that he might get a bit more across him. I think the second catcher is. Yeah. Well, actually, we've reverted to the same field for the right-handers. So okay. I think it won't be far away for Pollock as well.
Nice looking shot by Rob Jones. Making a bit of a conscious effort to advance towards Tom Taylor. I think, is he batting outside of his crease as well?
Yeah, he's trying to get LBW out of the equation, isn't he? Maybe just mess around with his length as well. But he's definitely coming at you. There's 6 studs coming at you as you let the ball go. It's a brave man to bang one in when you've only got 1 man out on the leg side. But it might be worth just getting up there, get it high, and.
I agree. Yeah, I'd like to see one actually. Just if he costs you 4, but there's a risk reward.
Nice shot again. It's going to be another couple for Rob Jones. He moves to double figures, moves to 10.
White has got himself too fine there. He don't know if he wanders in the field, but earlier on Jack White's the third man, and that went to his right, allowed the batters to come through for 2. But earlier on in the innings, they were moving him squarer and squarer, and I've got a feeling he's edged back towards his water bowl. A bit finer there.
It's kind of his area, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he knows it well, doesn't he?
You look on an outfield, you're going to find Jack White down at deep third.
Yeah, we've got to push this guy back. Jones is just planting his foot a wee bit and coming into the bowler's space. Talk to bowlers about owning that space, owning that back of a length, top of off area, and Jones is saying, well, I want to come into your space, I'm going to take that length away from you. So good short ball would remind him of that.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet from Tom Taylor, have we?
He does bowl a good bumper. That was a cross between a bouncer and a bumper, if anyone's wondering what that word was.
Width on offer. Well stopped, wasn't it, by Luke Proctor at backward point?
I thought it hit him. It didn't, but I thought initially it hit him in the face. It burst through his hands, didn't it?
Well, he hit it incredibly hard, didn't he?
Are they saying it did hit him in there? Is he going to have a check or something?
I think. Not sure.
I can't think of anything else that he could be, but yeah, this must be.
I think it must have got him somewhere.
Yeah,
I think looking at it.
That's good. It hit him in the face, not very hard. It could be an advantage for Luke Proctor. Might just rearrange those features for him a little bit.
Emilio's just checked on him, so probably the best bloke in the squad to take something like that seriously, isn't he? I would have thought.
Emilio will be telling him that's where he would have knocked him out. Emilio's he loves his boxing and shadow boxing. Gets too close sometimes when he's getting his practice jabs out. Yeah, Procky was all very well to get on with the next over, wasn't he? But quite rightly, the umpire said, no, the ball hit you in the head. You've got to be checked out, and that's absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, a little bit of concern, wasn't there, from the players? But I think realised quite quickly it might have just been a bit more of a glancing blow for Luke Proctor rather than a great deal of claret involved.
He's a tough Lancastrian. Fine. So where are we? 30 for 1, 6.4 overs. It's kind of even Stevens, isn't it? There's been a bit of movement with the new ball, but perhaps not as much as there was for the Worcester bowlers. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I thought the wickets that they took with the 2 balls that did a bit, but it wasn't hooping round corners. There was just something in it that I thought made it hard to time, and I hope that remains the same. But I don't think there's that much sideways movement, but it's building pressure, if trying boundaries, trying to just build some scoreboard pressure. If we get to take wickets, that's the next best thing we can do. So you know, I haven't had any chances that have been created. So it's I'd say you're slightly happy if I was Worcester at this stage, but it just takes a couple of balls to completely flip that round.
Yeah. McManus has taken the opportunity to move second slip. Emilio Gay's gone out to a short mid-wicket. On ball left in Tom Taylor's 4th.
I do feel there's something in that over the years where you hear the pundits maybe on the TV and they want the slip, You're not attacking if you haven't got a slip, but there are other ways of getting people out than just caught slip. You know, they're not talking about putting all your men on the boundary or on the edge of the circle. It's, is there a catcher? Is there just an extra man in the ring that's building pressure and means someone hits one up in the air? I sometimes think we get preoccupied with slip.
The dot ball to finish, so 30 for 1 after 7. Rob Jones on 11, Ed Pollock on 17. Tom Taylor with the wicket of Gareth Roderick. He's 1 for 15 off 4. And I'll hand over to Mel Jones for a stint.
Saying earlier on about Ed Pollock, who made his name with Birmingham, I think came into the Birmingham side as a T20 specialist and really smeared a lot of balls. He was successful at doing that. To my point about cricket being a skill game, he has added more technique to his game and now plays in the 50-over team and has played some red ball cricket as well. And that didn't look likely when he came onto the scene. What he did have, though, was an enormous amount of skill and hand-eye coordination. And he's turned that into being a top-order batsman in all formats. So good on him.
Oh, white it is. And a single that is. Poor Dan, don't worry. Everyone calls me Mel Jones. She's well, we're both Australian and we're both Mels, but yeah, if you look at us, it's a bit different. You wouldn't really mix us up, but I get that all the time.
I got that about you. Were you on commentary with Mel Jones from my brother-in-law? I said no, I wasn't. No, different Mel.
Everybody does it. Everybody does it.
Well, I mean, she's very good, eh? I mean, you're very good, so it's a compliment.
Oh, he's digging, isn't he?
No, I'm not digging. I'm complimenting. There's only praise here.
She's an international cricketer.
You're very good.
That's very kind of you.
I have met Mel Jones. She's a lovely lady.
She certainly is. She's a good friend of mine, and we do laugh about that. Because when she's commentating, I'll get people tweeting at me saying, I thought you were excellent on commentary, and I just take it and say, oh, thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Goes aerial even, but there is a fielder out there, deep square leg.
Just mistimed it a bit, didn't he? Sort of clothed it a wee bit. I think if he middles that, it probably goes for 6. And he hit it poorly enough that it didn't carry.
Yeah, just the single. Of course, this batting side now will be smarting from being bowled out for 108 in that last game against Warwickshire. Has it affected their confidence at all, perhaps? They would dearly love to make amends here this afternoon. It's just deftly dabbed for another single.
Kind of feel that in the context of the group, you know, it's still... We're not at the business end of the group just yet, but in the context of the group, this feels like quite a big game to me. Kind of bit of separation if if Steelbacks can get over the line here, and it does put us right in the upper echelons of this group.
Well, the Steelbacks currently, they've got a game in hand from the team above them, Warwickshire, who are leading. And the all the other teams below them. That's according to the Cricinfo table. I'm not quite sure that can be right. But they are second on the table with 6 points, along with Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. So the three of them there. Northants, thanks largely to Prithee Shaw, has a much better run rate. So theirs is 1.2 essentially, as opposed to 1.1 and minus 1.1. Just with the first numbers for Worcestershire, I should say. So it's tight.
Well played, that.
And of course, Northants go up to Birmingham on Friday and play Warwickshire there. So as we see the end of the over, 34 for 1, it feels like these are a couple of big games, because while it may not be the pointy end of the season, it's kind of a bit of a sorting period, isn't it?
It is. Okay. Yeah, going to Edgbaston with them in good form is going to be a tough game.
I watched them yesterday against Derbyshire, and they pretty much cruised in a chase there, 200 odd. They lost a couple of wickets at the end, but it didn't look like too much of a strain. Oh, straight down the ground. That's a lovely lofted drive. Goes all the way, clears the rope, clears the fence, and that is 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Pollock.
Beautiful shot, just an extension of his arms. It was a bit full, but wasn't a long half volley, which is why I think it went over the top. He just put his hand through it, held his shape. Beautiful cricket shot.
Seems calmer than when I've seen him previously. It can look a bit frenetic sometimes, Ed Pollock, looking to, he knows he's got strengths of hitting boundaries in 4s and 6s, and sometimes he's looked exclusively to do that. He just looks more assured at the crease there.
I think it's what we said earlier. You move for the right reasons. You move to try and become a better all-round cricketer, around just be pigeonholed as a T20 hitter.
Oh, he's picked that one up, and that looks like it's going straight down the throat. Yes, it does. Fielder down at deep square leg.
Lovely kiss of death for him. Get in there, I'm having an assist.
And that is the second wicket to fall, and that of Pollock, who is looking good. He departs for 25 off 22. And in the chase now, the Rapids are 40 for 2.
It's a funny dismissal in that. It's a very strong area for Ed Pollock. I was advocating earlier on when Tom Taylor was doing it, hitting under the ball to get the ball up. I think that's easier than keeping it down on this pitch. He did that as well. Just clothed it really, and was a comfortable catch for Sam Whiteman on his customary position in front of the ice cream van. So as the ball was hit, I feared the worst. I thought that's going out of the ground, because he does hit the ball an enormously long way, but he just clothed it. Whether it sat on the wicket a little bit, who knows, but he's a dangerous man, and that's a very big wicket in the context of this game.
Well, we saw him play an exceptional shot down the ground and looked like he was just winding up, really. So they'll be very happy to see the end of him. I like that, his customary position in front of the ice cream van. It is an ice cream day. I have seen some people out there with their ice creams.
Yeah.
As we see the captain, Jack Libby, come in to bat. So they certainly could do with a captain's knock from him.
I wonder if we'll see Rips down at the ice cream van, Mel, any time this afternoon, do you think?
It's just a Jake Libby.
I think it's an Australian thing.
Is it? Well,
Sam and Mel.
There was a... I did see someone with one of the largest ice creams I've seen in a cone.
Right.
So that was pretty impressive. As, of course, sunny weather, and many English people tend to go a little bit mad, don't they?
A little bit red.
Well, I did see as I walked around a few people with their shirts off. I mean, it's warm,
God, really?
but it's not that hot. But it's a real English thing to do. Sun's out, and people feel the need to... Oh, it's actually blokes feel the need to take off their shirts.
I'd
Turns
actually
out-
feel a
have
lot
you
better
heard-
if Phil would take his shirt off. I say that.
Oh God, you've just really offended my wife.
It's very.
Bought this shirt for me. She'll be listening.
Sorry, Lizzie.
Gee. She didn't. I bought it myself. It's as if she'd buy me this shirt.
I say you were criticising his shirt. I thought you
It's
just
not the
wanted him
first
to get
time.
his kit
It's
off.
a regular. It's a
No,
regular
I've seen
thing.
that as well. It's his shirt. It's the perfect shirt for radio. That's what I said earlier.
Oh, jeez, he's reusing material that's been used already. Oh. A bit like the person who made this shirt, possibly. It's a very nice shirt.
I feel like
Poor man's Magnum PI. That's what I'm thinking.
I feel like I'm in the middle of The Odd Couple or something here.
Outrageous. Bullying in the workplace. Meanwhile,
Taylor
back at the ranch.
Taylor has one ball left of his over, 2 wickets for 21 so far. It's been a fine opening spell from Taylor.
He's in the form of his life, I think,
Yeah.
isn't he? Doesn't want this season to end.
He's certainly made his mark on this competition. That is for sure.
Bold.
Top ball to finish. So the end of 9 overs, 40 for 2. He'll be yet to get off the mark. I think you might have been talking about this as I was walking around past the ice cream van, but it was a brilliant innings from Taylor, and they've started off well here, so that is a good thing. I did just feel when Kerrigan came in, he might have played that. He might look back on that and think in the future he might play that a little bit differently rather than a single off the first ball with a new tail ender at the crease.
Yeah, we had we were debating
Yeah, I
that
agree.
up here, and that was our go-to. I think the complication of Tom being on 90, in late 90s, rather than already having 100 under his belt, might have just also made it all a little bit tricky on the decision making. But
Here's White.
Bold.
Yeah, it's a funny one because what you would hate, I think, is he scored a century in a losing cause in the first match of the tournament, and what you don't, I think, want yourself is to score a century, but then you end up losing the game. So hopefully for Taylor and the Steelbacks, they get the job done this afternoon, and then that doesn't become any kind of talking point.
Let's hope so.
Oh, big shout. Umpire unmoved.
It's a big shout, wasn't it?
It's hard to see where we're not actually behind the bowler's arm. If you're watching the stream, you've actually got a better view than we do. Going down, maybe, or
It's
wasn't
got
it?
to travel a distance. It's hit him right in front, and everyone gets excited. Then got a distance to travel on the angle, sliding. I would say.
Yeah.
You can see why he's given that nod out. You can see why the guys are excited about it. If that ball comes back on the offside, I think it could have been closer.
yeah, he kind of looked from 100 yards away like he did think about it, though.
Yes.
He didn't just walk off.
Yes.
And that one has strayed down the leg side, and it will cost a run. I was watching the first part, actually had a great view downstairs and ran into Prithvi Shaw.
Oh yeah.
Down there with his crutches. It was actually a lovely moment when I was walking around past the ice cream van. I was there when Taylor scored his century, and as I looked back over here at the Lynn Wilson Centre, I saw Prithvi Shaw was standing out on the balcony clapping his crutches.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, he was stood out there and just, it was really lovely. So he had just the small crutches, but he was clapping them together
Oh,
in
that's
the air,
brilliant.
and he was the only one you could see. It was really nice to see, but
Then he fell over.
no, he's okay. He's in pretty good spirits.
Good.
Got to go see the specialist and time for a bit of rehab. But he's really enjoyed his time here. Loves the ground. He's really loved being here.
He's welcome back anytime. Odd.
That's in the air but safe.
Yeah, I was speaking to one of the people who works behind the scenes in sort of the cricket operations, and they were saying to me, what a lovely guy he is. You know, he's very humble. He's not the big international star who expects people to, you know, open doors for him and so on. He's just a really good guy, and it was really nice to hear that.
I find him that as well. I mean, I don't know him very well. I've seen him sort of around the Indian side,
Right.
and then here a couple of times, and he actually is very down to earth. Is what I would say.
Yeah.
Very down to earth.
That's how we like them in Northampton.
I think that's probably how you like them everywhere. You don't always get that, though.
No, that's very true. That's very true.
But no, he is, and I hope for him that what we saw when he comes back from his knee injury, that he continues to show the kind of form that he's shown here.
Yeah, that was astonishing, that innings. Yep.
It was a treat to watch, that's for sure.
Beautiful.
And then basically he scored another century off one leg.
Yeah.
Which was amazing. Injured while fielding first, and then came back in and scored another century. Just absolutely astonishing stuff from Prithvi Shaw as we wind up the 10 overs. So 10 over mark, 43 for 2 with Libby on 1 of the 5 balls he's faced, and Jones on 14. So the couple of early wickets, similar start to the innings as what we saw from the Steelbacks. They lost 3 wickets in the first 10 overs, didn't they?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're actually in a slightly better position, but their batting has been a little bit questionable at times.
Yeah, I think Rip said this earlier. I think at the moment, after the 10 overs, Worcester are slightly ahead, but it's kind of, for me, it's sort of 55-45. It's very, very finely balanced. It'll be interesting now. James Sales, JJ, is on at the David Capel end, and yeah, he's been past the bat, and it's been a good start with the ball from the Northants opening attack, and now the job for JJ is to continue with that.
I'll tell you what, if that sticks, I'm claiming that.
Have it, you can have that.
I'm claiming that if that
JJ.
sticks.
I need to explain it to one or two of the Northants players. I had to explain Jeff Arnold's nickname to someone once. That person shall remain safe, Zaid. We were calling Jeff Arnold was sort of contracted to as bowling coach when David Capel was the head coach, and in fact also when you first took over, I think Rips, he was doing that job, wasn't he?
He was.
And nickname is Horse because his initials are GG.
That's a very kind of Australian nickname, that is.
It's good, isn't it? But this was lost on safe save, and said, Phil, why do we call him Horse? I said, his initials. What? He said, oh, GG. I said, yeah. So why do we call him Horse? And that is a difficult thing to explain, because you kind of either know that or you don't, really. But he didn't. But he does now. Hope you're listening safe. Hope all's going well. It's great to see you on TV in the 100. Good on you.
Very watchful. Sales, of course, the local boy, 20 years of age, has been around the England under-19 setup. This is just his 13th List A game. So his best bowling, he's taken 5 wickets in List A cricket. Best bowling, 2 for 31. Under edge. They'll get a single for it. I thought he was excellent as a batting partner to Taylor earlier on. Had a little bit of trouble just at the start, but once he realised that he was okay and he was able to just get the singles and give Taylor the strike, he was incredibly dependable, I thought. take another single, and you could see Taylor trusted him as well, which may have been why when Kerrigan came in, and Sales got out, when Kerrigan came in, he sort of thought that he could do the same job that Sales had done, because he'd become so used to just being able to take the single whenever there was one on offer and feel confident that his batting partner would be able to get one in return.
Yeah, I agree. I think you said at the time how confident Taylor looked in his partner, and he communicated that very well during the inning.
A little half shout.
Got some bat on that, I think.
The double noise gave it away, and
not a bad start from James Sales.
Yeah, the end
good
of,
start. Yeah,
end
good
of his over. Yeah, it is. End of the first over from Sales. So 4 runs coming from it. 47 for 2.
Yeah, it's really important. He's a young seamer, as we've said before. Hasn't played a lot in this format before, and he's just got to keep things really simple. You know, I don't know. I didn't check out who's at mid on and mid off. He just needs someone in his ear, just occasionally during the over, throwing in the ball back and just saying, hit that length, keep it simple, don't go off script, stay in your lane, smash that length. And he started very well there, so that's good to see. We've got spin on now.
Yes, Kerrigan coming into the attack.
So this will be interesting for me to see how Worcester go about playing this.
Yeah, because they're not the 3 down, I think, or even 4 down when spin was introduced at Worcester's when they were bowling. So there's a bit more licence to be a bit more proactive if they feel we can put Simon under some pressure.
Interesting that they've got this makeup here. I would expect long off to be deeper and long on to be in. They've gone the other way around.
Yeah, I guess he might know Rob Jones, and maybe he knows.
Who knows him well, I think.
A bit more inside info as to where he's more likely to hit.
Good point.
And just leans back and aces that one past cover.
Yeah, and given that knowledge, Rob Jones will know if we let Simon Kerrigan bowl at us and settle, he will bowl at us well. So we can't let him settle. So I would expect to see a little bit more proactivity.
I think I wouldn't have minded seeing Luke Proctor just bowl a little spell while the ball's reasonably new, just to see if he could just nick one out.
Shin one.
Yeah, just this kind of maybe skiddy.
I've got you can see it. I can picture it in my mind, just running it back in, trapped on the crease. Well bowled. So there's some proactivity, isn't there? Third ball of his spell. Jones advancing down the wicket. Kerrigan responding beautifully, dragging his length back. He did a little hold on the pitch as well, slightly straightened, but a thick outside edge, so no damage. But there's a game on here.
This time plays back and beats the fielder. A bit of a chase, but it'll get them a couple. They're coming back for a third, so that's well run.
Seems like he ran round the ball a bit there to throw it in. It was
I think he was a bit straight as well, you know. I think he was a little bit straight. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest bit of fielding to turn 2 into 3 there.
There's Emilio Gay.
It's quite straight there. There's quite a big gap between extra cover. Yeah, Rob Keogh's just moving in wider now as we speak.
Oh, yes. Not wide enough because he's going to have to chase that one as well, Emilio Gay. Another couple, but you were right to pick that one up straight away because he did see Rob Keogh just gesturing at him to get a bit wider. That's the end of the 12th over, so 54 for 2.
Angles there really, you know, for all cricket is a lot about angles, but in particular slow bowl, it's about the angles that you create, and you don't need to be that axis between extra cover and mid off can create small angles to hit through, small gap, or it can create big gaps depending on if extra cover gets too tight, then it's a big gap and so on. So you've got to work between the two of you and with the bowler, depending on the surface, how quickly the ball's coming onto the bat, the way the batter plays, does he play with a closed face, with an open face, and so on. But all of that said, the gap was too big.
That's why I always feel like cricketers should be really good at snooker and pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, should, yeah. And cricket.
Well, obviously cricket. just because it is all about angles and understanding almost the geometry of all of that, because that, let's face it, setting a field is all about that, and then bowling to that field.
It is. And creating angles at the crease as well, particularly for a slow bowler. It's a big weapon that you've got. Where are you going to let it go from? How high is your arm going to be? You can vary things very significantly with subtle changes. Bowled.
Yep, tried to pull it, but didn't get all of that one. I'll get a comfortable 2 though.
Keepers in particular, Reps, you'd have had a lot of experience of working with slow bowlers over your career behind the timber.
Yeah, I don't like watching cricket from anywhere other than behind the wicket. I guess that's where you can kind of sense your angles and side on. It's a different ball game.
You get told off, don't you? You're in the way. Oh, you mean from over behind the boundary?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just as well.
Again, just pulled around the corner.
I don't mind that. A bit of intent, but hit the pitch, push them back a little bit. It's just got a little comfortable the last couple of overs in terms of how they've ticked it over a little bit too readily. 2 men are back now at fine leg and deep square, so good bumper. Might bring them into play.
Needs to get it slightly higher. His line's been good. Just get it higher.
Wow, got the line wrong there. Did Sales?
And the good thing about that was that the batter didn't catch up with it, because then he bat on that and it goes for 4. So yes, it's a wide, but it could have been worse. It was the right height to just get tickled away for 4. Oh, it's a no-y. Oh dear.
You'll have to bowl that one again. So a couple of extras, just spoiling Sales' figures a little bit.
That's disappointing. You know, to bowl a wide, follow it up with a front foot no ball, he'll be absolutely, to use an Australian expression, he'll be dirty with himself.
Is that Australian?
Yeah. You know the expression, right?
Of course I do.
It's yours. Yeah. Not you personally, but your fraternity.
I didn't realise that wasn't more widely used.
No. Oh, mate, he's dirty with himself.
Or filthy.
That's even worse, I should think, is it?
Well, the damage isn't too bad on the free hit.
It's a bit unlucky there. That was nicely bowled, actually.
It was nicely bowled.
He just clossed it right into the gap and picked up 2 when I thought we might get away with a single.
Yeah, if you're dirty with someone, but if you're filthy with them,
that's
It's a different terminology there. You've just gone up
filthy
again.
is one. Yeah, the filthy is, really
bad.
Yeah, they've done something really wrong. They've nicked your lunch for sure. That's nicely played. Manages to beat the fielder, and they're picking up the 2s quite regularly and quite comfortably at the moment. James and Libby, just a little bit too easy to pick up that second run, so they're picking the gaps nicely.
The issue James Sales has got, he's got 5 men on the offside, and he's been scored off exclusively through the leg side where he's got fewer fielders, so something is not right. Either his line's not right or the field's not right, but both those things can't be good for Northants, you know. Get another man over or bowl a little bit more off stump.
And that is the end of the over. So 8-10, I think, off that over.
Yeah, the scoring rate's gone from kind of 4.2 to 5 without really anything happening. We just leaked some runs, and our lines haven't been so good. There's a few extras, and with that little stranglehold we had on the run rate as 5 and over. Let's be honest, if you're ticking along at 5s, you've got much work to do, have you, to get 250, obviously.
Well, is that sort of score that you can kind of just cruise along and then take the aggressive option, or the not even aggressive, but play the bad balls when they come along, and all of a sudden it just feels a little bit cruisy. So either the Steelbacks have to find a way to take some wickets or just dry up the runs a little bit. which might create an opportunity for a wicket.
And really, yes, you can bowl good balls and join them together as much as you possibly can. You need to have more fielders in the circle, really, to squeeze at this level. And that's brave to do, but I would say let's get one more man in. Let's get more men in face of the batter, make the gaps look smaller, plug the holes and make them play a shot to score runs and get off strike. We saw Sussex do that very well. I'd like to see us doing that here now. Meanwhile, Rob Jones looks like he's not very well.
No, it's a bit of concern. Can't quite work out what it is. Is he holding his shoulder, or nothing visible?
No, the physio's come on, but he just looks like he's ill, really. It looks like an ill position to me.
Just bent over double.
Yeah.
He doesn't look very well. You can just see him there to the right of your screen, just bending over.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can contact us on Twitter at NorthAntsCCC. If you're watching the stream and want to email us, address there as well. We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, just a little bit of concern there as they're having drinks. 65 for 2 we are, with Libby on 9 and Jones on 25. Players just standing around, don't seem to really know what the problem is.
No. Rips, we were talking earlier about working with bowlers and setting fields. You'll have worked with a number of high quality spinners. Any particularly were receptive to your input or not receptive over the years?
I think Nick Cook's one of in terms of my cricketing awareness and nous and helping me develop that, and then giving me the confidence to offer more up. I think he was very good for me, Nick. I was lucky enough to keep to Anil Cumbly, but I didn't say a lot.
Well bowled.
Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah.
And sorry, I missed another one.
Was that the googly?
But I think you can. It's a bit of a partnership, isn't it? You're the one gauging the pace, gauging the batsman. You can offer quite a bit as a keeper, I think.
Yeah.
And you've got to know your spin. You can't just bombard them if they're not that kind of person either. So I just feel we need to get a squeeze going. We just can't quite wrestle the dots again.
I'm back, chaps.
Hello, Dan. So it's squeeze or an error, isn't it? It's one of you can't wait for an error, so you've got to squeeze. That's what
try and force the error
exactly.
in some way. And I think we talked. I mean, it's a bit less so spin, but when we talked about seam, we talked about bails and length, didn't we? And it not being easy to work the ball around. I think we've got to get into that area again.
You mentioned earlier, didn't you, Phil, about how Sussex set their field for Jack Carson, and
it was remarkable.
Potentially, there's an opportunity to do something similar here.
I think, you've got to take a little bit of risk, try and force an error.
That run rate at the moment for Worcestershire is bang on 5, and what's required is pretty much bang on 5 as well. So they cruising at 67 for 2.
Northampton are not going to, inverted commas, defend this score. They're going to have to get wickets. It's as simple as that. And what I find frustrating sometimes in this format, in the 50-over format, is that teams are clearly aware of that, but then just go through kind of set fields and don't try to squeeze and just eke the game out, but lose. And I'd like to see more pressure exerted earlier, and your resources and where you put them in terms of your fielders is a huge part of that. He's a young captain. He's not done anything particularly wrong. I was just saying, let's get another man up in the ring from somewhere. Make them make an error.
I think this last ball is it can make the difference. If we can get a dot in here, and that's just 3, and that's that actually was worth. It's worth the field because 3 does add a little bit more on the next over. But if we leak off the last ball, even a single, when you only need 5s, but a 3 is it kind of gives us a little tick, I think. But James has got to carry that on for us now. Let's have another 2 or a 3 from hitting the bails.
I want him to hit off bail rather than leg bail. He's just a stump too straight.
He's too straight.
With that pace, he just runs into the bat. You close the face and you're getting one
both very strong there, Phil, as well.
Yes.
I mean, Libby, he just made a living at just clipping it off his thigh pad, hasn't he? And played for us. He just very strong through there, and Rob Jones has looked the same.
Yeah.
Shorter ball from Sales, and Libby's pulled that one into the leg side for a double. Rob Jones, well, it doesn't look the quickest between the sticks, but it doesn't look
He's
quite
not
in as
well.
much
No, he's
discomfort
not-
as what he was a moment ago.
He's not well. I think Justin Broad is too square there. He needs to be more on the groundsman's hut for me. It's too square, and the ball's being hit in front of square, and they're cantering through for 2. Line again.
Yeah, it's going to be cut off, but it's going to be 2 more added to the score. It's not really been a case of targeting the youngster, has it? It's been a case of, well, take what you're giving us, I guess.
It's been a case of sort of, his first over was good, but he's just got 2 straight here. So this is where you've got to be proactive, I think, as a captain, and get up yourself up the other end, talk to the bowl. Let's go back to what are we trying to do here? Look where your fielders are. Maybe even bring 1 more man over to make him bowl that line. Not sure I'd go that route, but at this level, but at other levels, sometimes you set the field to make a bowler bowl the line you want him to bowl. There we go. That was more off stick. 3.5 stumps. 4th stump. That's great, and the length was immaculate. But he's got to be going over sort of off bay or off stump rather than middle. Just that few inches makes all the difference. A lovely little wave from Graham White and Ben Sanderson. Down on the boundary. Both taking the mickey out of me to the... Yeah,
About the shirt.
They're enjoying the shirt as well, I
enjoying
think.
the shirt.
Jack's just had a look upstairs as well,
He
hasn't
has,
he?
yeah. Going to give them a friendly wave back at some point.
There's no cameras in the commentary box at the moment,
That's
Phil,
just
so
as well.
you can wave any way you want to.
That's what I had in mind, yeah. That's worked well, because that wasn't a bad line. It's just worked very nicely. He's created that shot from about off stump, just outside, and just closed the bat face on it. That's nice batting.
Yeah, 5 runs off the first 5 balls of James Sales' 3rd over.
And this is too easy. This game is leaky
I mean,
now.
Libby 16 off 21. It like kind of hasn't really seemed to have done anything to get his. We had some struggles, didn't we? We had some struggles at the start of innings to get going.
We did.
Nicely timed that was, wasn't it?
Luke Proctor's gone down hard, and he's just holding his shoulder there. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
clocked
he's
that
all right.
out the corner of my eyes. So he kind of got himself back to his feet, didn't he? Because he had that shoulder injury that he picked up earlier this season.
So I need to change. I always look to Rips on these things. Who's captained very successfully at this level? I'm.
Double relegation. Yeah, thank you.
Don't be so honest, Rips. Come on. That's too much. But I'm probably pulling James Sales out of the attack at this stage. I need to find a combination.
Yeah,
that works.
I think that hasn't quite worked for us at this stage. Maybe they're enjoying the extra pace, and but certainly the line. Jimmy hasn't just quite got his line right there. So I think we need another combo. If Keggs can tick along at his 3s here, we just need him to keep squeezing at that other end.
Spin from both ends, potentially. Rob Keogh from the David Caper end.
I would like to see Proctor bowl. I would.
Procky, yeah. He'll skid it, won't he? Procky, he's quicker
Maybe
than
get
you
the
think.
keeper up maybe as well. Just let Lewis feel that he's all over him.
Yeah, down the ground, uses his feet nicely, powerfully struck. Down the ground, 1 bounce for Rob Jones. Just those last couple of shots he's played, he's just started to look like he's timing the ball a little bit better. Powerful cut, wasn't it, that beat Luke Proctor, and then that one there's beautifully timed.
Yeah, it's a good shot. That is obviously we've got it the other way around. We've got long on and long off up, and he's just used his body shape there to shape it over mid off. It's good batting.
Moves to 32 with that shot, and pressure on Kerrigan. Turned into the leg side. Good batting. Get your boundary and get off strike. Yeah, Proctor's, well, he's 2nd leading wicket taker. He's got 8 wickets so far this season for the Steelbacks in this competition.
I'd certainly reverse this here, though. Jake Livy is an inside-out man against spin, so I'd get long off back and long on in the circle. You can just knock it down the ground for 1. Very quickly. That's just good professional batting. That Yeah, we've got 4 off the over. We're winning this over. I've just got a bit of... I can just get on the back foot and knock that down the ground. I don't need to do anything clever with it. Not try and knock it into a hole and run 2. Let me just take my single, rotate the strike. Well bowled.
Fired in that time, wasn't it? But still pick up the single. So there's been a run off every ball of this over so far. I think for the first time that run rate's just inverted slightly. The required run rate is dropped below what Worcestershire are managing. It's going to be another one out to Justin Broad. There are options, aren't there, for Lewis McManus? As you've mentioned Proctor, I mentioned Keogh. He's got Justin Broad to choose from.
I'm going to double change personally.
I'm going to double.
I'm going to Keogh this end and Procky the far end.
Yeah, I think that's what I would go to as well. I think because with a target of 250, we can't tread water. We've got to be proactive, and that 6 overs is what's that cost us? 40.
Yeah. Just dawned on me, Rich, we're agreeing far more in the commentary box than we used to in the coaching room.
Well, you've got your wish. In the first instance, is Luke Proctor is going to replace James Sales from the David Capel end. So it'll be the first look at Luke Proctor with the ball this afternoon. So he's got 8 wickets so far in this competition. I think 4, wasn't it? Was it 4 at Durham?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. So he can go full. Can go full here, nip it back in, hit him on the shin. That's the dream ticket here.
It's shorter and just turned off Jake Libby's hip for a single down towards fine leg. I think I need to apologise to Gareth Roderick and all the Worcestershire fans, because I think on review, with the benefit of being able to freeze frame replays, there may have been a cause to say that he wasn't actually anywhere near it with the cricket bat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I think Phil and I both said that he definitely hit it. But people get things wrong, don't they?
Yeah.
People get things wrong.
Funny, Claude, I've just checked in the scorebook and it says...
the classic. The classic comeback. Short again and cut away. That's going to be a chase for Jack White. He's not going to get it.
Hallelujah, man.
And it's 4 for Rob Jones. Nicely played. Cut away.
There's a lot of fielders indicating to Jack White that he's in the wrong place there. And I look down from the commentary box and I can see Graham White and Ben Sanderson standing where Jack White was. Yeah, now they're moving him. Jack's just got sucked in to have a chat. He's shaking his head. The communication isn't right there. Yeah, the two. I'll come back to that. Bold.
Shorter, good comeback from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, I'm just having a kind of a mimic. Yes, Graham, you were having a chat. 4 runs.
Tough crowd in the commentary box today.
Graham's saying it wasn't his fault, it was a short wide ball. Graham's got all serious on me there, actually. That was quite funny.
Well, that's good shot, well fielded.
Very good stop by Simon Carrigan at cover.
So the gist of that, just to make sense of what I was wittering on about there, was Jack White was having a chat with Graham White and Ben Sanderson, who were too fine at the 3rd man position. So they sucked him in. The ball was a poor ball. It was a short wide ball. And if Jack White been in the right place, it would have been 1 or 2, but it went for 4.
Short,
that's a wide.
Yeah, that's going to be a no ball, I think, Phil.
No ball. Yes, it is a no ball.
I think it was that short. It's going to be a no ball. 50 partnership as well between these two. 51 runs, 25 to Rob Jones and 20 to Jake Libby. So Rob Jones looks like he's just starting to really kind of get into his work now, isn't he? He's timing the ball nicely.
Had a couple of rennies from the physio, didn't he? And that seems to have settled him down. But it's been, you got to say what you see, and it's been too comfortable really for these two. We haven't asked them to make any decisions. They've just been able to play what's in front of them. Just knock the ball off the hip quite a lot to balls that are too straight. With a couple of release balls as well. There was one nice bit of batting. Well, I've got a number of nice pieces of batting. One aggressive intent Rob Jones skipped down the wicket and lifted Simon Kerrigan over mid-off for 4, but so he made that into a boundary ball, but otherwise they've just taken what's on offer.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get your double change because Simon Kerrigan's going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 3 overs, none for 19 for the left arm finger spinner. And that's a bit of deja vu, but I think that one might be a little bit better. That is, it's gone all the way. That's 6 off the first ball of Simon Kerrigan's 4th over. Lovely shot from Rob Jones again. As I say, just got a bit more of it this time and cleared the rope.
I like that as well. It was a good batting. He got to the pitch of the ball. Had he not got there, he could have adjusted and just knocked it down the wicket or for a single somewhere, but he did get to the pitch of the ball and it carried all the way for 6. It was the first ball of the over, so now that over is 1, that's banked, and they can just milk the rest of the over with no pressure whatsoever. So if you do want to go for a boundary option, taking it early in the over is usually a smart thing to do.
Yeah, well, that required run rate has now dropped to 4.7 and over. Currently going along at 5.7 for Worcestershire. Another nice looking shot, but that one's just going to be 1. Rob Jones moves to 46. He's 46 off 55.
Yeah, no disrespect to the Worcester batters. Yeah, they've played very well, but they've not been put under a great deal of pressure.
Yeah, just able to rotate the strike, aren't they, comfortably at the moment. Do you think, and that rotation of the strike has brought the 100 up as well for the Rapids, 100 off 17.4 overs. I think this is where that injury to Sanderson really kind of stands out in these kind of moments. Potentially looking at an inexperienced James Sales and an experienced Justin Broad to do a bit of work as that 4th seamer, whereas I suppose if Sanderson was fit, then Proctor would be your 4th seamer, wouldn't he, with Taylor as your first change?
Undoubtedly.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Missing a bowler of his quality, especially. Ooh, run out opportunity. Maybe no. Yeah, I think you're bound to miss him. I mean, the games come thick and fast. You know, some of the bowlers you can have little niggles. You might not be able to put your best team out in all late games, but I think missing him for quite a chunk is. He takes a bit of replacing Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, I mean, any team's going to miss Sando, aren't they? He's such a high quality performer, game in, game out, game in, game out. So reliable, so skillful.
Yeah, picked up that wrist injury, didn't he? That was down at Gloucester, wasn't it? I think.
I think it was.
Got hit on the hand whilst batting.
Price, I think. Yeah. Well, I've seen that a few times, haven't we?
Yeah.
Ball into middle stump and running in, going to turning it away to the leg side. Too easy.
Looks like Rob Keogh's having a looseness. I think we might get that slight change of spin just to see if we can cause an adjustment and get that squeeze going.
Short, pulled away. It's going to be a single. Fielder's down there. Possibly might have been over Jake Libby's head if he'd have elected to have left. He had to certainly fetch it from quite a height, didn't he?
I don't mind the one bouncer. It's just the then reverting back onto our relentless Bales length that we've banged on about most of the game. I mean, at the moment the wicket does seem to be quite a bit better, but is that because we've not hit that area enough?
Yeah, cut away. Well fielded by James Sales. What a stop!
Great fielding.
That was behind him. He's pretty tight there by the time he's on the one at that position. The ball comes pretty quickly, and he dived full length, and the ball was behind him, and he got a good hand on it.
Stayed in his hand. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, too quick for the cameraman as well. Brilliant by James Sales. Definitely safe 4.
Slower ball.
Yeah. Well bowled. I think Rob Jones will probably feel like he missed out a little bit, but the first change of pace from Proctor today. Yeah,
but in a nutshell, I think we've just not hit the right area frequently enough. Up by some distance, actually, in terms of frequency and geography by some distance.
There is that short ball. Well evaded by Rob Jones. Yeah, Rob Keogh's got quite a long warm-up, hasn't he?
He does, yeah. He suffers from an ongoing, I think that the right term is chronic, therefore back condition. So he does go through an elaborate warm-up, but he needs to do that, and we need him in the attack. We need him to turn a few. Another slower ball, well bowled.
Yeah. End of the over. 150 now to win for the Rapids. 19 overs gone. 103 for 2 the score. Rob Jones on 48. Jake Libby on 22.
I don't know how much you've seen Rips of Keezy bowling white ball this year, but I've been impressed when I've seen him.
I haven't seen much of him at all. And he's always kind of, I guess, in white ball teams that we've had, you know, Josh Cobb's been maybe a go-to in terms of economy rates, whereas Rob's always had an attacking. That's why he's you know, that red ball attacking bowler.
Yeah.
But if you've got spin, you change your pace a little bit, then you know, why shouldn't you be a threat, especially if you've got 10 overs to bowl rather than 4? So
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, because I know he's got some attributes that be a good fielder off his own bowling as well. Important to save runs there. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. I think we certainly need him to bowl a good spell.
He's got 10 wickets so far this campaign. Best of 4 for 49.
Good start. I think he should bowl quite an attacking line here, you know, sort of landing the ball outside off stump. If he can turn it back in. It's not the classic one-day method of bowling, you know, normally dart it in, but that's going to be just too easy to milk with no risk. So I'd like to see him vary his pace, get up and over the front leg, drop it in.
I mean, once he's kind of loosened up a little bit, I think bringing that man up on the offside as well might just help. We've got to create something, some pressure from somewhere. That might be our option. Bowl that line, bring that man in. Having said that, I think that would have been forward if he'd have been in, because that would still have hit the gap.
Yeah, long chase for Vasconcelos out there that time.
Not sure that Vasconcelos is a natural boundary rider out there. He's not got the strongest arm. It won't be long before they run on that arm. It's not flat from that distance. Get on the floor.
Chase this time for Luke Proctor. He's not going to get it. 4 more added to the score, and Jake Libby moves to 29. It's 1-1-1 for 2 for the Rapids.
Yeah, I think I'd be swapping James Sales, who's at deep mid-wicket, with Vasconcelos on the cover boundary at this point. A lot of ground to cover out there, Vasconcelos.
It's a big boundary, isn't it? Out towards the offside for Jake Libby as we look at this. Oh, it's
that's
close.
Beautifully bowled that. Held that back beautifully. Just going to look at the replay to see if it turned. It looked from up here that it must have turned the way he played it. Oh,
yeah,
no.
Good spin, good spin.
Good over then for Rob Keogh. 8 runs off it. Created a bit of half a chance on that penultimate delivery, as we're going to see a replay of it here.
Oof.
Definitely a bit of turn.
Wow, that's gone sideways, that. Well, that's encouragement there.
We've seen a few Rob Keogh wickets this year that have turned big, haven't we?
I talked to him about the one to was it Coles? He got turned back through the gate.
Yeah.
And I said to him, "Hey, that's missing leg stump, isn't it?" He said, "Yeah, comfortably." It just turned so sharply. It hit us about 6th stump and went sideways. Hit him in front, and a great appeal given out. But it went so big, and that one also went very big.
Umpire's quite wide signalled then for.
Yeah, that's a good decision. I think that's good communication between the umpires. Short ball, I mean, it's a Northants wide, so I'm not happy with it. But I am happy with it in that I think bowlers get away with the bumper down the leg side too frequently. The umpires communicated it wasn't above head height, but it was a wide on line, so good umpiring.
How do Northants break this partnership, chaps? Because as it stands at the moment, this is easy street, isn't it, for for Worcestershire.
Yeah, I think we've got to try and bring a few more men in, or we revert back to maybe a Taylor or a White, as well as our cutting edge bowlers. To obviously Rob is an attacking bowler, so I think we've got to let him go a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got to be proactive, I think, in getting some more men in.
Yeah.
Yes, we might concede boundaries, but we're gonna, we could just milk their way to this tally. I do feel, having watched 20 overs of their innings, we haven't been quite our best, but I do think it looks a better pitch for a bit of sunshine and a bit of perhaps that extra roll. I don't think it's quite stopped.
Yeah, that's 50 for Rob Jones. Worcestershire number 3 gets 50. He's 51 off 65 balls, 3 4s and a 6 for Rob Jones. That 6 really stands out, doesn't it, as a cracking shot. Obviously, whatever was causing him a bit of discomfort, he's working his way through at the moment.
Beware the injured batsman, isn't it? He's played really nicely there.
Yep, in early, new ball, and I think he's played well, played very well. Pretty tight in defence.
I think, Rips, to back up Rips's point about getting our frontline bowlers, and I think we need to do that at the David Capel end. Tom Taylor, maybe. I'd maybe go Jack White, maybe the slightly more wicket taking. Get Whitey on at the far end, leave Rob Keogh going here, and get 1 or 2 more men in the ring. We have to be proactive here. And Proc, he's full effort and he's hitting the bat quite hard, but it's just back of a length. He needs to be a bit braver with his length here. There isn't that poppy bounce that there was, as you say, Rips, from the first innings. It was noticeable. It is not there now. I think his best chance of getting a wicket is to go a little bit fuller.
Well, not just yet. That one's cut down to Jack White.
He's now in the right position.
You know, I had a feeling you might have acknowledged that point. Just had a sneaky suspicion there might have been a couple of words from my left.
I'm glad I didn't let you down.
But he was in the right place, and just the single down there. So 115 for 2 off 21 overs. So Rob Jones in that over before just brought up his 50s. 52 not out. And he will be on strike to face Rob Keogh.
Even Justin Broad, Rob Keogh's got Justin Broad in a key position for him at long on because he is an outstanding fielder.
Yeah.
But we need to get a fielder with a better arm, maybe slightly quicker than Vasco, out of that cover boundary because he's on his own out there.
Pick up the single. It's going to be a leg bite. I suppose the plan will be not to offer the width to bowl to your protection with those fielders out on the leg side.
Yeah,
straight.
well, but that's the negative. That's the negative line. So I'd want him to bowl a line that might go there.
And there you go. That's the 2 taken to Vasconcelos out on the offside. So you've had that a couple of times today, haven't you? You've made your point, and it's almost happened as if by magic afterwards.
Good, isn't it? I come back.
You're welcome back anytime.
Sunday. Oh, that's poor Simon.
Gone
that's poor fit.
Through Simon Kerrigan. I don't know whether he's got a little bit of a fingertip on it to take a bit of pace off it. But Vasconcelos does the work, but it is going to be 3.
Oh, he's hung on to that too long. He's really thought there was only 2 and let himself down a bit there. Slowed up. And they've taken him on and won easily.
I'm just looking at personnel. I don't want to have Simon Kerrigan extra cover to my off spinner. Got Luke Proctor at short third man, and those 2 could definitely swap, I think.
Yeah, just a single that time.
We need an injection of something, Rips, don't we? We need an injection of something here, Northants. Yeah. A bit flat. Well played.
I did feel there wasn't the buzz out there, was there? At the start of this innings, it felt a little bit quiet from Northampton. It's kind of continued on that theme so far. It's another one off Rob Keogh's second over. So again, that one's gone for 8. 2 overs, none for 16. Run rate on 5.6.
And that's the issue, that run rate's just going up. I mean, they're not really having to try too hard, are they? It's gone from 4.2, I think that was 10 overs ago, roughly, to 5.6. We just can't.
Yeah.
And the wickets haven't come, so Worcester pretty much in total control at this stage.
Is that an inhaler for Rob Jones?
It
I know we haven't exactly got the best view of it, but it kind of looked like an inhaler. Kind of motion, you know, with the shake and then the.
Oh, that was one of those little gin and tonics you get.
All that possibly.
Possible. Glenn Turner used to have a gin and tonic when he got 100. You crossed with him, Rips, or was he before your time?
Excuse me, Phil.
As a man of Worcester, I'm trying to make a Worcester reference. Glenn Turner, the brilliant
Norman
New Zealand
Gifford,
player.
I'll give you that, but not
Glenn Turner.
not
That's
Glenn,
a shame.
Not Glenn Turner.
Could play a bit, I think. So he used to have a gin and tonic when he got 100. When he got a double 100, he had a double gin and tonic brought out to him.
Well, that was run out, or so I say run out. Was it like served on a silver tray, I suppose?
I'm not sure exactly
In a
the delivery
glass,
method,
or?
but 12th man running on. I think it was kind of undisguised.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been in your electrolytes bottle that.
Don't think they had those.
No.
No. Don't know if plastic had been invented then.
Slow and short from Proctor, and Jake Libby's just turned that one into the leg side for a single. And as you've said, chaps, a couple of times, it's a little bit too easy here for Worcestershire.
And the other thing is we've still got, and I think this is right, by the way, we've still got 5 fielders on the offside. But how many runs have gone through the offside? I think it's about 70% of runs from the far end seamers have gone through the leg side.
Yeah, third man, kind of that line, and some have been down here, but yes, certainly I don't think the sweeper on the offside's probably, can't remember him fielding.
I don't think he's fielded the ball, no. An extra cover mid-off and the sweeper on the offside boundary have pretty much not touched the ball. So that tells you a little bit about where we've been bowling and why it's been so easy to milk it. Better line the last 2 balls. Good from Proctor. Slightly fuller as well.
Yeah, those two. Seen Jack White just roll his arm over down here in front of us. Wendell's in with his flag, so whether that's the injection that the Steelbacks need to break this partnership. And
well, Northants are flagging, and so is Wendell.
Oy.
There we go. First run of the day. Not the last.
yeah, Jack White's going through a pretty rigorous warm-up, isn't he, down there in front of us?
I hope he comes on at the far end, though. I've got a feeling he might come on from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, to replace Rob Keogh. I'd like to keep Rob Keogh going.
Yeah, well, it's been Jack's end, isn't it, all summer?
Yeah.
So things would point towards Jack White bowling from this end, but as you say, there was enough turn there from Keogh for me anyway, to kind of keep going on, persist with that plan.
But I think it's going to be Jack White at this end.
Yeah, 23 overs gone, 128 for 2. I'm going to hand back over to Mel. You know what, I'm not even going to risk the surname this time. I'm just going straight for Mel.
Yeah, so I feel, as we've been saying, I think we just need a bit of magic, a bit of sparkle, whether it's a brilliant catch, a run out, just got to spell a combination of bowlers. But I would also reiterate that I think it's proven to be a pretty good toss to have won as well, because batting looks a little easier in this 22 overs than it did for us in the early stages.
It's flattened out, isn't it?
Mm.
It has flattened out now. Oh.
Yes, it doesn't look like there's too much assistance there, but it's just a bit too cruisy at the moment in this chase for the Worcestershire Rapids. Target of 253 for victory. And we said at the time, I think you said that 250 was a minimum,
yeah.
and they got there. But it's that sort of total that can just provide a pretty run-of-the-mill chase without having to take too many risks and without too much assistance from the pitch. Really, the onus has to come somewhere to create the pressure in other ways.
Oh, this is a bit funky. Got to catch your mid-wicket, something a little bit different.
That might be the other way. As much to get the fielders in the face and the eye line of the batters as anything, really. Just try and make them second guess where they're going to play their shots.
Yeah, I like it. You know, we talked about proactivity. I like this for trying something a little bit different.
I'd maybe like, I like it too, so I'm happy with that. I'd rather they would, that one of them was closer to the strip, a bit straighter. I'd like that.
I was thinking squarer. Between us, where
We can do both.
Yeah.
We've got two of them.
Where's number 10 going then?
I'm going
Is he in the
number
middle?
10,
Is he in the middle behind the two strikers?
the false 9. Oh, joining on.
I kind of like Tom where I just like Luke to just go a little further around. Just,
Okay.
And then Simon sweeping up. But I like the idea. It's something different, so he's got to attack the stumps. He might bowl some off cutters.
Yeah. So my argument for getting Tom Taylor, who is the straighter of the two, even straighter, is that the temptations of the bowler just goes a little bit more middle and leg with this field. I want to keep the outside edge of the bat in play as well. Get Tom Taylor just a strip straighter maybe, but it's good. It's a good thing. It's proactive. It's not many things you can do here, but we're going to try and be proactive. He's trying to mix his bowlers up. I would have liked Keogh to continue, but Jack White's in great form.
And what is happening at the moment with those fielders close in, you see that sort of catching cover as well, that all of a sudden we've strung together 4 dot balls. They've all gone straight to those fielders that are right up and in their face. So maybe it is also just making Libby think a little bit as well. They're there in his eye line and he's hitting it straight to them.
And the length has been immaculate. Got to bowl the ball in the right place, and he's done that really.
This time he's got through the gap, and there's nobody out there in the deep on the offside. So 4 runs, breaks the shackles after 4 dot balls.
Somebody created a little bit of width, so whether it was offered up to
it was width.
4th stump or something.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
obviously that's the gamble with the field we've got with the extra man in.
There's
It's
no
come from the
margin
cover
forever.
boundary now.
Yeah.
The cover boundary's free, so we've got to say we didn't quite execute it and get back on with a plan. I think having 6 men in the circle is definitely, I'd agree, that's our way forward to try and get some dots. So he's got, if that's off stump, he tries to create the width. You know, we might pick up a boulder or a caught behind.
And again, Vasconcelos cleaning up that one. So another dot ball to finish. So just the boundary off that over from White as he came back for his 6th over.
Good over that. I mean, only scoring off 1 ball of the over is great. Unfortunately, it was a boundary. Just on that, it was a lovely cricket shot, wasn't it? It wasn't a terrible ball. It was about 4th stump. Rocked onto the back foot. Beautiful high elbow. Very classic cricket shot from Jake Libby. It's been a good move for him going down to Worcester. Got some leadership responsibilities, which doesn't surprise me at all.
And also, he's actually done very well in T20 cricket down there, hasn't he? And he got himself a role in the middle order, chipping it around, and something I probably wouldn't have seen when he was on loan with us. I thought he was a red ball cricketer, so. But he challenged himself, and again, if you move for the right reasons, make yourself a better cricketer. More opportunities, good on him.
Yeah, he was very popular, wasn't he, in his brief time with us. Mixed in very, very well. Brought a lot to the group, I thought.
a bit of a Max Holden.
Yeah.
Kind of seeing him,
Yeah.
you know, as a playing in the 100 and being expansive and scoring T20 hundreds.
Yeah. Did you see that innings he played
really
against Surrey at the Oval?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that was sensational.
Well, Tom Taylor has returned 2 wickets and a century so far today. Can he produce a little bit of magic?
Bold.
It was well bowled first up. Now we'll get the single.
We've gone with the same plan. Get an extra man in. I like it. I think that's all we can really do at the moment, is to try and get a squeeze on, get fielders in serving one, and just try and hit good areas and dry something up and get a mistake. But I think we're doing what we can to try and get back into the game.
He gets another one, so there is a fielder down there at deep square leg and one at deep fine as well. So there is the opportunity there to get an easy single if there's any straying on the leg side at all.
Got a message in from Alex Wakely, formerly of this parish. For those of you who don't know, captain Northants very successfully for a number of years.
Oh, inside edge this time, but again into that nice little vacant piece of land.
This will have killed him. Say this. I'll read it. Shall I read it out?
Just pearls of wisdom has he got for us.
Alex Wakely says this: I don't listen to or watch much cricket anymore, but I have it on today. It's taken me 20 years to realise this. But you and Rips really know what you're talking about. That's the best compliment ever. Glad to have you aboard, Wakers. Not known for being a prolific texter, Alex.
Probably shows how much he was listening to us for 20 years as well. Not very much.
I think that's the only conclusion you can. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, better late than never. Yeah, Alex was in terms of trophies, which is not a bad thing to go by, the most successful captain the club's had, I believe. So just as well he wasn't listening, I think. God knows what would have happened.
And of course, a warm welcome to all our listeners on the live stream.
Yeah, any complimentary message is very welcome. The others, not so much.
Interesting move, 5-4 leg side field. I guess we have leak runs through there, so we talk about straightening our line, but we've changed the field and see how that goes.
I just think that's a poor move. I really do.
And the bowler's reaction, one's going to go all the way despite the dive. Oh, almost I've hurt himself there.
It was a wholehearted effort,
Gee.
and I think he stayed down. Hope he's okay. No, he's all right.
He's okay.
Yeah.
Probably pride wounded more than anything else as he clattered into the advertising hoardings. It was a valiant effort, but to no avail. Well, I was just going to say, the field now, it's almost a perfect ring field, isn't it? They're evenly spaced.
It's a schoolboy field, this. The guy, James Sales, is on it, sort of just behind square on the leg side on the single. You can't really do a lot there. The ball's past you before you can move. And the next ball, since he's moved there, he's gone through the covers for 4. There you
Well,
go.
again,
Can't
finds
stop
the
that.
gap.
You're
gets
not in the
the easy
game
single.
there. Sorry, Mel, I'm cross.
Yeah, you're ranting, I can see.
First one of the day. But, the bowlers have been too straight, meaning too much into middle and leg. The ball's been worked through the leg side. Rather than encouraging the bowler to bowl more of an off-stump line, we've kind of followed the ball and put a man for a token, really, behind square on the single on the leg side. And the ball comes off the bat so quickly. Unless it's straight at you, you're not going to stop anything.
And that brings up the 100 partnership between Jones and Libby, being a very productive one. And it's also the halfway mark of the innings, 25 overs gone, 140 for 2 with that target of 253. So it's just a little bit easy at the moment. And if they're unable to find some wickets somewhere, it's going to be a very, very tough proposition to stop this Rapid side. See just a few words there to Jack White as he continues.
So that the tactic of 2 men on the catch on the leg side, which was successful, I thought, in stemming runs, the dispense with that.
Just the one now.
We've still got the 6 in now. I guess it's how we're dealing. We've still got the same cards, I guess. We're just dealing them in a slightly different way, and we're asking maybe Jack to have a bit more license to bowl fourth stump and off stump, and hopefully not, with the length good, still not easy just to throw your hands through and hit it through the offside. And if he plays around his pad a little bit to hit the gap by the umpire, maybe that brings another chance of a dismissal. But I still think 6 men in is definitely our way forward. It's just how we
Found the gap there. Just turned it round the corner.
Yeah, I haven't said it was success from dispense with it. I was arguing for that guy to go straighter. He's gone so straight that he's gone across the other side of the wicket.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that particularly. Yeah, in this situation, you have to be proactive as a captain. There's no point just sort of eking the game out and they turn over at 4.5, 5.5 and over with no risk. You've got to put pressure on. It might mean the game ends sooner. But you have to try and take wickets.
Well, it's yeah. If it's going to be a death, is it a quick death or a death by 1,000 cuts, or the option of maybe then you might create some opportunities.
Yeah, it can be. I think in this format, you see so many games where the fielding team just go formula, and the batting team win with 6 overs to spare, 4 down, and they've been under no pressure.
Of course, you do have to give the bowlers some, I guess, understanding when you've only got 252 to defend, and with the way that they struggled to form meaningful partnerships, probably until that one between Taylor and Sales. Without that big partnership, it's left them in a bit of a difficult situation. You only need a few bad overs,
yeah,
and you're under the pump.
I think Rips has said it perfectly. This pitch has flattened out quite a bit. It looks like the best of the conditions, the better of the conditions has gone with Worcester. That's fair enough. They won the toss and they called it well in terms of having a bowl first. But Northampton not going to defend this score. It's not going to be 240 for 4 and after 50 overs. That's not an outcome that is possible to happen from here. So it's going to be wickets. And how do you get wickets? Make the batters make mistakes. How do you do that? Dry them up. How do you do that? Squeeze. That ball has bounced. Gloved him, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I haven't quite seen enough of those in terms of since we've been bowling. And hopefully, maybe sow a seed of doubt. Good line though as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It's cramped him. He's trying to create the room because the offside sweeper's up and a little bit of extra bounce. That could have been the one that you just gloved it to the keeper.
There's a few little clusters of discussions going on. Players gathering in little groups, just trying to think their way through this problem that they have. How do they dry up the runs and create pressure? Where do they find a wicket from?
It'll be interesting after that chat between Lewis and Tom. We're having a bit of we tried 2 different strategies in the last over. What we're going to decide on to start this. It looks like we're going to go back to the 4 in the ring on the offside.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we've dispensed with the guy.
Yeah, just got to get our line right, and we've got to make him play towards mid-off and extra straight.
That's perfect.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's like a collective thing, and that was perfect there, well bowled. This is a collective, which is unusual, that all of the seamers have bowled a stump or so too straight today. You might get 1 or you might get 2 who just fall into that trap, but it's been a It's been each have influenced the other, and we've all been too straight. And it's fine margins. The wicket's got no demons in it. The ball is old. It's fine margins for the bowlers. We're talking about the difference between one stump and another, which is, you know, very, very small margins, and on length as well. There was far more margin earlier in the game here on length for the bowlers as well, where it was bouncing more and more frequently than you'd expect, and that's now gone out of it. So there's very little margin for error from the bowlers and two set batsmen.
You had what was it you described? You had a word to describe the bounce.
Pecky.
Pecky.
Does that mean anything to anyone?
No.
Absolutely nothing.
Oh,
I'm glad
I didn't
it's
like
not
to
just
say
me.
it. I thought it was Mel had sown a seed in it.
I wondered. I thought this was like a thing where maybe I didn't, as an Australian.
I'm going for the Oxford English Dictionary and see if I can find something on pecky.
Pecky.
I'll come back to you.
Excellent vice chairman, but nothing to do with the bounce.
I've definitely not heard that one before, but I like it. I'm not saying I don't like it.
Okay. I said I'd come back to you.
I will just note before we do hear about your pecky wisdom that Jake Libby has reached his 50 off 55 balls, so it's been a terrific knock by the captain, just steady, exactly what his team has needed. Tell us about pecky.
So, definition of pecky, a term applied to a cricket pitch when the ball bounces.
Yeah.
Oh, you are
Where
lying.
the ball bounces higher than we might normally expect on a regular basis.
Oh, he's gone for the uppercut and straight into the hoardings there. 4 runs over the top. Easy as you like.
Yeah, so you can, written apologies, please.
If that's
I'll
in
be
the
checking
Oxford
that.
Dictionary, I will eat my hat that I forgot to bring today, which was unwise.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Something to do with fungus on timber.
Wow.
They don't know what they're talking about, these people.
Oh, it's an easy mistake to make, isn't it? Fungus on timber and a bouncing cricket ball. I mean,
Yeah.
I might be quiet for the next 10 or 20 minutes. Cause
Well, that'd be a first.
yeah, it would, yeah. Oh, I've got it. I found it.
Oh.
Under the question, is pecky a real word? This is genuinely true. Excessive. Oh, no, that's wrong. No, forget that. I'll put that away.
you are the only person in the 40 years I'm involved in cricket has ever used that word pecky. And that seems to suggest you're in the minority.
He's put his phone away
Yeah.
now. He's conceded defeat. Not happy. Not happy,
Perky
Jan.
has become less pecky, hasn't he?
Oh, that's very good, that.
Thank you.
That's very good, that. It's taken a while, but that is very good.
20 years, apparently. Workers.
I'm all for the use of different vernacular, and it is true in this country that there are so many different words to describe one thing. So I thought it could be a regional dialect thing. You know, what do you call it?
It's very, very regional.
Very regional. Just
what-
off the race course.
Well, here we see, as we see, White continue. And they've taken a very quick single, well run too. So they're putting pressure on the field. I mean, in this part of the world, what do you have a special name for a bread roll?
Oh, here we go. So there's loads, aren't there?
I know, but what is it here?
Well, it can be a bap.
Right,
It can be a cob.
right.
Well, that's more northern. But
No,
bap,
that's more
I'd say
north, isn't it?
bap is...
BAP. Well, you're from Leeds.
Hmm.
What do you call it?
I wouldn't say
Dave?
Cobb. I think Cobb's more North Midlands.
Oh, is it?
Leicester, Derby, Nottingham. I'd say roll. I reckon I'm sticking with roll.
You're
Yeah.
sticking with roll. And
I'd probably say how much. Actually, that'd be the first.
How much?
it's always a confusing one to me as to what you call it in different
Yeah.
parts of the country, whether it's balm cake or balm or cob or
Oh,
roll or bap or...
You do, yeah, I see
Ah.
bacon bap. Yeah, I can see that on a menu around here.
Very confusing.
So bold.
I mean, I don't want to use this channel for my own personal means. That'd be awful. But if anyone out there recognises perky as a term for something that bounces, please come to my rescue.
Did you say perky?
He said perky.
Oh, shit.
You don't even know what it is.
Good night.
We're going to have to edit this
I don't
whole
know.
half an hour
It's
section
fine.
out.
Perky actually makes more sense to me if you said it. Yeah, there's a bit of a perky bounce.
That's what I've been saying.
Yes.
Sorry, what have you
I
heard?
can see that now.
As opposed to pecky. Please do tell us if you're listening and
If anyone's still listening.
help anyone out. Do tell us, is pecky bounce a thing? Whatever kind of bounce it is, it's something that I reckon the Steelbacks could do with at the moment. Something, some liveliness. Perky
something.
bounce, pecky bounce, whatever it is.
Well,
But
no
it's
one's
pretty
ever
flat.
challenged me on that before. Which kind of makes you think that they understand what you're talking about.
Or maybe
doesn't it?
I just think you're special.
Let's say that. Oh, wow. Every day's a school day.
The dots are coming, guys. The dots are coming. There's been more dots. I've got a feeling there's something's going to happen.
Yep, single and 3 dots. Oh, and that's the
Wow.
first time we've seen a play and a miss like that
We've got
for a
one
while.
past. We've got one past. Great line. That's the line just
Yeah.
outside of stump.
Yeah, the dots. We just
Oh.
sprung some together, haven't we, over the last 2 overs?
It's a good.
I mean, just quietly, we didn't really give him a lot of love, or we gave him some love earlier, but Jake Libby's innings of 51 or 56 has been with virtually 0 risk, has been a very fine innings as well, hasn't it?
He's just quietly gone
Just-
about it,
yeah.
hasn't he?
But just how many boundaries he's hit.
That one is all stopped by Emilio Gay. They get 2 runs. So there were the dot balls, and I think it's maybe frustrated White a little bit. But only 3 from the over, so that's more of what they need to do. If they can string together a few more overs like that.
Jake Libby has hit 3 boundaries.
Yeah, just you'd guess it was low because he just milked it around, doesn't
Yeah.
A lot of, I said earlier, a lot of 2s on offer.
he?
Yeah, loads of 2s
Yeah.
with no risk to the leg side.
And
That's
But if you can string sort of 3 or 4 of those together, all of a sudden, it becomes.
I like this. I like this as well. A little change again. We proactive. We talked about proactivity. We're trying something different. Keep her up. Bit of make medium pace, and just again we got 5 in the circle. I think Justin might need a sweeper either side.
Have you seen much of him bowl in the 2s, Rips?
Not too much. Bit of white ball cricket. I saw him bowl.
Yet to take a wicket in list day cricket. Of course, this is only his 4th.
Definitely got
Game in this
T20. I
format?
think he definitely got T20 wicket,
He
didn't
did, yeah,
One
his
of-
first game,
one of
yeah.
the
Got a
early
big one, I
matches.
think. Big scalp. from him.
Well, there wouldn't be a better time for him to take his first list day wicket than right about now. You wonder if it's not just about a magic ball, but if they can just keep drying up runs, string together a few more overs.
Or fielding.
That's
Well
great
fielded.
fielding. Brilliant fielding.
Yeah, saved 4, you would say, there.
Rob Keogh at mid-on, full length to his right, wasn't it?
Just holding his shoulder
Yeah.
as he gets up as well.
It was hit hard as well, wasn't it? It's hard. Brilliant. Pick up and throw.
Yeah, he's normally in a key position. He's only there because he's got finger issues. Still fielded.
That one has beat the fielder on the ring, though. And there is 4 runs. So the release again, an over starting quite dry, and then the release.
Actually, very, very good shot, wasn't it? He's got a tight gap to find between extra cover and mid-off. It wasn't a full half volley. He waited for it to come into his area, but his hands threw it very well. A little bit fuller than I thought, actually. It was towards a half volley. Dispatched.
This time he pulls hard and he gets another 4. That's well battered by Jones, who moves to 72.
You can't bowl that length at that pace. That's just waist high, and a guy who's in and playing well, he's on 68, gets a waist high ball at about 68 miles an hour. It's only going to one place, I'm afraid.
So the first 3 balls gave up 1 run, the next 2, 8. But to finish, there's a big shout, but unsuccessful, but it is at least a dot ball. So the 2 boundaries making that one a bit more of an expensive one for Broad. 9 off his first over, 160 for 2 after 29.
Yeah, and Lewis McManus has got to shuffle the pack to try and find some way of breaking through. Don't let batters get too set. He's got to try a number of different things, and one of those things is returning to Simon Kerrigan at the Lynn Wilson end. Be interesting to see what he does with his mid-on and mid-off here, whether they keep them up or put them back. So I think he sent mid-off back, has he?
Yeah, it looks like he's going mid-off back, and he's holding. He's holding.
Yeah, and Kerrigan 4 overs so far, none for 21.
I say people may be watching thinking, well, the batters have lifted Simon Kerrigan over mid-off for a 4 and a 6, 2 4s and a 6 already, but we have to make them make a mistake. So having those fielders in, for me, is exactly the right thing to do.
And you might buy one.
You might buy one, they might cloth one, you might get a catch. If they're back, they're going to knock it down the ground and rotate at 4.5 and over with no problem whatsoever, so you have to do something.
He's just pushing or just tweaking.
Just slightly deeper, aren't they? Just outside the circle.
Yeah, he's just pushed mid on and mid off.
Tempter's just trying to tempt him a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit further down the ground.
I don't mind that. That would be a very poor bit of cricket if one of them gets caught out there now, because they can just knock it down the ground and run.
No, there's enough room for an easy single there, isn't there?
There is.
They're probably about 10 metres outside. He's now asking Emilio Gay to take a couple of steps in. And that's exactly where the ball's gone. And there's the single. So he'd just taken probably 2 steps in from where he was. There's still enough room.
Simon Kerrigan's asking these guys to make a mistake, and he's asking them to make a huge mistake now. They've gone 10 metres deeper. If you keep them in the ring and they get caught there, that's one thing.
Well, they're both in on the circle now.
Yes. But again, he knows Rob Jones pretty well. They'll have played a lot of cricket together and certainly netted against each other quite a lot. So a bit of local knowledge perhaps going on there.
It's nicely tucked away.
Almost playing on the batter's ego here. He's kind of saying, okay, you can lift it over them if they're in the ring. Can you lift it over if they're 10 metres out of the ring? Are you going to be brave enough to do that? Plays a lot of poker, Simon Kerrigan. And this is a bit of a poker play, really. It's a bit of a bluff.
Well, he's done it again. They're outside the ring. Backs away. Yeah, so he's being very specific, Simon Kerrigan, in just where he had those fielders at mid-on and mid-off in that over. At the end, he's just given away 4 runs, so it's good at this stage. Keep it limited to singles. It's 164 for 2 after 30 overs.
Shane Warne used to talk about creating the theatre, give the impression that something's happening when it's not, and I think the specific placement of those fielders was a little bit of gamesmanship, really.
And constantly just moving him a yard after every ball. I kind of liked it. He was adding to it, wasn't he? Trying to draw attention to it.
Yeah.
I said, I think we've been, certainly in the last 20 minutes. So I think we've done what we can to try and wrestle ourselves a wicket. I've been quite pleased with our proactivity and our field placings. Maybe just our execution hasn't quite been absolutely 100, but I say we're on a better, flatter pitch this afternoon. That's given us less margin as well.
How are we going then, chaps? Bit of a clinic by Rob Jones and Jake Libby this afternoon, isn't it?
No, it's how to chase the score down, isn't it, for sure? Yeah, very good, very professional. So yeah, batsmanship is in a run chase. There's lots of things. It's a lot about skill and all the rest of it. It's also about decision making, and I think they've made very good decisions consistently.
I mean, Jake Libby doesn't play too many shots in anger, is he? But he's striking at 90, 54 off 60.
With 3 boundaries. Yeah. That's very Jake Libby-esque, that, wasn't it? Just playing it so late under his eyes. Good batting.
How long was Jake Libby at Northants for then?
Just on loan, wasn't he?
Yeah, just on loan for 3 months or so, something like that. But it was start of the season, wasn't it? It was the start of a campaign when he wasn't going to be playing at Notts, and we had a spot available. I can't quite recall where we were.
Appeal for LBW. Rowie, I think for the first time in the One Day Cup, has said that LBW shout for Northamptonshire wasn't out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit one-eyed on it. I think that's going well down the side.
Yeah, encouraging signs that the ball is shaping the way that it is for Justin Broad.
Yeah, he kind of falls away a bit at the crease. That one just kind of did just offer in, didn't it? And then went on with the seam. Little bit of movement in the air, and then continued off the seam as it does.
Nice square drive from Rob Jones into a bit of a gap. Gonna be an easy 2, isn't it? Sam Whiteman out there doing the work in front of the football stands. 2 runs off the 5th ball of that over. None for 12 for Justin Broad. $85 required to win for Worcestershire. Oh, chance.
Oh.
It's gone back hard, isn't it, to Justin Broad. I don't know whether he's hurt himself there. He's done very well to get hands to it. But it's gone down. I think it would have been an almighty catch, wouldn't it, if he'd have held onto it.
Yeah, he couldn't get out of the way, could he? He was literally nailed straight at him. Just out of his follow through, and it either sticks or unfortunately it doesn't. But it doesn't look to have. I think if it had been badly hurt, he'd have been walking straight off there with a split finger or a dislocated finger. So touch wood, he seems okay, but that might have been last chance saloon in some ways in terms of that wicket we need.
You hear it quite a lot on the telly about finding that spark, and I know you mentioned about an injection earlier, but that could have been exactly it, couldn't it, to rejuvenate the fielding team.
And I think it'd been credit to Lewis and trying someone, not necessarily when he's front line. We've gone to our best, like our strike bowlers have come back and tried, our spinners have tried, we've tried to bring an extra man in. Justin's now on. I think we've done what we can. I said in the face of the wicket getting a little bit flatter, but we at least. I'm kind of happy that we're going down with slinging a few punches, I think, here. Just a very professional performance from the 2 batters. And I think that's the first chance, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It was a tough chance,
that they've given, and he could barely call it a chance, really.
Yeah. Interesting, Jake. I don't think I've seen, correct me if I'm right, I don't think I've seen Jake Libby sweep in this innings yet. And in my mind, I've got Jake Libby as a real sweeper, a real go-to for him. Whether he's decided to put it away today, I don't know.
Chance over Jack White. That's going to run away for 4. He's not going to haul that one back. I don't think it was that far away, was it? Maybe didn't quite pick the trajectory up
I agree.
early.
Yeah, I think he just didn't pick it up straight off the bat.
Looks like he took a couple of steps in, didn't he, before he started backpedaling just over the bar.
Pity. I mean, that's...
I'm not sure what to say about whether it was a chance, whether another fielder would have got it. It happened all too quickly, but it was close to him, wasn't it?
It was. Just another half chance, I think, on the back of the last one in the last over.
Oh, that's a
That is a genuine chance. That is a drop catch that's gone through Emilio Gay straight on the ground. Jake Libby adds another couple to his score and he moves to 60. But there's been a couple of half chances and there's no doubt in anybody's minds here that that was a genuine one.
Didn't get low enough early enough. It's almost like get your long barrier out there and you catch it in front of your thigh and you just didn't get down in time. Didn't do it for pace, but he was on the move down as the ball arrived. Having not had a chance for 30 overs, we've had 3 in the last 7 balls. 8 balls.
Almost as I just said that Libby was 54 or 60 without really doing a great deal. He's chipped one over Jack White.
Is this the chance here? We got it. Yeah, you see, he was straight-legged, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He needed to get bend in the leg. It's easy from here, isn't it? But straight legs means your arms are long, there's tension in your hands. Get your elbows bent, hands together, bit of give in the knee. I've heard Rips coach wicket-keeping a bit over the year.
You could teach me a few things.
Oh, yeah, keepers union here.
Yeah.
Dan's a keeper, Rips.
Take any advice I can get.
Okay.
Any advice I can get. But Jake Libby gets the life. 32 overs gone, 175 for 2. 78 required for the Worcestershire Rapids. And James Sales is back into the attack, replacing Justin Broad. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 22 so far. As you say, Lewis McManus continuing just to cycle through his options just to see if they can manufacture an opportunity to break this partnership.
Fielding. Yeah, disappointing because that's what we've talked about when they're trying something, build the pressure, create an opportunity, and we just haven't been able to put the finishing touches to what was a good little passage of play there by having an end open, giving us a lift in the field, and being all round a new batter with maybe 7 men in the circle.
Oof. One keep a little bit low, or so you just misjudged the length on that one.
It looked like it might have kept a little low.
Yeah, maybe we just ran back at him a little bit and he just got on the wrong side of it as well, perhaps.
Better length, better line. We have improved our line in the last 5-6 overs.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, Rips.
No, you carry on.
A bit of a variation there from James Sales. He opened his front side early and kind of pushed the ball in a little bit. Not quite sure it was. He has been working on his white ball skills very hard. I think he could turn into a very fine white ball bowler, James Sales.
Ooh.
Chance.
Oh, I was waiting for a boot.
I was.
I thought there might have been a chance for a nice right foot.
He seemed to be ahead of him in the foot race, so I was expecting a kick. He's ahead of him there, isn't he?
Well, for me that has to be close if he kicks that. Just watching the replay.
I was left a little bit speechless there that he just elected to pick that up.
End.
I thought the obvious / easy thing would have been to have side-footed that.
Yeah. Well, as he picked the ball, as he went to pick the ball, he was close to the ball with his hand. Jones was short of his ground.
Yep.
So turn that hand into a foot, and then it's a very close call if he hits the stumps. But he didn't. Yeah, he's going in.
A little bit reverse.
Yeah,
or
he's got
something
going on there.
Looks,
Yeah, he has. I think that's right, Rips. The way he's polishing the ball as well. So he's gone a bit slingy. So his front side is going early. He's dropped his bowling arm to help the little bit
but
of reverse
the line
swing.
as well, isn't it? For his immaculate line, go crashing into middle and off rather than hitting leg and just getting clipped into that leg side, which we unfortunately happened a bit too much earlier on when this partnership was blossoming. We were just a bit too easy to work.
Yeah, it's been a good comeback. Just 2 runs off James Sales' 4th over. Sam Whiteman out there doing the fielding. So 2 runs off it. 177 for 2.
Good signs. I thought it was a really good over.
Yeah.
It looked a threat. And hopefully let's follow that up at this end. Maybe that, just that inspirational spell. It might be a spell from someone that can just, maybe James Sales is the man.
Stream powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. Simon Kerrigan's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Obviously there's 2 white cricket balls, isn't there? One from either end. So if anybody was wondering, well, why would Lewis McManus not go for a seamer, having seen the ball starting to reverse from James Sales? Well, because the ball's different in short. Still plenty of people in the ground as well, enjoying the late afternoon sunshine. Plenty of kids round the place enjoying a bit of cricket on their
It's been a good crowd, hasn't it?
Mm.
And the crowd have been very engaged. When things have happened in the game, whether it's a partnership or an individual milestone pass, the crowd have been riding behind it. They've been engaged and well entertained. And just to back Rips up, I've been impressed. I've been pleased with our proactivity, led by the captain, the way he's rotated the bowlers, the way that he has gone for more of a squeeze, and we're seeing that now with 7 men inside the circle, and it has had some effect. All you can do is create chances. We've done that, and we haven't taken the chances. It's a bit late in the day as well, I would say, but it's never easy chasing any number down. Still 80 required.
Oi. Taking Kerrigan on again. That time it's just short of Emilio Gay at mid-off. Right on the circle, isn't he, at the moment?
Having those guys up is a bit of a game changer, isn't it?
Down the ground.
He hasn't got that.
Over Emilio this time. It's going to be a couple of bounces. It's going to be 4 more to Rob Jones, and he moves into the 80s. He's on 82 off 103. And the Rapids 181 for 2. You say it's changed the game by bringing them up. He's got nowhere near all of it.
No.
He's still been rewarded with a 4. He's taken the risk.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
Pushed him back and inside edge, isn't it? Just beaten leg stump.
It's the only thing we haven't tried, maybe as time is running out, we could have that man back, but bring a man on the drive, maybe from 45, and is there going to be a paddle sweep that might create a chance, or from the 2 men on the offside, then does that create a reverse sweep that might create a chance? Just another way of trying to put some pressure on the batter by cutting off that hit over long off with a man on the drive. Not easy just to milk it down the ground.
Down the ground, he's got that one.
Got that
That's 6. That's gone into the hospitality boxes, I think. 6 more for Rob Jones. He moves to 89. Not a big hit either end, is it, at Wantage Road straight? So having those fielders up inside the circle is a bit of an invite. And so far, Rob Jones is taking that invitation and some.
That's a good shot. I mean, we're looking at it from a Northants perspective of trying to ask him some questions, and there he's just answered them well with a couple of tidy shots that brought him 10 runs.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that doesn't make the tactic wrong from us, does it?
Absolutely no. We're doing what we can, but from their perspective, you'd be saying, well, do we just sit and milk it, or do we just actually know any other part of the game? If those men are up, we'll be looking to try and move them back, and I'm still going to continue to do that. And I think that's right. Don't want to go into a shell, do you? Just because we're squeezing.
34 overs done, 189 for 2. Worcestershire require 64 off the remaining 16 overs at a required rate of 4 runs per over.
in poker terms, Simon Kerrigan has raised his bet and he's called him. Is effectively what's happened there. Rather than folding, he said, "Okay, I'll call that," and he's played it very well. He didn't get all of the 4, but he got enough of it. And
Yeah.
the 6 was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, he's played a couple, isn't he, down towards us this afternoon. It's down the leg side.
Bit of pad, I think.
Yeah. Leg by signalled. 150 partnership as well between Rob Jones and Jake Libby for 157 balls. As you can see, the Intelligent Cricket win predictor just slightly in favour of the Worcestershire Rapids at 98.1%. Short, width offered, past Luke Proctor, who's been in the wars there today. He can't do anything to stop that one going for 4. That is a cracking shot by Rob Jones. He moves to 93. He's played that shot really well, hasn't he?
He has, and I think Procky's had the full force of most of them, hasn't he? Bless him. Yeah, just a little bit of width, and again, he's climbed into it.
Yeah, we can change the field there as well. I think Tom Taylor's going to go into backward point, isn't he? There have been a couple of times that Luke's just kind of got up and held that shoulder, isn't
Yeah.
he? He's done that just then as well. And
He has had a shoulder problem, hasn't he?
this summer, yeah, he's missed a couple of games because of it. You see, he's just trying to stretch it out, isn't he?
Yeah, as Rip said earlier, these 50 over games, they're tough. They're tough on the body and they come thick and fast. It's quite a condensed programme, as we know, and it doesn't give you any time to recover from slight niggles. So you've got to be careful with people. It can get quickly worse if you're not careful. Well played.
Yeah, that's a nice shot from Rob Jones. That's going to be 4 more, and he's going to move to 97. 3 away from 100 in reply to Tom Taylor's earlier in the day, and the Rapids are 198 for 2. Is that a harder format than the Championship then? Does it?
I think it is, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's more, I mean, Rips would be have a better view on this, but I'll carry on. I think it is.
Is that the intensity?
It's the intensity and the proximity of games. It's tough. Yeah, it's a long day and they come thick and fast.
Sure. Good bumper from... Well, I thought it was a good bumper from James Sales.
I'm with you. I thought I was just about to say, well bowled.
That's a wide signal, though, from the umpire. So he had other thoughts.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah.
definitely a wide.
Definitely a wide. What do we know? But yeah, what's your thoughts on it in comparison to the champ? Because to me, as an uneducated person, I'm thinking 4 days back to back to back to back sounds like quite an intense
I
challenge.
think it's where it comes in the season though, as well. This comp, you know, you've had your you've had your pre-season, you've had your championship games. You really kind of got spring in your step there. It's, you know, you're just out of the indoor school or back off a tour, and you can't wait for the whole thing to get going. I think mentally you're very fresh, whereas this season, you know, this competition comes at the end of, you know, your 4-day season's been shaped for you, and then you've had your T20 campaign, which again is pretty full on and a bit of a emotional roller coaster there, and then you're into August, and these games come thick and fast, and they're long days. So I do think this is a tough period, and it'd be good, you know, good to be able to use a squad of 13 or 14 players.
Rob Jones on 99. Well bowled by James Sales. He's going to leave Rob Jones on 99 for at least another one delivery. He's 99 not out of 111. The Rapids, the ball before, brought up their 200. They're 201 for 2. 52 now to win off 15 overs.
Didn't quite back up his previous over, did he, James Sales? There went both sides of the
really,
wicket.
Yeah, last over was so good. I was quite excited, thinking, come on, knock one over, and he just got a little bit line again, just a bit wide to be cut, and then a little straight down leg stump to be worked to fine leg, and there's 8, and that over's kind of killed again, isn't it?
It's a hard, you know, to just give him a bit of love, it's a hard skill reverse swing. Many bowlers do it in different ways. There is some commonality. A number of bowlers, not everyone by any means, but a number of bowlers decide they're going to lower their bowling arm and get their front side open earlier, just drop the bowling arm into a lower slot. They think that helps them. The problem with that is it makes finding the line really, really difficult. That's why the best are so good, because they manage to get the right line for the reverse swing with something which is not their traditional action. And James Sales is learning that craft. He did it very well in one over, not so well in the other. The problem is that when he got it wrong in the wrong areas and it's tucked away.
Rob Keogh's back. 2 overs, none for 16 for Rob so far. Leading wicket taker for the Steelbacks in this competition this summer, with 10 wickets and a best of 4 for 49.
I like what we've done with the field again, Dan. You know, so I'm really pleased to see us being proactive and trying things. All of us now we've got a, you know, more than many on the leg side, apart from one man, bit of a get out of jail card to cow corner. But if Rob's going to bowl a bit straighter here and has to be worked into the leg side, are there some dots?
And taking a single to Sales. And that's 100. Rob Jones, 100 for the Worcestershire batter. Punches the air. Brilliantly batted by the Rapids number 3s. 100 of 112. 9 4s and 2 6s. And what an absolutely fantastic innings in reply to Tom Taylor's earlier today.
I know Alan Richardson, their head coach, had some strong words about the performance against Warwickshire when they were bowled out for 108. And that's a good way to respond, isn't it? Well played.
Yeah, he's been very good, hasn't he, today as well?
Very good, yeah. I mean, he's all facets. He's run well. He's played strong shots when he's needed to, boundaries, but he's also done the bread and butter stuff well, hasn't he? And just scored off as many balls as he can.
Yeah, considering, well, he looked to be in a fair bit of discomfort, didn't he, when he was in his 30s or 40s. That's shorter from Rob Keogh, and Libby's just cut that one into the offside for a single. Good over so far from Rob Keogh, just the 3 runs from those first 5 balls.
You're going to bump him over the top as he did to Carrigan.
Comes down, he tries it, skews it out to the offside, lands safe. He just gets a single off the last ball. I thought it was a brave decision to take that single on to James Sales as well. He's probably going to be about the quickest slash best fielder that the Steelbacks has got on show today, so to take that quick single to him, I thought was a brave call.
Well responded to, wasn't it, by Jake Libby, because he kind of chassied down the wicket, didn't he? So he's got momentum into the shot, so getting into the bowler's end, he's probably going to get there because he's a third of the way down. But Jake Libby responded really well to that. There was no guess, there's no where's the ball gone, it was just he's running, I'm running. And actually, although the throw didn't hit the stumps, had it been a direct hit, Jake Libby would have been home.
Yep, 205 for 2 then off 36 overs. A man, Rob Jones, 101 not out. He's going to face up against James Sales. He's just getting the ball to reverse swing. He goes up top. And that one is okay. I thought that one might have been a little bit high, but 75, 76 miles an hour for James Sales.
There's no call of 1 for the over either. But obviously didn't get that high, so I thought that would have been 1 for the over. Good, he can use another one.
Couple of dot balls then to start James Sales is over.
I think wickets had still, just thinking about the big picture, and I've been in this situation in the past where we've had a terrible result that's knocked our net run rate miles down, and had Richie, the analyst, going on and on about net run rate, and it has been costly in the past. And I kind of think, okay, we're in a good position net run rate, so if we can't pull this out of the bag, let's take it a little bit, you know, by getting wickets, not by just surrendering, but by getting wickets and getting a new man in and squeezing him, making them use up balls to, if they are going to get past our score, as many balls as we can. So we remain nice and positive with that net run rate, because it often is, you know, in a 9-team competition, if you like, for the top spots, it wouldn't surprise me if net run rate.
Yeah, well, three go through, don't they?
I believe so.
Of the the 2-19 groups. So
Top team will go straight to the semi, don't they? And then there's
That's right.
an eliminator.
short
That
from
could be out.
Sales. It's pulled away.
It's in the gap.
It's in the gap, and that's going to be 4. Dissected those 2 fielders out there. I think that's Emilio Gay and Justin Broad. And Rob Jones has picked the gap beautifully between the 2 of them. Couldn't have split them much better, could he? When you look at that replay.
No.
Would that influence your field at this stage, Rips, with only 40 wanted? Would you?
I think I'd still be pushing, and I'd just try and get the wicket, and then really use that to try and eke it out,
Yeah.
rather than just surrender what we currently have done.
Bounced.
It's the 4 off the over so far. Can he get out of this over with a dot ball? Well, it has got to the stage in the game when 4 and over is more than enough, isn't it, for Worcestershire right now? But Tom Taylor's doing a couple of looseners at cover as well. It's been cut away powerfully out towards Sam Whiteman, who allows the bit of a bobble there, allows Rob Jones to come back for a brace. 37 overs done, 212 for 2.
James Sales not impressed with that fumble on the boundary by Sam Whiteman. There was a big double teapot and a very strong stare at the floor whilst he counted to 10. He's usually pretty secure out there, isn't he, Sam Whiteman, to be fair?
He's been fantastic out there all summer.
Yeah, near the ice cream van.
Having a graze. Good ice creams as well.
Cologne is the best ice cream available. The very best ice cream available on this ground. The only ice cream available, but the best.
No, you were right the first time. The very best. You didn't have to put only in there. Rob Keogh to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end with his off breaks. It's 42 to win now for the Rapids. That's dropped in shorter and cut away, and that is going to be 4. Nicely played by Jake Libby. Just created enough room to give Justin Broad no chance. That boundary just gets shorter and shorter and shorter, doesn't it, as it makes its way towards the Spencer Lounge.
Played that beautifully, actually,
he
just
really
watching
waited.
the replay.
Yeah,
Waited until
waited.
it got closer to him, because then he can crack his wrists late on it and get it exactly where he needed to for the boundary. It's really well played.
Fuller again from Keogh, just changing the length up. He picked up a wicket in the last one-day game here, didn't he, with one of those really full deliveries.
Yes, he did, yeah. Yes,
Almost Yorker-esque, wasn't it?
Played over it, yes. He flicks it out at the front. I'm not quite sure how he delivers it, but it is a different delivery.
That is a cracking shot. Save your legs, I think, Rob Jones. That's gone for 4. He's dissected. He must have had about 2 foot, I reckon, to split Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay. And he's in such good form now that he's done exactly that. Giving himself a bit of room, hasn't he?
He creates extra width as well by the way he plays, because his front foot doesn't really go across to the ball, it just goes straight. So effectively he's creating his own width, which he did there. So it wasn't a terrible ball for line. He created extra width. Good shot.
Yeah, back-to-back 4s. Flighted delivery from Keogh. Rob Jones up to the task. Muscles him down the ground all the way along the floor for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for the man that's on 115. And the Rapids now just require 29 to win. End of the over. I'll hand back over to Mel Farrell. And that's a slog sweep. And that's gone all the way. 6. 4, 4, 6 to end Rob Keogh's 4th over. And the Rapids require just 23 from 12 overs remaining.
Kind of had an air of resignation the back end of that over, didn't it? He was just floating it up there really a little bit. Not a lot on it, just kind of floating it, hoping, really, rather than trying to make something happen.
Yes, I feel that just a bit of an anticlimax there in terms of we still held our shape and our fielders in, but it didn't look as if it had much meaning behind it either. It was, like you said, it was
purpose,
yeah, it was just oh well, if he whacks it, he whacks it.
And he whacked it, and he whacked it well.
He did.
Played very well.
It's been a very good partnership. As we said, I don't want to feel like I'm a sore loser, but it does definitely have had the best of the conditions. But they will probably go on and win pretty comfortably, and that's all they can do. They might have had the best, but they will still have had a good performance. But I've enjoyed Tom's partnership with James Sales was fantastic from our perspective, and I think that where we tried to create that wicket in the middle, I thought that was good with the squeeze and the rotation of bowlers. I thought there's still quite a few positives for us to take into the next game.
Speaking of Sales, he's on to bowl. Yeah, a few positives to take out of it, but probably the key was just not enough runs on the board for the Steelbacks. And I guess looking at the rest of this season, they are in a bundle and second on the table at the moment, and with a couple of big games coming up against Warwickshire, then back here against Derbyshire, they need to make sure that they don't drop their heads over Prithvi Shaw's injury, because obviously that's really significant, but they need to put that behind them. And he's pulled that one towards the fielder, just drops short, deep square leg.
These groups always seem to end up tight. You know, people can beat people, and it's rare that you get, you know, two teams that go clearly top. There's often there'll be one, but more often than not, sorry, it's very, very tight. And Rips was mentioning net run rate. It wouldn't surprise me at all if one or even both groups, that third qualifying spot comes down to net run rate. It often does.
Well, that is where they got a bump from Prithvi Shaw as well, because they had a couple of big wins. They've got the best run rate of the group in second.
Old.
And that may become significant. So they are in that position, and it's not just because of Prithvi Shaw. There are lots of other things that other players have done within that. So I guess it's trying to harness that and still have that belief.
Absolutely,
that they're
belief's really important, and I've seen enough from Northampton, the games that I've done. I've followed the other games on live streams when possible. You know, we look like a cricket team. We really do.
A little misfield there, and that's a single. I'm happy to say that the flag waver that you pointed out to me before is still down there. He's got belief.
He does.
He's waving the flag with an enormous amount of vigour at the moment.
Rips his mate Wendell over there.
Northants over 60s.
Yeah.
Off spinner. Elite fielder.
Somebody was talking to me about Northants over 60s the other day, inquiring about my availability. Prematurely, I might add, quickly, as though I needed to.
Needed a scorer, didn't they?
It's harsh, isn't it? It's a late blow. There's still time to retaliate. Are you just heading me off from the Wendell anecdote? Is that what you're doing?
Just feeling a bit pecky.
I'll save that for another time.
Short ball to finish. Good bouncer, so just 3 of Proctor's over. So he's still fighting, but the equation is still 20 to win of 66 balls. So it's pretty much a formality now. This has been a wonderful partnership between Jones and Libby. They've just been so steady. It's just motored along at just the right pace.
They've played beautifully, yeah, and Rob Jones obviously with the eye-catching 122 currently off 125 balls, but let's not underestimate the quality of Jake Libby's contribution to this. Just exactly the innings that was required. I think he's taken very, very, almost no risk, Jake Libby. Just played really, really well. There was a period of about 10, 12 overs where Northampton just kind of lost the way a wee bit, didn't have the field that matched the line, or really didn't have the line that matched the field, which made it easy, but they've played well, these two.
Kerrigan.
Yeah, that little period where we just created those 2 half chances and Emilio's drop, I think that was the last chance saloon for us, really. We'd done well, we'd earned those opportunities with our field placings and our bowling combinations, but I'm afraid, oh, here we go.
Not safe.
Oh, it's
Oh, no,
Up in the air, Fielder's running around and taken.
I thought it was in the gap.
So the wicket does come too late, it must be said, for the Steelbacks, but they'll take something from that. Jones just going for the big slog, and it was well taken in the end. He had a lot to cover.
He did, it was a good catch. He had a lot of ground to cover.
When it left the bat, I just thought it was right in the middle of the gap. Crikey, he put his foot down, caught it comfortably in the end. Sam Whiteman.
As you say, he's made that area out by the ice cream van his own, but there's a lot of applause there for Jones, and there should be as well. Fans on their feet, the home fans as well. They've appreciated seeing his innings today, 122 off 126. He has really broken the back of the Steelbacks today.
Yeah, he certainly has. And I would imagine he I haven't looked it up, but I would imagine that might be his first list day 100. He batted down the order a bit when he played for Lancashire.
Yeah. Mel might find that out for us.
Yeah, it's in my notes.
She's
It
good on
is
that.
his first 100. So he scored 6 half centuries up to this point, but his first 100. So that's a marvellous moment for Rob Jones. His highest score was 85 before that, so that's a wonderful achievement. Great catch by Sam Whiteman.
Yeah, not an easy catch there, running to his left. He was going at a good pace, and he did the groundwork early, got under it, and he was fairly stable when he caught it because he'd put such a good sprint in to get there. I thought it was going to be another one of those that just fell in the gap, but excellent. Hopefully, just eke it out a bit, get our net run rate.
Kashif Ali's in.
Looking after our net run rate is the best we can do from here, and we've got to do that.
Well, look, if they were able to just get a couple of wickets in this last little remaining period. Bit of a shout down the leg side.
That was an anti-wide appeal.
Yeah.
That's what that was. That's an anti-wide appeal. Led by the guy at backward point who can't see anything. Sweep is on for this guy, I think.
Goes for the prod instead.
Spinners Union there. Rob Keogh leading the appeal for the court behind. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow.
Beauty.
What an over from Kerrigan at this stage. Wicket and 1 run. So that's going to get some smiles on the faces of the Northants fans.
I think we should just try and milk this situation as well, as we said, with the run rate. Let's get our sweepers out for Jake, get him off strike, try and squeeze the new batter and keep dragging out as long as we can, and hopefully chip another one out. Because he's got nothing to gain here, has he? I don't know quite what comp he's had, Cash Ali, but if he's not been prolific, he's not got a great time to bat here. He's got nothing to really gain. He can walk off 8 not out, or he can fail. So I think we've got to try and build on that.
Well, lets that one go. He's actually had a good tournament, Kashif Ali, so he's averaging 41 overall in List A cricket, but got 76 against Durham, 11 against Glamorgan, 31, I think, with my bad writing, against Somerset might be 37, and 39 against Gloucestershire, 6 against Warwickshire in that game where they folded. So he's
been contributing.
He's been contributing, making significant ones, a 1/2 century, but also some other handy 30s in there. So
I'm actually pleased because he, you know, he's done the rounds on the trials. He played for the Northants second team. He's played for Worcestershire. He's done the rounds on the second team circuit, and he you know, someone's taken a punt on him, and he's made the most of his opportunity. I think it's a good story. You know, we talked about getting it late, don't you? People have worked a bit extra hard to get their opportunity, so good on him.
He's on strike now, Kashifali. Just pulls that one down, gets a single. Yeah, he's 25 years old, and the clubs he's played for, the counties he's played for, to say second 11's Essex, Kent, Leicestershire, Northants, Nottinghamshire, Worcestershire. He's also played for the MCC Young Cricketers. So this is just his 10th List A appearance. So it has been quite a journey for him.
Played quite a lot of cricket for Bedfordshire as well, which obviously is on our doorstep.
Ran hard coming back for the second.
That's tough. It's tough as well, isn't it, for those guys, those trialists, getting themselves around the counties, playing with guys who have no idea who they are. They don't know where they're going to bat. It's a late call-up oftentimes. You know, having the belief in themselves to keep doing that year after year. And at 25, he breaks through. So that's credit to him. I think people don't see that. You know, trialist, it's hard being a trialist, I think. It's tough.
At least they get paid now.
But they
you know,
do
back
nowadays,
in the day
don't
when
they?
we were doing the second team, and we didn't even get their expenses out to them for a couple of months, bless them.
If at all.
So they, you know, that was turning up and playing 3 days and not getting paid for it.
Yeah.
At least now there's a little bit of reward that they.
Yeah, quite right too.
Single on offer there, so 5 off the over, which means 14 left to win with 4 overs remaining.
Like the way he played that, Jake Libby. Just knock it on the head. I am not going to give you a sniffy. You're not taking my wicket. I'm walking off with the crowd. That's what he said there. Knock it on the head. It just communicates a lot, doesn't it? It's like, I'm not going to cock this up. I know what you want me to do. You want me to try and hit a 6 and hit it straight up. Well, guess what? I've played a few games. I'm not going to do that.
I think the bounce account would reflect the surface. I think we, you know, for our side, without out and out rocket bowlers, we've bowled a lot of bouncers, haven't we? A lot of short balls. And that's just maybe because it's lost that little bit of extra bounce from a lens. So we've
To force
we've had to change it up a little bit, and try and be creative. And again, I think that's to our credit.
Yeah, I agree. It's been one of our things when we were together. It was not enough bouncers.
Correct. Yeah.
Kerrigan had a successful over last time, a wicket on 1 run. Can he keep that up? Just stretch this out a little bit longer with another tight over.
I like this getting a catcher in as well. Slip's gone in. Bash gone shellless at slip.
Oh, and a shout straight away. So that is what you want to see. The slip coming in, new batter at the crease. It's coming in with not much to do, but Kerrigan keeping the pressure on.
Bold.
Yes, he's slipped it into his shin, and he's also turned one past his outside edge in the last over, didn't he? So he's asking some questions.
He wants to sweep. Not sweep that. Fielded.
It's great fielding.
That's great. I love that.
At this stage of the game,
Yeah,
to see
love
people
that.
still committed, the beneficiary.
I spoke about the importance of keeping the belief, and that's part of the belief, isn't it? Is
You set
putting
your own
effort.
standards, don't you, in this game? That's good from Rob Keogh, like that.
Kerrigan coming in at this stage has been very effective.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely, hasn't he? He got bumped over the top a few times, which has damaged his figures slightly. They're not terrible figures by any means. But as we've said a few times, had to keep the men in to try and create an error. And the downside of that is if you don't create an error, then you're going to go for a few more boundaries. But he's currently bowled, 9 overs, 1 for 55. And he has asked some questions.
Well, he's given up 3 singles in this over. It was 1 in the previous one. So 4 runs and a wicket from 2 overs coming in at this stage.
It's good to see. I'm a Simon Kerrigan fan. I know. Without asking, I know Rips is too. He's obviously keeping out two younger spinners in this format at the moment that Northants have got, and that's credit to how well he's performing.
Proctor again.
Ooh.
I thought there might be a little chance there, perhaps, as Vasconcelos fired the ball in easily.
Northants got 2 young wrist spinners who haven't featured. I think I'm right in saying haven't featured. Certainly haven't featured in the games that I've done earlier in the comp. But Simon Kerrigan is keeping both those on the sidelines at the moment.
I think Freddie might have played the first game. I think.
I think you're right. I was backing off.
Who was the first game? I can't recall.
Was that loss against
the loss somewhere?
Gloucester?
Yeah, that's
Worcestershire.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
I think it was in Cheltenham, but it was against Gloucestershire.
Yes. Yeah.
10 to win. And it's now actually going to be 9 to win because wide is signalled. Oh, it goes up and over. That's the short boundary.
Wow.
And it's cleared easily, comfortably. 6 runs from Kakshif Ali. That was a big heave-ho over Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, it was fairly agricultural shot, really, to be fair. Just kind of cleared his left leg and swung through it. I just want to watch the replay to see if I've got that about right. Oh, it was better than I thought, actually. Just took it off bail height and struck it very, very well.
Good strike.
It was.
Good strike there.
It's targeted the short boundary. So now just 3 to win. There's a little conference going on up at the bowler's end. Don't forget, if you're watching as well, it is Family Fun Day down here on Sunday. So Worcestershire Edgbaston on Friday. They will think about the second, but settle on a single. So yes, we'll be back here on Sunday with that Family Fun Day. So if it's lovely daylight today, certainly come down. Or if you're not, join us on the stream. In the meantime, that game will be against Derbyshire, by the way. And then in the meantime, these players will be off to Edgbaston to play Warwickshire on Friday. Well fielded again, and that's terrific. We've seen some real commitment by the fielders at this stage. The game may be lost, but it's really encouraging to see commitment in the field like that from Simon
Kerrigan, yeah. So that Phil said it in the last over when Rob killed it. It's just keeping your standards high. Don't think we've quite been at our best. Obviously, the drop catch and 1 or 2 little misfields and loose singles that we've conceded, but yeah, it's great to see that fighting spirit to the end.
Scores are level. Just the one needed after 43 overs bowled, so they will get there comfortably in the end. But yes, you're right. It hasn't been the sort of game where you've been frustrated at loads of chances put down. There haven't actually been a lot of chances. Yes, some misfields as well, but you wouldn't say it had been a really terrible fielding day at all.
No, not a terrible day. And I say, well, it's good to see, as I keep repeating, I think we've been creative to try and get the wickets we needed. We recognise we needed to do something. I do think we've had the short straw on the surface. The toss has proved to be quite an important one, for sure.
And there it is, the single, or it might actually go all the way for 4, unless it pulls up, but the result of that is really beside the point, because The Rapids have scored a cruisy victory in the end, you would have to say, winning by 7 wickets. The first ball of the 44th over the Steelbacks. It was really a chase that was dominated by a partnership, particularly wonderful innings, you must say, from Rob Jones, 122 off 126 balls, his first list day century, and not to mention the man who will walk off now undefeated on 81 off 95 deliveries, and that is the captain, Jake Libby. It's been a remarkable show of leadership from him as well. He was calm throughout that chase. Kashif Ali going off with him at the end for 9 runs. Earlier, it was really just a case of not enough runs for the Steelbacks. Ricardo Vasconcelos got a start, made 25. Rob Keogh made 35, and Luke Proctor 31. But really, the innings of note, Tom Taylor scoring 100 off 80. That partnership with James Sales earlier, who made 25, was key in getting them to a modest but respectable total of 252. But as the wicket flattened out, it just became difficult to create chances, really.
Yeah, you look at the card and you look at the the highlights there, and you see a win for the Rapids by 7 wickets, and it was a comfortable victory. It wasn't. It doesn't tell the whole story. I think I'm not one who just looks for the positives. You know, I'd like to see things honestly, and honestly, I think Northants did quite well in that game. The conditions were against them. The toss was key. There was a couple of soft dismissals and guys who'd got to start, Broad and Keogh for Northants. Maybe another day would have taken slightly different options, but that's going to happen when in a 50-over game you're going to get those. Great innings by Tom Taylor, but it was wickets early on with the new ball when there was quite a lot in the pitch, and well exploited as well by the Worcester Rapids bowlers with the new ball in particular. Got Northants on the back foot, and it did look like a very modest total was going to come along until that incredible innings of great skill from Tom Taylor got to 250, and had the conditions stayed the same, I think 250 was probably a bit light, probably about 20 light as it happens, but the conditions changed. You know, the extra roll halfway through changed the wicket, it flattened out, and then it was very difficult for Northants, but they stuck to their guns. As Rips has said, we changed things up, we tried to squeeze, we tried to change bowling and so on, and there was great endeavour in the field, as you'd hope there'd be, and there was. A couple of drop chances were difficult, but they were late on, and they wouldn't really have affected maybe the margin, but not the result. So a good bounce back from the Rapids perspective. I think, as I said earlier, Alan Richardson had some harsh words for his troops after that defeat against Warwickshire, but they've bounced back very well, and Northants now need to do the same thing in their next outing.
I agree, yeah, big, obviously you don't have to wait long for your next game. Friday it is, dust yourself off, and you know, we go again. We're still in a good position in terms of qualification, and I think going and winning at Birmingham against the Bears, who are top of the league currently, would well, I think that would pretty much get us over the line. So I'd expect us to win one of our next 2 games. So
agreed.
Yeah, we're still in good shape. Some good stuff. I really enjoyed Tom's innings, but thank you, Mel, for entertaining us, you and Dan. Very good. And thank you very much, Perky, for your contribution.
It's not the first time I've been called Perky.
It's certainly been entertaining, and I've enjoyed sitting in between the odd couple that is Phil Rowe and Dave Ripley. They've brought this alive this afternoon, so I hope it's entertained you at home as well, and I hope that we see you back on the live stream if you're not down here at Wantage Road to join in the family fun day, which should be a great occasion. So from Phil Rowe, Dave Ripley, Dan Jadskowicz and myself, Melinda Farrell, it's a good afternoon from Wantage Road.